Some say good night at night. I say good night by day. Goodbye, the going utter me. Good night, I still reply. For parting, that is night, and presence simply dawn. Itself the purple on the height, denominated morn.
She's happy with a new content that feels to her like sacrament. She's busy with an altered care, as just apprenticed to the air. She's tearful, if she weep at all, for blissful causes. Most of all, that heaven permits so meek as her to such a fate to minister.
The heart asks pleasure first, and then excuse from pain, and then those little and dawn eyes that deaden suffering, and then to go to sleep, and then, if it should be, the will of its inquisitor, the privilege to die.
They called me to the window for 'twas sunset, someone said. Only one saw a sapphire farm and just a single herd of opal cattle feeding far upon so vain a hill, as even while I looked, dissolved, nor cattle were, nor soil, but in their room a sea displayed, and ships of such a size as crew of mountains could afford, the decks to seat the skies. This too the showman rubbed away, and when I looked again, no farm, no opal herd was there, nor Mediterranean.
No romance sold unto could so enthrall a man as the perusal of his individual one. 'Tis fictions to dilute to plausibility our novel when 'tis so small a no to credit 'tisn't true.
I heard a fly buzz when I died. The stillness in the room was like the stillness in the air between the heaves of storm. The eyes around had wrung them dry, and breaths were gathering firm for that last onset when the king be witnessed in the room. I willed my keepsakes, signed away what portion of me be assignable, and then it was there interposed a fly, with blue, uncertain, stumbling buzz between the light and me, and then the windows failed, and then I could not see to see.
The soul that hath a guest doth seldom go abroad. Diviner crowd at home obliterate the need, and courtesy forbids the host's departure when upon himself be visiting the mightiest of men.
I watched the moon around the house until upon a pane she stopped a traveler's privilege for rest, and thereupon I gazed as at a stranger the lady in the town doth think no incivility to lift her glass upon. But never stranger justified the curiosity like mine, for not a foot, nor hand, nor formula had she, but like a head a guillotine slid carelessly away, did independent amber sustain her in the sky, or like a stemless flower upheld in rolling air by finer gravitations than bind philosopher. No hunger had she, nor an inn, her toilet to suffice, nor avocation, nor concern for little mysteries, as harass us like life and death, and afterward, or nay, but seemed engrossed to absolute with shining and the sky. The privilege to scrutinize was scarce upon my eyes when, with a silver practice, she vaulted out of gaze. And next I met her on a cloud, myself too far below, to follow her superior road, or its advantage blue.
When I hoped, I feared. Since I hoped, I dared. Everywhere alone, as the church remain. Ghost may not alarm, serpent may not charm. He is king of harm, who hath suffered him.
The lightning playeth all the while, Yet when he singeth, then ourselves are conscious he exists, and we approach him stern, with insulators and a glove whose short sepulchral base alarm us, though his yellow feet may pass and counterpass upon the ropes above our head, continual with the news. Not we so much as check our speech, or stop to cross ourselves.
Ourselves were wed one summer, dear. Your vision was in June. And when your little lifetime failed, I wearied, too, of mine. And overtaken in the dark, where you had put me down, by some one carrying a light, I too received the sign. 'Tis true our futures different lay. Your cottage faced the sun, while oceans and the north must be on every side of mine. 'Tis true your garden led the bloom, for mine in frost was sown. And yet, one summer, we were queens, but you were crowned in June.
'Tis little I could care for pearls who owned the ample sea, or brooches when the emperor with rubies pelteth me, or gold who am the prince of mines, or diamonds when have I a diadem to fit a dome continual upon me.
The brain is wider than the sky, for put them side by side, the one the other will contain with ease, and you beside. The brain is deeper than the sea, for hold them blue to blue, the one the other will absorb, as sponges buckets do. The brain is just the weight of God, for heft them pound for pound, and they will differ, if they do, as syllable from sound.
We do not play on graves because there isn't room. Besides, it isn't even, it slants and people come and put a flower on it and hang their faces so, we're fearing that their hearts will drop and crush our pretty play. And so we move as far as enemies away, just looking round to see how far it is occasionally.
Her last poems, poets ended. Silver perished with her tongue. Not on record bubbled other, flute or woman so divine. Not unto its summer morning, robin uttered half the tune, gushed too full for the adoring. From the Anglo-Florentine, late the praise, till 'tis dull, conferring on the head too high, to crown, diadem, or ducal symbol. Be its grave sufficient sign. Not that we, no poet's kinsmen, suffocate with easy woe, what, and if ourselves, a bridge groom, put her down in Italy.
When bells stop ringing, church begins, the positive of bells. When cogs stop the circumference, the ultimate of wills.
The manner of its death, when certain it must die, 'tis deemed a privilege to choose, 'twas Major Andre's way. When choice of life is past, yet there remains a love, it's little fate to stipulate how small in those who live. The miracle to tease with babble of the styles, how they are dying mostly now in customs at St. James.
The red blaze is the morning, the violet is noon, the yellow day is fallen, and after that is none. But miles of sparks at evening reveal the width that burned, the territory argent that never yet consumed.
You'll know her by her foot, the smallest gamboge hand with fingers where the toes should be, would more affront the sand than this quaint creature's boot, adjusted by a stem, without a button, I could vouch, unto a velvet limb. You'll know her by her vest, tight-fitting, orange, brown, inside a jacket duller she wore when she was born. Her cap is small and snug, constructed for the winds. She'd passed for barehead short way off, but as she closer stands, so finer 'tis than wool, you cannot feel the seam, nor is it clasped unto of band, nor held upon of brim. You'll know her by her voice. At first, a doubtful tone, a sweet endeavor, but as March to April hurries on, She squanders on your head such threnodies of pearl, you beg the robin in your brain to keep the other still.
I am alive, I guess. The branches on my hand are full of morning glory, and at my finger's end, the carmine tingles warm. And if I hold a glass across my mouth, it blurs it. Physicians, proof of breath. I am alive because I am not in a room. The parlor, commonly it is, so visitors may come and lean and view it sideways and add how cold it grew. And was it conscious when it stepped in immortality? I am alive because I do not own a house, entitled to myself, precise and fitting no one else, and marked my girlhood's name so visitors may know which door is mine and not mistake and try another key. How good to be alive, how infinite to be alive, twofold, the birth I had and this besides in thee.
Except the smaller size, no lies around. These hurry to spear and show and end. The larger, slower grow and latter hang. The summer of Hesperides are long. Hungest of core, present the upward rind. Yield groups of ones, no cluster ye shall find. But far from the frost, an Indian summer noon, ships offer these as West Indian.
I think the longest hour of all is when the cars have come and we are waiting for the coach. It seems as though the time, indignant that the joy was come, did block the gilded hands and would not let the seconds by, but slowest instant ends. The pendulum begins to count like little scholars loud. The steps grow thicker in the hall, the heart begins to crowd. Then I, my timid service done, though service 'twas of love, take up my little violin and further north remove.
So glad we are, a stranger deemed 'twas sorry that we were. For where the holiday should be, there publishes a tear. Nor how ourselves be justified, since grief and joy are done, so similar an optician could not discern between.
A night, there lay the days between. The day that was before and the day that was behind were one, and now 'twas night was here. Slow night that must be watched away, as giants upon a shore, too imperceptible to note, till it be night no more.
There's been a death in the opposite house, as lately as today. I know it by the numb look such houses have, always. The neighbors rustle in and out, the doctor drives away. A window opens like a pod, abrupt, mechanically. Somebody flings a mattress out, the children hurry by. They wonder if it died on that I used to when a boy. The minister goes stiffly in, as if the house were his, and he owned all the mourners now, and little boys besides. And then the milliner and the man of the appalling trade, to take the measure of the house. There'll be that dark parade of tassels and of coaches soon. It's easy as a sign, the intuition of the news in just a country town.
The blackberry wears a thorn in his side, but no man heard him cry. He offers his berry just the same to partridge and to boy. He sometimes holds upon the fence, or struggles to a tree, or clasps the rock with both his hands, but not for sympathy. We tell a hurt to cool it, this mourner to the sky, a little further reaches instead, brave blackberry.
The one that could repeat the summer day were greater than itself, though he minutest of mankind should be. And he could reproduce the sun at period of going down, the lingering and the stain, I mean, when orient have been outgrown an Occident become unknown, his name remain.
I measure every grief I meet with narrow, probing eyes. I wonder if it weighs like mine or has an easier size. I wonder if they bore it long or did it just begin? I could not tell the date of mine, it feels so old a pain. I wonder if it hurts to live, and if they have to try, and whether, could they choose between, it would not be to die. I note that some, gone patient long, at length renew their smile, an imitation of a light that has so little oil. I wonder if, when years have piled some thousands on the harm that could hurt them early, such a lapse could give them any balm. Or would they go on aching still through centuries of nerve and lighten to a larger pain in contrast with the love? The grieved are many, I am told. There is the various cause. Death is but one and comes but once, and only nails the eyes. There's a grief of want and grief of cold, a sort they call despair. There's banishment from native eyes in sight of native air. And though I may not guess the kind correctly, yet to me a piercing comfort it affords in passing Calvary. To note the fashions of the cross and how they're mostly worn, still fascinated to presume that some are like my own.
Conjecturing a climate of unsuspended suns adds poignancy to winter. The shivering fancy turns to a fictitious country to palliate a cold, not obviated of degree, nor ease of latitude.
There is a languor of the life more imminent than pain. 'Tis pain's successor when the soul has suffered all it can. A drowsiness diffuses, a diminishes like fog, envelopes consciousness as mist, obliterate a crag. The surgeon does not blanch at pain. His habit is severe, but tell him that it ceased to feel the creature lying there, and he will tell you skill is late, a mightier than he has ministered before him. There is no vitality.
When diamonds are a legend and diadems a tale, I brooch and earrings for myself, do sew and raise for sale. And though I'm scarce accounted, my art a summer day had patrons. Once it was a queen, and once a butterfly.
I had not minded walls, were universe, one rock. And far I heard his silver call, the other side of the block. I tunnel till my grove, push sudden through to his, then my face take her recompense, the looking in his eyes. But 'tis a single hair, a filament, a law, a cobweb, wove in adamant, embattlement of straw, a limit like the veil onto the lady's face, but every mesh a citadel, and dragons in their crease.
A house upon the height that wagon never reached, no dead were ever carried down, no peddler's cart approached, whose chimney never smoked, whose windows night and morn caught sunrise first and sunset last, then held an empty pane, whose fate conjecture knew, no other neighbor did, and what it was we never lisped, because he never told.
It's coming, the postponeless creature. It gains the block and now it gains the door, chooses its latch from all the other fastenings, enters with a "you know me, sir," simple salute and certain recognition, bold word enemy, brief word friend, dresses each house in crepe and icicle and carries one out of it to God.
I send 2 sunsets, day and I, in competition ran. I finished 2 and several stars while he was making 1. His own was ampler, but as I was saying to a friend, mine is the more convenient to carry in the hand.
A visitor in marl who influences flowers till they are orderly as busts and elegant as glass, who visits in the night and just before the sun concludes his glistening interview, caresses and is gone, but whom his fingers touched and where his feet have run, and whatsoever mouth he kissed is as it had not been,
Through the dark sod, as education, the lily passes sure, feels her white foot, no trepidation, her faith, no fear. Afterward, in the meadow, swinging her barrel bell, the mold life, all forgotten, now in ecstasy and dell.
Dare our best moments last? 'Twould supersede the heaven, a few, and they by risk procure. So this sort are not given, except as stimulants in cases of despair, or stupor, the reserve. These heavenly moments are a grant of divine, that certain as it comes, withdraws and leaves the dazzled soul in her unfinished rooms.
Trust in the unexpected. By this was William Kidd persuaded of the buried gold, as one had testified. Through this, the old philosopher, his talismanic stone discerned, still withholden to effort undivine. 'Twas this allured Columbus when Genoa withdrew before an apparition baptized America. The same afflicted Thomas when deity assured 'twas better the perceiving not, provided it believed.
'Twas love, not me. Oh, punish, pray. The real one died for thee. Just him, not me. Such guilt to love thee most, doom it beyond the rest. Forgive it last, 'twas base as Jesus most. But justice not mistake, we, two, looked so alike. Which was the guilty sake? 'Twas love's, now strike.
The brain within its groove runs evenly and true. But let a splinter swerve to be easier for you to put a current back when floods have slit the hills and scooped a turnpike for themselves and trodden out the mills.
She hitteth her the last, as and is the first to rise. Her night doth hardly recompense the closing of her eyes. She doth her purple work, and putteth her away in low apartments in the sod, as worthily as we. To imitate her life as impotent would be, as make of our imperfect mints the julep of the bee.
Reverse cannot befall that fine prosperity, whose sources are interior as soon adversity. A diamond overtake in far Bolivian ground, misfortune hath no implement, could mar it if it found.
But little Carmen hath her face, of emerald scant her gown. Her beauty is the love she doth itself exhibit mine.
It knew no medicine, it was not sickness then, nor any need of surgery, and therefore was not pain. It moved away the cheeks, a dimple at a time, and left the profile plainer and in the place of bloom. It left the little tint that never had a name. You've seen it on a cast's face. Was paradise to blame? If momently ajar, temerity drew near, and sickened ever afterward for someone that it saw.
It knew no lapse nor diminution, but large, serene, burned on, until through dissolution it failed from men. I could not deem these planetary forces annulled, but suffered an exchange of territory or world.
My period had come for prayer. No other art would do. My tactics missed a rudiment. Creator, was it you? God grows above, so those who pray, horizons must ascend. And so I stepped upon the north to see this curious friend. His house was not, no sign had he, by chimney nor by door. Could I infer his residence, vast prairies of air? Unbroken by a settler, were all that I could see. Infinitude, hast thou no face, that I might look on thee? The silence consented, creation stopped for me, but awed beyond my errand, I worshipped, did not pray. I pay in satin cash, you did not state your price. Peddle for a paragraph, as near as I can guess.
One anguish in a crowd, a minor thing it sounds, and yet unto the single doe attempted of the hounds. 'Tis terror as consummate as legions of alarm did leap full-flanked upon the host. 'Tis units make the swarm. A small leech on the vitals, the sliver in the lung, the bung out of an artery, are scarce accounted harms. Yet mighty by relation to that repealless thing, a being impotent to end when once it has begun.
'Tis not that dying hurts us so, 'tis living hurts us more. But dying is a different way, a kind behind the door. The southern custom of the bird, that ere the frosts are due, accepts a better latitude. We are the birds that stay. The shiverers round farmers' doors, for whose reluctant crumb we stipulate till pitting snows persuade our feathers home.
A dying tiger moaned for drink. I hunted all the sand. I caught the dripping of a rock and bore it in my hand. His mighty balls in death were thick, but searching I could see a vision on the retina of water and of me. 'Twas not my blame who sped too slow. 'Twas not his blame who died while I was reaching him, but 'twas the fact that he was dead.
He gave away his life to us, gigantic sum, a trifle in his own esteem, but magnified by fame until it burst the hearts that fancied they could hold, when swift it slipped its limit and on the heavens unrolled. 'Tis ours to wince and weep and wonder and decay by blossom's gradual process. He chose maturity, and quickening as we sowed just obviated bud, and when we turned to note the growth, broke perfect from the pod.
We learned the whole of love, the alphabet, the words, a chapter, then the mighty book, then Revelation closed. But in each other's eyes, an ignorance beheld, diviner than the childhood's, and each to each a child, attempted to expound what neither understood. Alas, that wisdom is so large and truth so manifold.
So short, I'm hardly justified. I'm sending all the birds away and moving into pod. Myself, for scarcely settled, the feeds have begun, and then it's time to strike my tent and open house again. It's mostly interruptions. My summer is despoiled because there was a winter once, and all that cattle starved, and so there was deluge and swept the road away. But Ararat's legend now, and no one credits Noah.
I reckon when I count at all, first poets, then the sun, then summer, then the heaven of God, and then the list is done. But looking back, the first seems so to comprehend the whole, the others look a needless show, so I write poets all. Their summer lasts a solid year, they can afford a sun, the east would deem extravagant, and if the further heaven be beautiful as they prepare for those who worship them, it is too difficult a grace to justify the dream.
How many flowers fail in the wood or perish from the hill without the privilege to know that they are beautiful? How many cast a nameless pod upon the nearest breeze, unconscious of the scarlet freight it bare to other eyes?
It might be lonelier without the loneliness. I'm so accustomed to my fate. Perhaps the other, peace, would interrupt the dark and crowd the little room too scant by cubits to contain the sacrament of him. I am not used to hope. It might intrude upon its sweet parade, blaspheme the place ordained to suffering. It might be easier to fail with land in sight than gain my blue peninsula, to perish of delight.
Some work for immortality, the chiefer part for time. He compensates immediately, the former checks on fame. Slow gold, but everlasting, the bullion of today. contrasted with the currency of immortality. A beggar here and there is gifted to discern, beyond the broker's insight, one's money, one's the mind.
I could die to know 'tis a trifling knowledge. Newsboys salute the door, carts joggle by. Morning's bold face stares in the window. Were but mine the charter of the least fly. Houses hunch the house with their brick shoulders. Coals from a rolling load rattle how near to the very square. His foot is passing, possibly this moment, while I dream here.
Must be a woe, a loss or so, to bend the eye best beauty's way. But once aslant, it notes delight as difficult as stalactite. A common bliss were had for less. The price is even as the grace. Our Lord thought no extravagance to pay a cross.
Delight becomes pictorial when viewed through pain. More fair because impossible that any gain. The mountain at a given distance in amber lies. Approached, the amber flits a little, and that's the skies.
If what we could were what we would, criterion be small, it is the ultimate of talk, the impotence to tell.
The test of love is death. Our Lord so loved, it saith, what largest lover hath, another doth. If smaller patience be through less infinity, if bravo sometimes swerve, through fainter nerve, accept its most and overlook the dust, last, least, the cross's request.
My first well day, since many ill, I asked to go abroad and take the sunshine in my hands and see the things in pod, a blossom just. When I went in to take my chance with pain, uncertain if myself or he should prove the strongest one. The summer deepened while we strove. She put some flowers away, and redder-cheeked ones in their stead, a fond, elusive way. To cheat herself, it seemed, she tried, as if before a child, to fade tomorrow, rainbows held, the sepulchre could hide. She dealt a fashion to the nut, she tied the hoods to seeds. She dropped bright scraps of tint about, and left Brazilian threads. On every shoulder that she met, then both her hands of haze put up to hide her parting grace from our unfitted eyes. By loss, my loss, by sickness, was it loss? Or that ethereal gain one earns by measuring the grave, then measuring the sun?
For largest woman's heart I knew, 'tis little I can do, and yet the largest woman's heart can hold an arrow too. And so instructed by my own, I, tenderer, turn me to.
Unit like death, for whom, true like the tomb, who tells no secret told to him, the grave is strict, tickets admit, just true the bearer and the born. And seat just one, the living tell, the dying but a syllable, the coy dead none, no chatter here, no tea. So babbler and bohea stay there, but gravity and expectation and fear, a tremor just, that's all, not sure.
Heaven has different signs to me. Sometimes I think that noon is but a symbol of the place, and when again at dawn, a mighty look runs round the world and settles in the hills, and awe, if it should be like that, upon the ignorant steals. The orchard when the sun is on, the triumph of the birds, when they together victory make, some carnivals of clouds. The rapture of a finished day returning to the west, all these remind us of the place that men call paradise. Itself be fairer, we suppose, but how ourself shall be, adorned for a superior grace, not yet our eyes can see.
They dropped like flakes. They dropped like stars, like petals from a rose. when suddenly across the June a wind with fingers goes. They perished in the seamless grass. No eye could find the place, but God can summon every face in his repealless list.
I prayed at first a little girl because they told me to, but stopped when qualified to guess how prayer would feel to me. If I believed God looked around each time my childish eye fixed full and steady on his own in childish honesty, and told him what I'd like today, and parts of his fair plan that baffled me, the mingled side of his divinity. And often since, in danger, I count the force 'twould be to have a God so strong as that, to hold my life for me, till I could take the balance that tips so frequent now. It takes me all the while to poise, and then it doesn't stay.
From cocoon forth a butterfly, as lady from her door emerged a summer afternoon, repairing everywhere without design that I could trace, except to stray abroad on miscellaneous enterprise. The clovers understood, her pretty parasol be seen contracting in a field where men made hay, then struggling hard with an opposing cloud, where parties, phantom as herself, to nowhere seemed to go in purposeless circumference, as 'twere a tropic show, and notwithstanding bee that worked, and flower that zealous blew, the audience of idleness disdained them from the sky, till sundown crept a steady tide, and men that made the hay, and afternoon and butterfly extinguished in the sea.
Her sweet weight on my heart a night had scarcely deigned to lie, when, stirring for belief's delight, my bride had slipped away. If 'twas a dream made solid just the heaven to confirm, or if myself were dreamed of her, the power to presume with him remain, who unto me gave, even as to all, a fiction superseding faith by so much as 'twas real.
'Tis opposites entice, deformed men ponder grace, bright fires the blanketless, the lost day's face. The blind esteem it be enough estate to see, the captive strangles new for deeming beggars play. To lack enamor thee, though the divinity be only me.
The day that I was crowned was like the other days, until the coronation came, and then 'twas otherwise, as carbon in the coal and carbon in the gem are one, and yet the former were dull for diadem. I rose and all was plain, but when the day declined, myself and it in majesty were equally adorned. The grace that I was chose to me surpassed the crown, and was the witness for the grace 'twas even that 'twas mine.
'Twas warm at first, like us, until there crept upon a chill like frost upon a glass, till all the scene be gone. The forehead copied stone, the fingers grew too cold to ache, and like a skater's brook, the busy eyes congealed. It straightened, that was all. It crowded cold to cold, it multiplied indifference, as pride were all it could. And even when with cords 'twas lowered like a weight, it made no signal, nor demurred, but dropped like adamant.
God is a distant, stately lover, woos as he states us by his son. Verily, of vicarious courtship, Miles and Priscilla were such a one. But lest the soul, like fair Priscilla, choose the envoy and spurn the groom, vouches with hyperbolic archness, Miles and John Alden are synonym.
If any sink, assure that this now standing failed like themselves, and conscious that it rose, grew by the fact, and not the understanding, how weakness passed or force arose. Tell that the worst is easy in a moment, dread but the whizzing before the ball. When the ball enters silence. Dying annuls the power to kill.
The night was wide and furnished scant, with but a single star that often as a cloud it met, blew out itself for fear. The wind pursued the little bush and drove away the leaves. November left, then clambered up and fretted in the eaves. No squirrel went abroad, a dog's bladed feet, like intermittent plush, be heard adown the empty street. To feel it blinds be fast and closer to the fire, her little rocking chair to draw and shiver for the poor. A housewife's general task, how pleasant her, she said, upon the sofa opposite, the sleep, then may know thee.
To love thee year by year may less appear than sacrifice and cease. However, dear, forever might be short, I thought to show, and so I pieced it with a flower now.
Did you ever stand in a cavern's mouth, wits out of the sun, and look and shudder and block your breath and deem to be alone? In such a place, what horror, how goblin it would be, and fly as 'twere pursuing you, then loneliness looks so. Did you ever look in a cannon's face, between whose yellow eye and yours the judgment intervened, the question of to die, extemporizing in your ear as cool as satyr's drums? If you remember and were saved, it's liker so, it seems.
Much madness is divinest sense to a discerning eye. Much sense, the starkest madness. 'Tis the majority in this, as all prevail. Assent, and you are sane. Demur, you're straightway dangerous and handled with a chain.
The wind tapped like a tired man, and like a host, come in, I boldly answered, entered then, my residence within, a rapid, footless guest, to offer whom a chair were as impossible as hand a sofa to the air. No bone had he to bind him. His speech was like the push of numerous hummingbirds at once from a superior bush. His countenance a billow, his fingers as he passed let go a music as of tunes blown tremulous in glass. He visited, still flitting, then like a timid man, again he tapped, 'twas flurriedly, and I became alone.
To interrupt his yellow plan, the sun does not allow caprices of the atmosphere, and even when the snow heaves balls of specks like vicious boy directly in his eye, does not so much as turn his head, busy with majesty. 'Tis his to stimulate the earth and magnetize the sea, and bind astronomy in place, yet any passing by would deem ourselves the busier as the minutest bee that rides amidst a thunder, a bomb to justify.
Prayer is the little implement through which men reach where presence is denied them. They fling their speech by means of it in God's ear. If then he hear, this sums the apparatus comprised in prayer.
What care the dead for Chanticleer? What care the dead for day? 'Tis late your sunrise vex their face, and purple ribaldry of morning pour as blank on them as on the tier of wall the mason builded yesterday, and equally as cool. What care the dead for summer? The solstice had no sun, could waste the snow before their gate, and knew one bird a tune, could thrill their mortised ear of all the birds that be, this one beloved of mankind, henceforward cherished be. What care the dead for winter? Themselves are easy freeze. June noon as January night, as soon the south or breeze of sycamore or cinnamon deposit in a stone, and put a stone to keep it warm, give spices unto men.
Forget the lady with the amulet, forget she wore it at her heart, because she breeds against, was treason twixt it? Denied, did rose her be, for privilege of play, or wile of butterfly, or opportunity, her lord away? The lady with the amulet will fade, the bee in mausoleum laid, discard his bride, but no longer than the little rill that cooled the forehead of the hill, while other went the sea to fill, and other went to turn the mill. I'll do thy will.
Significance a starving man attaches to food. Far off he sighs, and therefore hopeless, and therefore good. Partaken, it relies indeed, but proves us that spices fly in the receipt. It was the distance was savory.
I think I was enchanted when first a somber girl, I read that foreign lady, the dark, felt beautiful. And whether it was noon at night or only heaven at noon, for very lunacy of light, I had not power to tell. The bees became as butterflies, the butterflies as swans, approached and spurned the narrow grass and just the meanest tunes that nature murmured to herself to keep herself in cheer. I took for giants practicing titanic opera. The days to mighty meters stepped, the homeliest adorned, as if unto a jubilee 'twere suddenly confirmed. I could not have defined the change, conversion of the mind, like sanctifying in the soul, is witnessed, not explained. 'Twas a divine insanity, the danger to be sane. Should I again experience 'tis antidote to turn to tomes of solid witchcraft, magicians be asleep, but magic hath an element like deity to keep.
'Tis customary as we part, a trinket to confer. It helps to stimulate the faith when lovers be afar. 'Tis various as the various taste, clematis, journeying far, presents me with a single curl of her electric hair.
The battle fought between the soul and no man is the one. Of all the battles prevalent, by far the greater one. No news of it had abroad. Its bodiless campaign establishes and terminates invisible, unknown. Nor history recorded as legions of night. The sunrise scatters, bees endure, and act and terminate.
No crowd that has occurred exhibit, I suppose, that general attendance that resurrection does. Circumference be full, the long restricted grave assert her vital privilege, the dust connect and live. On Adam's features place all multitudes that were, efface in the comparison as suns dissolve a star. Solemnity prevail, its individual doom possess each separate consciousness, august, absorbed, numb. What duplicate exist, what parallel can be of the significance of this to universe and me?
Beauty be not caused, it is. Chase it and it ceases. Chase it not and it abides, overtakes the creases. In the meadow when the wind runs his fingers through it, deity will see to it that you never do it.
He parts himself like leaves, and then he closes up, then stands upon the bonnet of any buttercup. And then he runs against and oversets a rose, and then does nothing. Then away upon a jib he goes, and dangles like a mote suspended in the noon, uncertain to return below, or settle in the moon. What comes of him at night, the privilege to say, be limited by ignorance. What come of him that day, the frost possess the world, in cabinets be shown, a sepulchre of quaintest floss, an abbey, a cocoon.
I started early, took my dog, and visited the sea. The mermaids in the basement came out to look at me, and frigates in the open floor extended hempen hands, presuming me to be a mouse aground upon the sands. But no man moved me till the tide went past my simple shoe, and past my apron, and my belt, and past my bodice too, and made as he would eat me up, as holy as a dew upon a dandelion sleeve. And then I started too, and he followed close behind. I felt his silver heel upon my ankle, then my shoes would overflow with pearl, until we met the solid town. No one he seemed to know. I'm bowing with a mighty look, and me the sea withdrew.
Morning means milking to the farmer, dawn to the Tenerife, dice to the maid. Morning means just risk to the lover, just revelation to the beloved. Epicures date a breakfast by it, brides an apocalypse, worlds a flood, faint going lives their lapse from sighing. Faith, the experiment of our Lord.
Endow the living with the tears you squander on the dead, and they were men and women now around your fireside, instead of passive creatures, denied the cherishing, till they the cherishing deny, with death's ethereal scorn.
'Tis true they shut me in the cold, but then themselves were warm, and could not know the feeling 'twas. Forget it, Lord of them. Let not my witness hinder them in heavenly esteem. No paradise could be conferred through their beloved blame. The harm they did was short in sins. Myself who bore it, do forgive them, even as myself, or else forgive not me.
The province of the saved should be the art to save, through skill obtained in themselves, the science of the grave. No man can understand but he that hath endured the dissolution in himself, that man be qualified. To qualify despair to those who failing you, mistake defeat for death each time, till acclimated to.
Power in my hand, and went against the world. 'Twas not so much as David had, but I was twice as bold. I aimed my pebble, but myself was all the one that fell. Was it Goliath was too large, or was myself too small?
Some such butterfly be seen on Brazilian pampas, just at noon, no later, sweet, then the license closes. Some such spice express and pass, subject to your plucking, as the stars you knew last night, foreigners this morning.
I had no cause to be awake, my best was gone to sleep, and morn a new politeness took and failed to wake them up, but called the others clear and passed their curtains by. Sweet morning, when I oversleep, knock, recollect to me. I looked at sunrise once, and then I looked at them, and wishfulness in me arose for circumstance the same. 'Twas such an ample peace, I could not hold a sigh. 'Twas Sabbath when the bells divorced, 'twas sunset all the day. So choosing but a gown and taking but a prayer, the only raiment I should need, I struggled and was there.
I fear a man of frugal speech. I fear a silent man. Haranguer I can overtake, or babbler entertain. But he who weigheth while the rest expend the furthest pond, of this man I am wary. I fear that he is grand.
Rehearsal to ourselves of a withdrawn delight affords a bliss like murder, omnipotent, acute. We will not drop the dirk, because we love the wound the dirk commemorate. itself remind us that we died.
The martyr poets did not tune, but wrought their pang in syllable, that when their mortal name be known, their mortal fate encourage some. The martyr painters never spoke, bequeathing rather to their work that when their conscious fingers cease, some seek in art the art of peace.
I cross till I am weary, a mountain in my mind. More mountains, then a sea, more seas, and then a desert find. And my horizon blocks with steady, grifting grains of unconjectured quantity, as Asiatic rains. Not this defeat my pace, it hinder from the west, but as an enemy's salute, one hurrying to rest. What merit had the goal, except there intervene faint doubt, and far competitor to jeopardize the game? At last, the grace in sight, I shout unto my feet, I offer them the whole of heaven the instant that we meet. They strive and yet delay, they perish. Do we die, or is this death experiment reversed in victory?
Answer July, where is the bee? Where is the blush? Where is the hay? Ah, said July, where is the seed? Where is the bud? Where is the May? Answer thee, me. Nay, said the May, show me the snow, show me the bells, show me the jay. Quibbled the jay, where be the maize? Where be the haze? Where be the burr? Here, said the year.
There is a shame of nobleness confronting sudden pelf, a finer shame of ecstasy convicted of itself. A best disgrace a brave man feels, acknowledged of the brave. One more ye blessed to be told, but that's behind the grave.
And ignorance a sunset confer upon the eye of territory, color, circumference, decay. Its amber revelation exhilarate, debase, omnipotence inspection of our inferior face. And when the solemn features confirm in victory, we start as if detected in immortality.
One crucifixion is recorded only. How many be is not affirmed of mathematics or history. One Calvary exhibited to stranger, as many be as persons or peninsulas. Gethsemane is but a province in the being's center, Judea, for journey or crusades achieving too near. Our Lord, indeed, made compound witness, and yet there's nearer crucifixion than that.
One crucifixion is recorded only. Oh, yeah. He threw it to me, so yeah. 318. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Right here, the sweetest hairs.
Okay. Go ahead.
The sweetest heresy, that man and woman know each other's convert, though the faith accommodate but two, the churches are so frequent, the ritual so small, the grace so unavoidable, to fail is infidel.
Take your heaven further on. This to heaven divine has gone. Had you earlier blundered in, possibly even you had seen an eternity. Put on now to ring a door beyond is the utmost of your hand. To the skies apologize, nearer to your courtesies than this sufferer polite, dressed to meet you, see in white.
The sole superior instants occur to her alone, when friend and earth's occasion have infinite withdrawn, or she herself ascended to too remote a height for lower recognition than her omnipotent. This mortal abolition is seldom but as fair as apparition, subject to autocratic air. Eternity's disclosure to a revering eye of the colossal substance of immortality.
Me, prove it now, whoever doubt, me stop to prove it now. Make haste, the scruple, death be scant for opportunity. The river reaches to my feet, as yet my heart be dry. Oh, lover life could not convince, might death enable thee. The river reaches to my breast, still, still, my hands above, proclaim with their remaining might, dost recognize the love? The river reaches to my mouth. Remember when the sea swept by my searching eyes, the last themselves were quick with thee.
To lose one's faith surpass the loss of an estate, because estates can be replenished, faith cannot. Inherited with life, belief but once can be, annihilate a single clause in being's beggary.
I saw no way the heavens were stitched. I felt the columns close. The earth reversed her hemispheres. I touched the universe. And back it slid, and I alone, a speck upon a ball, went out upon circumference beyond the dip of Bell.
Had I presumed to hope, the loss had been to me a value for the greatness' sake, as giants gone away. Had I presumed to gain a favor so remote, the failure but confirmed the grace in further infinite. 'Tis failure not of hope, but confident despair, advancing on celestial lists with faint terrestrial power. 'Tis honor, though I die, for that no man obtain, till he be justified by death. This is the second gain.
Sweet, you forgot, but I remembered, every time for two, so that the sum be never hindered through decay of you. Say I erred, accuse my farthings, blame my little hand, happy it be for you, a beggar's seeking more to spend. Just to be rich, to waste my guinea on so best a heart, just to be poor for barefoot vision, you, sweet, shut me out.
It struck me every day. The lightning was as new as if the cloud that instant slit and let the fire through. It burned me in the night. It blistered to my dream. It sickened fresh upon my sight with every morn that came. I thought that storm was brief, the maddest, quickest by, but nature lost the date of this and left it in the sky.
I went to thank her, but she slept, her bed a funneled stone, with nosegays at the head and foot that travelers had thrown. Who went to thank her, but she slept. 'Twas short to cross the sea, to look upon her like alive, but turning back, 'twas slow.
The future never spoke, nor will he, like the dumb report, by sign a circumstance of his profound to come. But when the news be ripe, present it in the act, forestalling preparation, escape or substitute. Indifferent to him the dower as the doom, his office but to execute fate's telegram to him.
I gained it so by climbing slow, by catching at the twigs that grow between the bliss and me. It hung so high as well the sky. Attempted by strategy, I said I gained it, this was all. Look how I clutch it, lest it fall. and I a pauper so go, unfitted by an instant's grace, for the contented beggar's face I wore an hour ago.
Death sets a thing significant the eye had hurried by, except a perished creature, and treat us tenderly to ponder little workmanships in crayon or in wool, with "this was last her fingers did," industrious until the thimble weighed too heavy, the stitches stopped themselves, and then 'twas put among the dust upon the closet shelves. A book I have, a friend gave, whose pencil here and there had notched the place that pleased him. At rest his fingers are. Now when I read not, for interrupting tears obliterate the etching, too costly for repairs.
What I can do, I will, though it be little as a daffodil. That I cannot must be unknown to possibility.
There is a flower that bees prefer and butterflies desire. To gain the purple democrat, the hummingbird aspire. And whatsoever insect pass, a honey bear away, proportioned to his several dearth and her capacity. Her face be rounder than the moon and ruddier than the gown of orchis in the pasture, or rhododendron worn. She doth not wait for June before the world be green, her sturdy little countenance against the wind be seen, contending with the grass, near kinsman to herself, for privilege of sod and sun, sweet litigants for life. And when the hills be full and newer fashions blow, doth not retract a single spice for pang of jealousy. Her public be the noon, her providence the sun, her progress by the bee proclaimed in sovereign, swerveless tune. The bravest of the host, surrendering the last, nor even of defeat aware when canceled by the frost.
A secret told ceases to be a secret, then a secret thatched in the palm of one. Better of it continually be afraid than itch, and whom you told it to beside.
For death, or rather for the things 'twould buy, this put away life's opportunity. The things that death will buy are room, escape from circumstances, and a name. With gifts of life, how death's gifts may compare, we know not, for the rates lie here.
Exhilaration is within. There can no outer wine so royally intoxicate as that diviner brand. The soul achieves herself. To drink or set away for visitor or sacrament, 'tis not of holiday. To stimulate a man who hath the ample rhyme within his closet, best you can exhale in offering.
'Tis one by one the Father counts, and then a track between set cipherless, to each the eye the value of its 10. Until the peevish student acquire the quick of skill, then numerals are dowered back, adorning all rule. 'Tis mostly slate and pencil, and darkness on the school distracts the children's fingers. Still, the eternal rule regards these cipherer alike, the leader of the band, and every separate urchin's sum is fashioned for his hand.
To fill a gap, insert the thing that caused it. Black it up with other, and 'twill yawn the more. You cannot solder an abyss with air.
I've seen a dying eye run round and round a room in search of something, as it seemed, then cloudier become, and then obscure with fog, and then be soldered down without disclosing what it be 'twere blessed to have seen.
No rat can torture me. My soul at liberty behind this mortal bone, there knits a bolder one. You cannot prick with saw, or pierce with scimitar. Two bodies, therefore, bind one, the other fly. No eagle of his nest, no easier divest to gain the sky than mayest thou. Except thyself may be thine enemy. Captivity is consciousness. So's liberty.
Death is potential to that man who dies and to his friend. Beyond that, unconspicuous to anyone but God. Of these two, God remembers the longest, for the friend is integral and therefore itself dissolved of God.
Smiling back from coronation may be luxury on the heads that started with us, beauty's peasantry, recognizing in procession ones we former knew, when ourselves were also dusty centuries ago. Had the triumph no conviction of how many be, stimulated by the contrast unto misery?
That I did always love, I bring thee proof, that till I loved, I never lived enough. That I shall love alway, I argue thee, that love is life, and life hath immortality. This dost thou doubt, sweet? Then have I nothing to show but Calvary.
Triumph may be of several kinds. There's triumph in the room when that old imperator, death, by faith be overcome. There's triumph of the finer mind when truth, affronted long, advance unmoved to her supreme, her God, her only throng. A triumph when temptation's bribe be slowly handed back, one eye upon the heaven renounced, and one upon the rack. Severe triumph by himself experienced, who pass acquitted from that naked bar, Jehovah's countenance.
Don't put up my thread and needle. I'll begin to sew when the birds begin to whistle. Better stitches sew. These were bent, my sight got crooked. When my mind is plain, I'll do seams a queen's endeavor would not blush to own. Hems too fine for ladies tracing to the sightless knot, tucks of dainty interspersion like a dotted dot. Leave my needle in the furrow where I put it down. I can make the zigzag stitches straight when I am strong. Till then, dreaming I am sewing, fetch the seam I missed. Closer, so I at my sleeping still surmise I stitch.
So that I can live without, I love thee, and how well is that? As well as Jesus, prove it to me, that he loved me as I love thee.
At leisure is the soul that gets a staggering blow, the width of life before it spreads, without a thing to do. It begs you give it work, but just the placing pins, or humblest patchwork children do, to still its noisy hands.
Sweet, safe houses, glad, gay houses, sealed so stately tight, lids of steel on lids of marble, locking bare feet out. Brooks of plush and banks of satin not so softly fall as the laughter and the whisper from their people curl. No bald death affront their parlors, no bold sickness come to deface their stately treasures, anguish, and the tomb. Hum by in muffled coaches, lest they wonder why any but the press of smiling interrupt to die.
Glee The great storm is over. 4 have recovered the land. 40 gone down together into the boiling sand. Ring for the scant salvation. Toll for the bonny souls, neighbor and friend and bridegroom spinning upon the shoals. How they will tell the story when winter shake the door, till the children urge, but the 40, did they come back no more? Then a silence suffused the story, and a softness the teller's eye, and the children no further question, and only the sea reply.
It makes no difference abroad, the seasons fit the same. The mornings blossom into noons and split their pods of flame. Wild flowers kindle in the woods, the brooks slam all the day. No blackbird baits his banjo for passing Calvary. Auto da fe and judgment are nothing to the bee. His separation from his rose to him sums misery.
I asked no other thing, no other was denied. I offered being for it. The mighty merchant sneered. Brazil, he twirled a button, without a glance my way. But, madam, is there nothing else that we can show today?
To know just how he suffered would be dear. To know if any human eyes were near to whom he could entrust his wavering gaze until it settled broad on paradise. To know if he was patient, part content, was dying as he thought, or different. Was it a pleasant day to die? And did the sunshine face his way? What was his furthest mind of home or God? Or what the distance say that news that he ceased human nature such a day? And wishes, had he any? Just his sigh, accented, had been legible to me. And was he confident until ill fluttered out in everlasting well? And if he spoke, what name was best? What last? What one broke off with at the drowsiest? Was he afraid or tranquil? Might he know how consciousness would grow? Till love that was, and love too best to be, meet at the junction of eternity.
It was too late for man, but early yet for God. Creation impotent to help, but prayer remained on our side. How excellent the heaven when earth cannot be had. How hospitable then the face of our old neighbor, God.
Forever is composed of nows. 'Tis not a different time except for infiniteness and latitude of home. From this experienced here remove the dates, to these let months dissolve in further months, and years exhale in years. Without debate or pause or celebrated days, no different our years would be from Anno Dominis.
'Twas a long parting, but the time for interview had come before the judgment seat of God, the last and second time these fleshless lovers met. A heaven in a gaze, a heaven of heavens, the privilege of one another's eyes, no lifetime set on them, apparelled as the new unborn, except they had beheld born infiniter, now was bridal air like this, a paradise, the host and cherubim and seraphim, the unobtrusive guest.
Only God detect the sorrow, only God, the Jehovahs are no babblers unto God. God the Son, confided, still secure. God the Spirit's honor, just as sure.
Like eyes that looked on waters, incredulous of aught but blank and steady wilderness, diversified by night. just infinites of naught, as far as I could see. So I looked, the face I looked upon, so looked itself on me. I offered it no help because the cause was mine, the misery a compact as hopeless as divine. Neither would be absolved, neither would be a queen without the other. Therefore, we perish though we reign.
A truth upon our peace, the peace cannot deface, then wherefore be the truth, to violize the grace. The heaven hath the hell, itself to signalize, and every sign before the place is lit with sacrifice.
I know where wells grow, droughtless wells, deep dug for summer days, where mosses go no more away, and pebble safely plays. It's made of fathoms and a belt of jagged stone, inlaid with emerald halfway down, and diamonds jumbled on. It has no bucket, were I rich a bucket I would buy. I'm often thirsty, but my lips are so high up, you see. I read in an old-fashioned book that people thirst no more. The wells have buckets to them there. It must mean that, I'm sure. Shall we remember parching, then? Those waters sound so grand. I think a little well like mine, dearer to understand.
The tint I cannot take is best, the color too remote that I could show it in bazaar, a guinea, at a sight. The fine impalpable array that swaggers on the eye, like Cleopatra's company, repeated in the sky. The moments of dominion that happen on the soul and leave it with a discontent too exquisite to tell. The eager look on landscapes as if they just repressed some secret that was pushing like chariots in the vest. The pleading of the summer, that other prank of snow that cushions mystery with tulle for fear the squirrels know. Their graspless manners mock us until the cheated eye shuts arrogantly in the grave. Another way to see.
A wife at daybreak I shall be. Sunrise, hast thou a flag for me? At midnight I'm yet a maid. How short it takes to make a bride. Then midnight I have passed from thee unto the east and victory. Midnight, good night, I hear them call. The angels bustle in the hall. Softly my future climbs the stair. I fumble at my childhood's prayer. So soon a child to be, no more. Eternity, I'm coming, sir. Master, I've seen the face before.
Why make it doubt? It hurts it so. So sick to guess, so strong to know, so brave upon its little bed. To tell the very last they said unto itself and smile and shake for the fear or for the dear, distant, dangerous sake. But instead the pinching fear that something it did do or dare offend the vision and it flee, and they no more remember me, nor ever turn to tell me why, O Master, this is misery.
I live with him, I see his face, I go no more away for visitor or sundown. Death's single privacy, the only one forestalling mine, and that by right that he presents a claim invisible, no wedlock granted me. I live with him, I hear his voice, I stand alive today to witness to the certainty of immortality, taught me by time the lower way, conviction every day that life like this is stopless, be judgment what it may.
The power to be true to you, upon my face the judgment push his picture, presumptuous of your place. Of this could man deprive me himself, the heaven excel, whose invitation yours reduced until it showed too small.
The way I read a letter is this. 'Tis first I lock the door and push it with my fingers. Next, for transport to be sure. And then I go the furthest off to counteract a knock, then draw my little letter forth and slowly pick the lock. Then glancing narrow at the wall and narrow at the floor, nor firm conviction of a mouse, nor exercised before, peruse how infinite I am, to know one that you know, and sigh for lack of heaven, but not the heaven God bestow.
The child's faith is new, whole like his principle, wide like the sunrise on fresh eyes. Never had a doubt, laughs at a scruple, believes all sham but paradise. Credits the world, deems his dominion broadest at sovereignties, and Caesar mean in the comparison, baseless emperor, ruler of naught, yet swaying all. Grown by and by to hold mistaken his pretty estimates of prickly things, he gains the skill, sorrowful as certain men, to anticipate instead of kings.
Except the heaven had come so near, so seemed to choose my door. The distance would not haunt me so, I had not hoped before. But just to hear the grace depart, I never thought to see, afflicts me with a double loss. 'Tis lost, and lost to me.
To my small hearth his fire came, and all my house aglow did fan and rock with sudden light. 'Twas sunrise, 'twas the sky, empaneled for my summer brief, with limit of decay. 'Twas noon, without the news of night. Nay, nature, it was day.
My portion is defeat today, a paler luck than victory, less paeans, fewer bells. The drums don't follow me with tunes. Defeat, a somewhat slower means, more arduous than balls. 'Tis populous with bone and stain, and men too straight to stoop again, and piles of solid moan, and chips of blank in boyish eyes, and scraps of prayer, and death's surprise stamped visible in stone. There's somewhat prouder over there, the trumpets tell it to the air, how different victory to him who has it, and the one who to have had it would have been contenteder to die.
I am ashamed, I hide. What right have I to be a bride? So late a dowerless girl, nowhere to hide my dazzled face, no one to teach me that new grace, nor introduce my soul. Me to adorn, how, tell, trinket to make me beautiful, fabrics of cashmere, never a gown of dun more, raiment instead of pompadour for me, my soul to wear. Fingers to frame my round hair, oval as feudal ladies wore. Far fashions fair, skill to hold my brow like an earl, plead like a whippoorwill, prove like a pearl. Then for character, fashion my spirit quaint, white, quick like a liquor, gay like light. Bring me my best pride, no more ashamed, no more to hide. Meek, let it be too proud for pride. Baptized this day, a bride.
I cannot live without you. It would be life, and life is over there, behind the shelf. The sexton keeps the keys to putting up our life, his porcelain like a cup. Discarded of the housewife, quaint or broke, a newer serves please, old ones crack. I cannot die with you, for one must wait to shut the other's gaze down. You could not. And could I stand by and see you freeze without my right of frost, death's privilege? Nor could I rise with you, because your face will put out Jesus, the new grace, glow plain and foreign on my homesick eye, except that you, then he, shone closer by. They judge us how, for you served heaven, you know, or sought true I could not, because your saturated sight, and I have no more eyes for sordid excellence as paradise. And were you lost, I would be, though my name rang loudest on the heavenly fame. And were you saved, and I condemned to be, were you not that self were held to me? So we must meet apart, you there, I here, with the door ajar, that ocean's hour and prayer, and that white sustenance despair.
Size circumscribes, it has no room for petty furniture. The giant tolerates no gnat for ease of gianture, repudiates it all the more because intrinsic size ignores the possibility of calumnies or flies.
They put us far apart, as separate as sea, and her unsown peninsula we signified these see. They took away our eyes, they thwarted us with guns. I see thee, each responded straight through telegraphic signs. With dungeons they devised, but through their thickest skill and their opacest adamant, our souls saw just as well. They summoned us to die. With sweet alacrity, we stood upon our stapled feet, condemned but just to see. Permission to recant, permission to forget. We turned our backs upon the sun, for perjury of that. Not either noticed death. Of paradise aware, each other's face was all the disk each other's setting saw.
Me for myself to banish, had I art, invincible my fortress, unto all heart. But since myself assault me, how have I peace by subjugating consciousness? And since we're mutual monarch, how this be except by abdication me of me?
Doom is the house without the door. 'Tis entered from the sun, and then the ladder's thrown away because escape is done. 'Tis varied by the dream of what they do outside, where squirrels play and berries die, and hemlocks bow to God.
I should have been too glad, I see, too lifted for the scant decree of life's penurious round. My little circuit would have shamed the new circumference, have blamed the homelier time behind. I should have been too saved, I see, too rescued, fear too dim to me, that I could spell the prayer I knew so perfect yesterday, that scalding one, Sabachthani, recited fluent here. Earth would have been too much, I see, and heaven not enough for me. I should have had the joy without the fear to justify the palm without the Calvary. So, Savior, crucify. Defeat wets victory, they say, the reefs in old Gethsemane, and dear the shore beyond. 'Tis beggars, banquets best define, 'tis thirsting, vitalizes wine, faith bleats to understand.
I meant to have but modest needs, such as content and heaven. Within my income these could lie, and life and I keep even. But since the last included both, it would suffice my prayer but just for one to stipulate, and grace would grant the pair. And so, upon this wise, I prayed, Great Spirit, give to me a heaven not so large as yours, but large enough for me. A smile suffused Jehovah's face. The cherubim withdrew. Grave saints stole out to look at me and showed their dimples too. I left the place with all my might. I threw my prayer away. The quiet ages picked it up, and judgment twinkled too, that one so honest be extant, it take the tale for true, that whatsoever ye shall ask, itself be given you. But I, grown shrewder, scanned the skies with a suspicious air, as children, swindled for the first, all swindlers be, infer.
I could suffice for him, I knew, he could suffice for me. Yet hesitating fractions both surveyed infinity. Would I be whole, he sudden broached, my syllable rebelled. 'Twas face to face with nature, forced. 'Twas face to face with God. Withdrew the sun to other wests, withdrew the furthest star before decision stooped to speak, and then be audibler. The answer of the sea unto the motion of the moon, herself adjust her tides unto, could I do else with mine?
You left me, sire, 2 legacies. A legacy of love a heavenly Father would suffice, had he the offer of. You left me boundaries of pain, capacious as the sea, between eternity and time, your consciousness and me. No man can compass a despair, as round a goalless road, no faster than a mile at once the traveler proceed. Unconscious of the width, unconscious of the sun, be setting on his progress, so accurate the one. And estimating pain, whose own has just begun, his ignorance the angel that pilot him along.
Bereavement in their depth to feel, whom we have never seen, a vital kinsmanship import, our souls and theirs between. For strangers do not mourn, there be immortal friends, whom death see first, 'tis news of this, that paralyze ourselves, who vital only to our only thought, such presence bear away, in dying 'tis as if our souls absconded suddenly.
I think to live may be a bliss to those who dare to try, beyond my limit to conceive, my lips to testify. I think the heart I former wore could widen, till to me the other, like the little bank appear unto the sea. I think the days could ever one in ordination stand, and majesty be easier than an inferior kind. No numb alarm, lest difference come, no goblin on the bloom, nor stars and apprehensions fair, nor bankruptcy, no doom, but certainties of sun, in summer in the mind, a steadfast south upon the soul, her polar time behind. The vision, pondered long, so plausible becomes that I esteem the fiction real, the real fictitious seems. How bountiful the dream, what plenty it would be had all my life but been mistake just rectified in thee.
A little road not made of man, enabled of the eye, accessible to fill of bee or cart of butterfly. If town it have beyond itself, 'tis that I cannot say. I only know no curricle that rumble there, bear me.
Her sweet turn to leave the homestead came the darker way. Carriages, be sure, and guests true, but for holiday 'twas more pitiful endeavor than did loaded sea or the curls attempt to caper. It had cast away. Never bride had such assembling, never kinsman kneeled to salute so fair a forehead. Garland be indeed. Fitter feet of her before us than whatever brow, art of snow or trick of lily, possibly bestow of her father. Whoso asks her, he shall seek as high as the palm that served the desert to obtain the sky. Distance be her only motion, if 'tis nay or yes,
acquiescence or demurral, whosoever guess. He must pass the crystal angle that obscure her face. He must have achieved in person equal paradise.
Pain has an element of blank. It cannot recollect when it begun, or if there were a time when it was not. It has no future but itself. Its infinite contain its past, enlightened to perceive new periods of pain.
So much summer me for showing illegitimate. Would a smile's minute bestowing too exorbitant? To the lady with the guinea, look, if she should know crumb of mine, a robin's larder would suffice to stow.
Promise this when you be dying, some shall summon me. Mine belong your latest sighing, mine to belt your eye. Not with coins, though they be minted from an emperor's hand. Be my lips the only buckle your low eyes demand. Mine to stay when all have wandered, to devise once more if the life be too surrendered, life of mine, restorer. Poured like this my whole libation, just that you should see bliss of death, life's bliss extol through imitating you. Mine to guard your narrow precinct, to seduce the sun, longest on your south to linger largest dews of morn. To demand in your low favor, lest the jealous grass, greener lean, or fonder cluster round some other face. Mine to supplicate Madonna, if Madonna be, could behold so far a creature, Christ omitted me. Just to follow your dear feature, ne'er so far behind, for my heaven, had I not been most enough denied.
I had no time to hate, because the grave would hinder me, and life was not so ample I could finish amidst. Nor had I time to love, but since some industry must be, the little toil of love I thought to be large enough for me.
My life had stood a loaded gun in corners till a day. The owner passed, identified, and carried me away. And now we roam in sovereign woods, and now we hunt the doe. And every time I speak for him, the mountains straight reply. And I do smile such cordial light upon the valley glow. It is as a Vesuvian face had let its pleasure through. And when at night, our good day done, I guard my master's head, 'tis better than the eider duck's deep pillow to have shared. To foe of his I'm deadly foe, none stir the second time, on whom I lay a yellow eye, or an emphatic thumb. Though I than he may longer live, he longer must than I, for I have but the power to kill, without the power to die.
Amen and amen. I'm just kidding. The sunrise runs for both. The east, her purple trail, keeps with the hill. The noon unwinds her blue, till one breadth cover two, remotest still. Nor does the night forget a lamp for each to set. Wicks wide away, the north her blazing sign erects and in iodine, till both can see. The midnight's dusky arms clasp hemispheres and homes, and so upon her bosom, one and one upon her hem, both lie.
No bobolink reverse his singing when the only tree ever he minded occupying by the farmer bee clove to the root, his spacious future, best horizon gone, brave bobbling. Whose music be his only anodyne?
What blessing had I than the rest, so larger to my eyes that I stopped gauging satisfied for this enchanted size? It was the limit of my dream, the focus of my prayer, a perfect paralyzing bliss, contented as despair. I knew no more of want or cold, phantasms both become, for this new value in the soul, supremest earthly sum. The heaven below, the heaven above, obscured with ruddier blue, life's latitudes lent over, full, the judgment perished too. Why bliss so scantily disperse? Why paradise defer? Why floods be served to us in bowls? I speculate no more.
Victory comes late and is held low to freezing lips, too wrapped with frost to take it. How sweet it would have tasted, just a drop. Was God so economical? His table spread too high for us, unless we dine on tiptoe. Crumbs fit such little mouths, cherries suit robins, the eagle's golden breakfast strangles them. God keep his oath to sparrows, who of little love know how to starve.
The mountains grow unnoticed. Their purple figures rise without attempt, exhaustion, assistance, or applause. In their eternal faces, the sun, with just delight, looks long and last and golden for fellowship at night.
These saw visions, latched them softly. These held dimples, smoothed them slow. This addressed departing accents, quick, sweet mouth to miss thee so. This we stroked, unnumbered, satin. These we held among our own, fingers of the slim aurora, not so arrogant this noon. These adjust that ran to meet us, pearl for stocking, pearl for shoe. Paradise the only palace fit for her reception now.
Strong draughts of their refreshing minds to drink enables mine, through desert or the wilderness, as bore it sealed wine, to go elastic, or as one the camel's trait attained, how powerful the stimulus of an hermetic mind.
We miss her not because we see the absence of an eye, except its mind accompany. A bridge society, as slightly as the roots of stars ourselves, asleep below, we know that their superior eyes include us as they go.
Essential oils are wrung, the altar from the rose, be not expressed by suns alone. It is the gift of screws. The general rose decay, but this in lady's drawer makes summer when the lady lie in ceaseless rosemary.
The sun kept setting still, no hue of afternoon. Upon the village I perceived, from house to house was noon. The dusk kept dropping still, no dew upon the grass, but only on my forehead stopped and wandered in my face. My feet kept drowsing still, my fingers were awake. Yet why so little sound? Myself unto my seeming make. How well I knew the light before, I could not see it now. 'Tis dying I am doing, but I'm not afraid to know.
Shells from the coast mistaking, I cherish them for all, happening in after ages to entertain a pearl. Wherefore so late, I murmured, my need for thee be done. Therefore the pearl responded, my period begun.
The heaven vests for each in that small deity, it craved the grace to worship Some bashful summer's day, half shrinking from the glory, its opportune importune, it importune to see, till these faint tabernacles drop in full eternity. How imminent the venture, as one should sue a star, for his mean's sake to leave the row and entertain despair. A clemency so common we almost cease to fear, enabling the minutest and furthest to adore.
The spirit is the conscious ear we actually hear when we inspect that's audible, that is admitted here. For other services, as sound, there hangs a smaller ear outside the castle that contain the other only here.
If he were living, dare I ask, and how if he be dead? And so around the words I went of meeting them, afraid. I hinted changes, lapse of time, the surfaces of years. I touched with caution, lest they crack and show me to my fears. Reverted to adjoining lives, adroitly turning out wherever I suspected graves. 'Twas prudenter, I thought. And he I pushed with sudden force in face of the suspense, was buried. He, my life just holds the trench.
As if the sea should part and show a further sea, and that a further, and the three but a presumption be, periods of seas, unvisited of shores, themselves the verge of seas to be, eternity is those.
Nature is what we see, the hill, the afternoon, squirrel, eclipse, the bumblebee. Nay, nature is heaven. Nature is what we hear, the bobolink, the sea, thunder, the cricket. Nay, nature is harmony. Nature is what we know, but have no art to say. So impotent our wisdom is to her sincerity.
Upon concluded lives, there's nothing cooler falls than life's sweet calculations, the mixing bells and palls. Makes lacerating tune to ears the dying side. 'Tis coronal and funeral, saluting in the road.
Hath any like myself investigated March, new houses on the hill descried, and possibly a church, that were not, we are sure, as lately as the snow, and are today, if they exist, though how many may this be so? Hath any like myself conjectured who may be the occupants of the abodes so easily to the sky? 'Twould seem that God should be the nearest neighbors to, and heaven a convenient grace for show or company. Hath any like myself preserved the charm secure, but shunning carefully the place all seasons of the year, excepting March, this then my villages have seen, and possibly a steeple not afterward by men.
Each life converges to some center, expressed or still, exists in every human nature, a goal, embodied scarcely to itself, it may be, too fair for credibility's presumption to mar. Adored with caution as a brittle heaven, to reach were hopeless as the rainbow's raiment to touch, yet persevered toward, surer for the distance, how high, unto the saints' slow diligence, the sky. Ungained, it may be, by a life's low venture, but then eternity enable the endeavoring again.
Their height in heaven comforts not, their glory not to me. 'Twas best imperfect as it was. I'm finite, I can't see. The house of supposition the glimmering frontier that skirts the acres of perhaps, to me, shows insecure. The wealth I had contented me. If 'twas a meaner size, then I had counted it until it pleased my narrow eyes. Better than larger values that show, however true, this timid life of evidence keeps pleading, I don't know.
I could bring you jewels had I a mind to, but you have enough of those. I could bring you odors from St. Domingo, colors from Veracruz. Berries of the Bahamas have I, but this little blaze flickering to itself in the meadow suits me more than those. Never a fellow matched this topaz and his emeralds swing. Dower itself for a bobadillo, better could I bring.
Life is what we make it. Death we do not know. Christ's acquaintance with him justify him, though he would trust no stranger, other could betray. Just his own endorsement, that sufficeth me. All the other distance he hath traversed first. No new mile remaineth, far as paradise. His sure foot preceding, tender pioneer. Base must be the coward, dare not venture now.
The judge is like the owl, I've heard my father tell, and owls do build in oaks. So here's an amber sill that's slanted in my path when going to the barn, and if it serve you for a house, itself is not in vain. About the price, 'tis small. I only ask a tune at midnight. Let the owl select his favorite refrain.
The props assist the house until the house is built, and then the props withdraw and adequate erect. The house support itself and cease to recollect the scaffold and the carpenter. Just such a retrospect hath the perfected life, a past of plank and nail and slowness, then the stagings drop, affirming it a soul.
You've seen balloons set, haven't you? So stately they ascend. It is as swans discarded you for duty's diamond. Their liquid feet go softly out upon a sea of blonde. They spurn the air as 'twere too mean for creatures so renowned. Their ribbons just beyond the eye, they struggle, some for breath, and yet the crowd applaud below. They would not encore death. The gilded creature strains and spins, trips frantic in a tree, tears open her imperial veins and tumbles in the sea. The crowd retire with an oath, the dust in streets go down, and clerks in counting rooms observe 'twas only a balloon.
The zeros taught us phosphorus. We learned to like the fire by handling glaciers. When a boy, and tinder guessed by power, of opposite to equal ought, eclipses, suns imply paralysis, our primer dumb unto fatality.
A thought went up my mind today that I have had before, but did not finish some way back. I could not fix the year, nor where it went, nor why it came the second time to me, nor definitely what it was have I the art to say. But somewhere in my soul, I know I've met the thing before. It just reminded me 'twas all and came my way no more.
The love of life can show below is but a filament, I know. That diviner thing that faints upon the face of noon and smites the tinder in the sun and hinders Gabriel's wing. 'Tis this in music hints and sways, and far abroad on summer days distills uncertain pain. 'Tis this enamors in the east and tints the transit of the west with harrowing iodine. 'Tis this invites, appalls, endows, flits, glimmers, proves, dissolves, returns, suggests, convicts, and chance then flings in paradise.
A first mute coming in the stranger's house, a first fair going when the bells rejoice, a first exchange of what hath mingled been for lot, exhibited to faith alone.
Out of sight, what of that? See the bird, reach it. Curve by curve, sweep by sweep, round the steep air. Danger, what is that to her? Better just to fail there than debate here. Blue is blue the world through. Amber, amber, do. Seek, friend, and see. Heaven is shy of earth, that's all. Bashful heaven, thy lovers small, hide too from thee.
No matter now, sweet, but when I'm Earl, won't you wish you'd spoken to that dull girl? Trivial a word, just trivial a smile, but won't you wish you'd spared one when I'm Earl? I shan't need it then, crests will do, eagles on my buckles, on my belt too. Ermine, my familiar gown, say, sweet, then, won't you wish you'd smiled just me upon?
The moon was but a chin of gold a night or two ago, and now she turns her perfect face upon the world below. Her forehead is of amplest blonde, her cheek a beryl hewn, her eye unto the summer dew, the likest I have known. Her lips of amber never part, but what must be the smile upon her friend she could confer, were such her silver will. And what a privilege to be but the remotest star, for certainty she take her way beside your palace door. Her bonnet is the firmament, the universe her shoe, the stars, the trinkets at her belt, her dimities of blue.
You said that I was great one day, then great it be, if that please thee, or small, or any size at all, nay, I'm the size suit thee. Tall, like the stag, would that? Or lower, like the wren, or other heights of other ones I've seen? Tell which, it's dull to guess, and I must be rhinoceros or mouse at once for thee. So say, if queen it be, or page, please thee, I'm that, or naught, or other thing, if other thing there be. With justice stipulous, I suit thee.
I many times thought peace had come, when peace was far away, as wrecked men deem they sight the land at center of the sea, and struggle slacker, but to prove, as hopelessly as I, how many the fictitious shores of any harbor be.
No other can reduce our mortal consequence, like the remembering it be not, a period from hence, but contemplation for contemporaneous naught, our mutual fame that haply Jehovah recollect. No other can exalt our mortal consequence, like the remembering it exist, a period from hence, invited from itself to the Creator's house, to tarry an eternity, his shortest consciousness.
Joy to have merited the pain, to merit the release. Joy to have perished every step, to compass paradise. Pardon to look upon thy face with those old-fashioned eyes, better than new could be for that, though bought in paradise. Because they looked on thee before, and thou hast looked on them. Prove me my hazel witnesses, the features are the same. So fleet thou wert when present, so infinite when gone, an Orient's apparition remanded on the morn. The high I recollect was even with the hills, the depth upon my soul was not, as floods on whites of wheels. Too hot, till time have dropped, this last decade away, and haunt and actualize to last, at least, eternity.
Bound a trouble, and lives will bear it. Circumscription enables woe. Still, to anticipate were no limit. Who were sufficient to misery? State it in the ages to a cipher, and it will ache contented on. Sing, and its pain as any workman, notching the fall of the even sun.
On a columnar self, how ample to rely. In tumult or extremity, how good the certainty. That lever cannot pry, and wedge cannot divide. Conviction, that granite base, though none be on our side, suffices for a crowd, ourself and rectitude, and that assembly not far off from furthest spirit of God.
Nature, the gentlest mother is, impatient of no child, the feeblest or the waywardest, for admonition mild. In forest and the hill by traveler be heard, restraining rampant squirrel or too impetuous bird. How fair her conversation a summer afternoon, her household, her assembly, and when the sun go down, her voice among the isles incite the timid prayer of the minutest cricket. The most unworthy flower, when all the children sleep, she turns as long away as will suffice to light her lamps. Then bending from the sky with infinite affection and infiniter care, her golden finger on her lip wills silence everywhere.
No prisoner be, where liberty himself abide with thee.
Good night. Which put the candle out? A jealous zephyr, not a doubt. Ah, friend, you little knew how long at that celestial wick the angels labored diligent, extinguished now for you. It might have been the lighthouse spark some sailor rowing in the dark had importuned to see. It might have been the waning lamp that lit the drummer from the camp to purer reveille.
Behind me dips eternity, before me immortality, myself the term between, death but the drift of eastern gray, dissolving into dawn away before the west begin. 'Tis kingdoms afterward, they say, in perfect pauseless monarchy, whose prince is son of none himself, his dateless dynasty himself diversify in duplicate divine. 'Tis miracle before me then, 'tis miracle behind, between, a crescent in the sea, with midnight to the north of her, and midnight to the south of her, and maelstrom in the sky.
She dwelleth in the ground where daffodils abide, her maker, her metropolis, the universe, her maid, to fetch her grace and hue and fairness and renown, the firmaments to pluck her and fetch her thee, be mine.
Sweet mountains, ye tell me no lie, never deny me, never fly. Those same unwavering eyes turn on me when I fail or feign or take the royal names in vain. Their far, slow, violet gaze. My strong Madonnas cherish still the wayward nun beneath the hill, whose service is to you her latest worship when the day fades from the firmament away to lift her brows on you.
It tossed and tossed, a little brig I knew, o'ertook by blast, it spun and groped delirious for morn. It slipped and slipped, as one that drunken stepped, its right foot tripped, then dropped from sight. Ah, brig, good night, to crew and you, to ocean's heart too smooth, too blue, to break for you.
It's easy to invent a life. God does it every day. Creation but the gamble of his authority. It's easy to efface it, the thrifty deity could scarce restored eternity to spontaneity. The perished patterns murmur, but his perturbless plan proceed, inserting here a son, there leaving out a man.
God gave a loaf to every bird, but just a crumb to me. I dare not eat it, though I starve, my poignant luxury. To own it, touch it, prove the feat that made the pellet mine, too happy for my sparrow's chance, for ampler coveting. It might be famine all around, I could not miss an ear, such plenty smiles upon my board, my garner shows so fair. I wonder how the rich may feel, an Indiaman, an earl. I deem that I, with what a crumb, am sovereign of them all.
Where thou art, that is home. Cashmere or Calvary, the same. Degree or shame. I scarce esteem location's name, so I may come. What thou dost is delight. Bondage is play, be sweet, imprisonment content, and sentence sacrament. Just we two meet. Where thou art not is woe, though bands of spices row. What thou dost not despair, though Gabriel praise me, sir.
We thirst at first, 'tis nature's act, and later when we die, a little water supplicate of fingers going by. It intimates the finer want, whose adequate supply is that great water in the West, termed immortality.
Through the straight paths of suffering, the martyrs even trod, their feet upon temptation, their foreheads upon God. A stately shriven company, convulsion playing round, harmless as streaks of meteor upon a planet's bond. Their faith, the everlasting troth, their expectation sure, the needle to the north degree, wades so through polar air.
Precious to me, she still shall be, though she forget the name I bear. The fashion of the gown I wear, the very color of my hair, so like the meadows, now I dare to show a tress of theirs. If haply she might not despise a buttercup's array, I know the whole obscures the part, the fraction, that appeased the heart till numbers empery, remembered as the milliner's flower when summer's everlasting dower confronts the dazzled bee.
Dropped into the ether acre, wearing the sod gown, bonnet of everlasting laces, brooch frozen on. Horses of blonde and coach of silver, baggage a strapped pearl, journey of down and whip of diamond, riding to meet the earl.
I turneth receding mountain, purples of ages haught for you. Sunset reviews her sapphire regiments. Day drops you his red adieu. Still clad in your mail of Isis, eye of granite and earl of steel, passive alike to pomp and parting, cherith, we're bleeding still.
Grief is a mouse, and chooses wainscot in the breast for his shy house, and baffles quest. Grief is a thief, quick startled, pricks his ear, report to hear of that vast dark that swept his being back. Grief is a juggler, boldest at the play, lest if he flinch the eye that way, pounce on his bruises, one, say, or three. Grief is a gourmand, spare his luxury. Best grief is tongueless, before he'll tell, burn him in the public square. His ashes will, possibly, if they refuse. How then know, since a rack couldn't coax a syllable now.
Let us play yesterday. I, the girl at school, you, and eternity, the untold tale. Easing my famine at my lexicon, logarithm had I for drink. 'Twas a dry wine, somewhat different must be. Dreams tint the sleep, cunning reds of morning make the blind leap. Still at the egg life, chafing the shell, when you troubled the ellipse and the bird fell. Manacles be dim, they say, to the new free. Liberty, commoner, never could to me. 'Twas my last gratitude when I slept at night. 'Twas the first miracle let in with light. Can the lark resume the shell? Easier for the sky. Wouldn't bonds hurt more than yesterday? Wouldn't dungeons sorer grate on the man free, just long enough to taste, then doomed new? God of the manacle, as of the free, take not my liberty away from me.
Alter when the hills do, falter when the sun question if his glory be the perfect one. Surfeit when the daffodil doth of the dew, even as herself, sir, I will of you.
Conscious am I in my chamber of a shapeless friend. He doth not attest by posture, nor confirm by word. Neither place need I present him fitter courtesy, hospitable intuition of his company. Presence is his furthest license, neither he to me, nor myself to him, by accent forfeit probity. Weariness of him were quainter than monotony, knew a particle of space's vast society. Neither if he visit other, do he dwell, or nay, no I, but instinct esteem him immortality.
You taught me waiting with myself, appointment strictly kept. You taught me fortitude of fate. This also I have learnt. An altitude of death that could no bitterer debar than life had done before it. Yet there is a science more. The heaven, you know, to understand that you be not ashamed of me in Christ's bright audience upon the further hand.
Suspense is hostiler than death. Death, though soever broad, is just death and cannot increase. Suspense does not conclude. It perishes to live anew, but just anew to die. Annihilation, plated fresh with immortality.
Drama's vitalist expression is the common day that arise and set about us. Other tragedy perish in the recitation. This, the best enact when the audience is scattered and the boxes shut. Hamlet to himself were Hamlet, had not Shakespeare wrote. Though the Romeo left no record of his Juliet, it were infinite enacted in the human heart. Only theater recorded owner cannot shut.
Life and death and giants, such as these are still minor, apparatus, hopper of the mill, beetle at the candle, or a fife's fame, maintain by accident that they proclaim.
4 trees upon a solitary acre, without design or order or apparent action, maintain. The sun upon a morning meets them, the wind, no nearer neighbor have they but God. The acre gives them place, they, him, attention of passerby, of shadow or of squirrel haply, or boy. What deed is theirs unto the general nature? What plan they severally retard or further? Unknown.
Grace myself might not obtain, confer upon my flower, refracted but a countenance, for I inhabit her.
The birds reported from the south, a news expressed to me, a spicy charge, my little posts, but I am deaf today. The flowers appealed a timid throng, I reinforced the door. Go blossom to the bees, I said, and trouble me no more. The summer grace for notice strove remote, her best array, the heart, to stimulate the eye, refused too utterly. At length, a mourner like myself, she drew away austere, her frosts to ponder. Then it was I recollected her. She suffered me, for I had mourned, I offered her no word. My witness was the crape I bore, her witness was her dead. Thenceforward we together dwelt, she never questioned me, nor I herself, our contract, a wiser sympathy.
Remorse is memory awake, her parties all astir, a presence of departed acts at window and at door, its past, set down before the soul, and lighted with a match, perusal to facilitate, to help belief to stretch. Remorseless is cureless. Remorse is cureless. The disease not even God can heal, for 'tis his intuition, institution, and the adequate of help.
Renunciation is a piercing virtue, the letting go, a presence for an expectation, not now, the putting out of eyes, just sunrise, lest day's great progenitor outvie. Renunciation is the choosing against itself to justify unto itself. When larger function make that appear, smaller, that covered vision here. Never for society he shall seek in vain, who his own acquaintance cultivate of men. Wiser men may weary, but the man within never knew satiety, better entertain than could border ballad or Biscayan hymn. Neither introduction need you unto him.
I sometimes dropped it for a quick, the thought to be alive, anonymous delight to know, and matter to conceive. Consoles a woe so monstrous that did it tear all day, without an instant's respite, 'twould look too far to die. Delirium diverts the wretch for whom the scaffold neighs. The hammock's motion lulls the heads, so close on paradise. A reef, crawled easy from the sea, eats off the brittle line. The sailor doesn't know the stroke until he's past the pain.
It dropped so low in my regard, I heard it hit the ground and go to pieces on the stones at bottom of my mind. Yet blamed the fate that fractured less than I reviled myself for entertaining plated wares upon my silver shelf.
Autumn overlooked my knitting. Dyes, said he, have I, could disparage a flamingo. Show me them, said I. Cochineal I chose, for deeming it resemble thee, and the little border dusker for resembling me.
Bloom upon the mountains stated, blameless of a name, efflorescence of a sunset reproduced the same. Seed had I, my purple sowing should address the day, not a tropic of a twilight show itself away. Who for tilling to the mountain come and disappear, whose be her renown or fading, witness is not here. While I state the solemn petals far as north and east, far as south and west expanding, culminate in rest. And the mountain to the evening fit his countenance, indicating by no muscle his experience.
Publication is the auction of the mind of man. Poverty be justifying for so foul a thing, possibly, but we would rather from our garret go white unto the white Creator than invest our snow. Thought belonged to him who gave it, then to him who bare its corporeal illustration. Sell the royal air in the parcel, be the merchant of the heavenly grace, but reduce no human spirit to disgrace of price.
All but death can be adjusted, dynasties repaired, systems settled in their sockets, citadels dissolved, wastes of lives resown with colors by succeeding springs. Death unto itself, exception, is exempt from change.
Growth of man, like growth of nature, gravitates within. Atmosphere and sun endorse it, but it stir alone. Each, its difficult ideal must achieve itself through the solitary prowess of silent life. Effort is the soul condition, patience of itself, patience of opposing forces, and intact belief. Looking on is the department of its audience, but transaction is assisted by no countenance.
My worthiness is all my doubt, his merit all my fear, contrasting which my quality do lowlier appear, lest I should insufficient prove for his beloved need, the chiefest apprehension upon my thronging mind. 'Tis true, that deity to stoop inherently incline, for nothing higher than itself can rest upon. So I, the undivine abode of his elect content, conform my soul as 'twere a church unto her sacrament.
So the eyes accost and sunder in an audience, stamped occasionally forever, so may countenance. Entertain without addressing countenance of one, in a neighboring horizon, gone as soon as known.
My soul accused me, and I quailed, as tongues of diamond had reviled, all else accused me, and I smiled. My soul that morning was my friend. Her favor is the best disdain toward artifice of time or men, but her disdain twere lighter bear a finger of enameled fire.
A drop fell on the apple tree, another on the roof. A half a dozen kissed the eaves and made the gables laugh. A few went out to help the brook that went to help the sea. Myself conjectured, were they pearls, what necklaces could be? The dust replaced in hoisted roads, the birds jocoser sung, the sunshine threw his hat away, the bushes spangles flung. The breezes brought dejected lutes and bathed them in the glee. Then Orient showed a single flag and signed the fete away.
Her final summer was it, and yet we guessed it not. If tender or illustriousness pervaded her, we thought a further force of life developed from within. When death lit all the shortness up, it made the hurry plain. We wondered at our blindness when nothing was to see but her Carrera guidepost, at our stupidity. When duller than our dullness, the busy darling lay. So busy was she finishing, so leisurely were we.
Who giants know with lesser men are incomplete and shy, for greatness that is ill at ease in minor company. A smaller could not be perturbed, the summer gnat displays, unconscious that his single fleet do not comprise the skies. By my window have I for scenery just a sea with a stem. If the bird and the farmer deem it a pine, the opinion will do for them. It has no port nor a line, but the jays that split their route to the sky, or a squirrel whose giddy peninsula may be easier reached this way. For inlands, the earth is the underside, and the upper side is the sun, And its commerce, if commerce it have, of spice, I infer from the odors born. Of its voice to affirm, when the wind is within, can the dumb define the divine? The definition of melody is, that definition is none. It suggests to our faith, they suggest to our sight. When the latter is put away, I shall meet with conviction I somewhere met that immortality. Was the pine at my window a fellow of the royal infinity? Apprehensions are God's introductions to be hallowed accordingly.
Defrauded I, a butterfly, the lawful air for thee.
I want, it pleaded, all its life. I want was chief it said. When skill entreated it, the last, and when so newly dead, I could not deem it late to hear that single steadfast sigh the lips had placed as with a please toward eternity.
It was a grave, yet bore no stone. Enclosed 'twas not of rail, a consciousness its acre, and it held a human soul. Entombed by whom? For what offense, if home or foreign born, had I the curiosity 'twere not appeased of man? Till resurrection, I must guess, denied the small desire arose upon its ridge to sow or sacrificial flower.
She staked her feathers, gained an arc, debated, rose again, this time beyond the estimate of envy or of men. And now among circumference her steady boat be seen, at home among the billows, as the bow where she was born.
Despair's advantage is achieved by suffering, despair. To be assisted of reverse, one must reverse have bore. The worthiness of suffering, like the worthiness of death, is ascertained by tasting, as can no other mouth. Of savors make us conscious, as did ourselves partake. Affliction feels impalpable until ourselves are struck.
Two were immortal twice, the privilege of few. Eternity obtained in time, reversed divinity. That our ignoble eyes the quality conceive of paradise superlative through their comparative.
I play at riches to appease the clamoring for gold. It kept me from a thief, I think, for often, overbold with want and opportunity, I could have done a sin and bid myself that easy thing, an independent man. And often as my lots displays too hungry to be born, I deem myself what I would be, and novel comforting my poverty and I derive. We question if the man who owns esteem the opulence, as we who never can. Should ever these exploring hands chance sovereign on a mine, or in the long, uneven term to win become their turn, how fitter they will be for want enlightening so well. I know not which, desire or grant, be wholly beautiful.
She rose to his requirement, dropped the playthings of her life to take the honorable work of woman and of wife. If aught she missed in her new day of amplitude or awe or first perspective or the gold in using wear away, it lay unmentioned as the sea developed pearl and weed, but only to himself be known the fathoms they abide.
Time feels so vast that were it not for an eternity, I fear me this circumference engross my finity, to his exclusion, who prepare by processes of size for the stupendous vision of his diameters.
Who court obtain within himself sees every man a king, and poverty of monarchy is an interior thing. No man depose whom fate ordain, and who can add a crown to him who doth continual conspire against his own.
No notice gave she, but a change, no message but a sigh, for whom the time did not suffice that she should specify. She was not warm, though summer shone, nor scrupulous of cold, though rime by rime the steady frost upon her bosom piled. Of shrinking ways she did not fright, though all the village looked, but held her gravity aloft, and met the gaze direct. And when adjusted like a seed in careful fitted ground unto the everlasting spring, and hindered but a mound her warm return, if so she chose, and we, imploring drew, removed our invitation by, as some she never knew.
They say that time assuages. Time never did assuage, and actual suffering strengthens as sinews do with age. Time is a test of trouble, but not a remedy. If such it proved too, there was no malady.
On the bleakness of my lot, bloom I strove to raise. Late my garden of a rock yielded grape and maize. Soil of flint, if steady tilled, will refund the hand. Seed of palm by Libyan sun, fructified in sand. This bauble was preferred of bees, by butterflies admired. At heavenly, hopeless distances was justified of bird. Did noon enamel in herself, was summer to a score, who only knew of universe it had created her.
A plated life, diversified, with gold and silver pane, to prove the presence of the ore in particles, 'tis when a value struggle. It exists, a power will proclaim, although annihilation pile whole chaoses on him.
Expectation is contentment, gain satiety, but satiety conviction of necessity, of an austere trait in pleasure, good without alarm, is a too established fortune. Danger deepens some.
None can experience stint who bounty have not known. The fact of famine could not be except for fact of corn. Want is a meager art acquired by reverse. The poverty that was not wealth cannot be indigence.
The hallowing of pain, like hallowing of heaven, obtains at a corporeal cost. The summit is not given to him who strives severe at middle of the hill, but he who has achieved the top, all is the price of all.
Deprived of other banquet, I entertain myself, at first a scant nutrition, an insufficient loaf, but grown by slender addings to so esteemed a size, 'tis sumptuous enough for me, and almost to suffice. A robin's famine, able, red pilgrim, he and I, a berry from our table, reserve for charity.
It is a lonesome glee, yet satisfies the mind with fair association. Afar upon the wind, a bird to overhear, delight without a cause, a restless as invisible, a matter of the skies.
If blame be my side, forfeit me, but doom me not to forfeit thee. To forfeit thee? The very name is sentence from belief and home.
Purple. The color of a queen is this, the color of a sun. At setting, this an amber, beryl, and this at noon. And when at night, auroran whiffs fling suddenly on men, 'tis this and witchcraft nature keeps, a rank for iodine.
To be alive is power, existence in itself without a further function, omnipotence enough. To be alive and will, 'tis able as a God, the maker of ourselves, be what? Such being finitude.
The loneliness one dare not sound and would as soon surmise as in its grave go plumbing to ascertain the size. The loneliness whose worst alarm is lest itself should see and perish from before itself for just a scrutiny. The horror not to be surveyed, but skirted in the dark, with consciousness suspended and being under lock. I fear me this is loneliness, the maker of the soul, its caverns and its corridors, illuminate or seal.
Least be that brew, a honey's weight the summer multiply. Content her smallest fraction help, the amber quantity.
This that would greet an hour ago is quaintest distance now. Had it a guest from paradise, nor glow would it, nor bow. Had it a notice from the noon, nor beam would it, nor warm. Match me the silver reticence, match me the solid calm.
The service without hope is tenderest, I think, because 'tis unsustained by stint, rewarded work, has impetus of gain and impetus of goal. There is no diligence like that knows not an until.
I meant to find her when I came. Death had the same design, but the success was his, it seems, and the discomfit mine. I meant to tell her how I longed for just this single time, but death had told her so the first, and she had passed with him. To wander now is my repose. To rest would be a privilege of hurricane to memory and me. The truth is stirless, other force may be presumed to move. This, then, is best for confidence when oldest cedars swerve, and oaks untwist their fists, and mountains feeble lean. How excellent a body that stands without a bone. How vigorous a force that holds without a prop. Truth stays herself, and every man that trusts her boldly up.
A south wind has a pathos of individual voice, as one detect on landings an immigrant's address, a hint of ports and peoples, and much not understood, the fairer for the farness and for the foreignhood.
To wait an hour is long, if love be just beyond. To wait eternity is short, if love reward the end.
There is an arid pleasure as different from joy as frost is different from dew. Like element are they, yet one rejoices flowers and one the flowers abhor. The finest honey curdled is worthless to the bee.
The birds begun at 4 o'clock, their period for dawn, a music numerous as space, but neighboring as noon. I could not count their force. Their voices did expend as brook by brook bestows itself to multiply the pond. Their witnesses were not, except occasional man in homely industry arrayed to overtake the morn. Nor was it for applause that I could ascertain, but independent ecstasy of deity and men. By 6, the flood had done. No tumult there had been of dressing or departure, and yet the band was gone. The sun engrossed the east. The day controlled the world. The miracle that introduced, forgotten as fulfilled.
Bereaved of all, I went abroad. No less bereaved was I upon a new peninsula. The grave preceded me. Obtained my lodgings ere myself, and when I sought my bed, the grave it was reposed upon, the pillow for my head. I waked to find it first awake. I rose, it followed me. I tried to drop it in the crowd, to lose it in the sea. In cups of artificial drowse, to steep its shape away. The grave was finished, but the spade remained in memory.
They have little odor, that to me is meter, nay, 'tis melody, and spiciest at fading, indicate a habit of a laureate.
Severer service of myself, I hastened to demand to fill the awful vacuum your life had left behind. I worried nature with my wheels when hers had ceased to run. When she had put away her work, my own had just begun. I strove to weary brain and bone, to harass, to fatigue, the glittering retinue of nerves, vitality to clog. To some dull comfort those obtain who put a head away, they knew the hair to, and forget the color of the day. Affliction would not be appeased, the darkness braced as firm as all my stratagem had been, the midnight to confirm. No drug for consciousness can be alternative to die, is nature's only pharmacy for being's malady.
'Twould ease a butterfly, elate a bee. Thou'rt neither thy capacity, but blossom were I would rather be thy moment than a bee's eternity. Content of fading is enough for me. Fade I unto divinity, and dying lifetime, ample as the eye, her least attention raise on me.
Such is the force of happiness, the least can lift a ton, assisted by its stimulus. Whom misery sustain, no sinew can afford the cargo of themselves, too infinite for consciousness's slow capabilities.
The only news I know is bulletins all day from immortality. The only shows I see tomorrow and today, perchance eternity. The only one I meet is God, the only street existence. This traversed, if other news there be, or admirable show, I'll tell it you.
Wert thou but ill, that I might show thee how long a day I could endure, though thine attention stop not on me, nor the least signal me assure. Wert thou but stranger in ungracious country, and mine the door, thou paused at for a passing bounty, no more. Accused wert thou in myself tribunal, convicted, sentenced, airman, not to me. Half the condition thy reverse to follow, just to partake the infamy. The tenant of the narrow cottage wert thou, permitted to be. The housewife in thy low attendance contenteth me. No service hast thou, I would not achieve it, to die or live. The first sweet proved I, ere I saw thee, for life beloved.
Midsummer was it when they died, a full and perfect time. The summer closed upon itself in consummated bloom. The corn her furthest kernel filled before the coming flail, when these leaned into perfectness through haze of burial.
The first day that I was a life, I recollect it, how still. The last day that I was a life, I recollect it as well. 'Twas stiller, though the first was still, 'twas empty, but the first was full. This was my finalist occasion, but then my tenderer experiment toward men. Which choose I? That I cannot say. Which choose they? question memory. A nearness to tremendousness and agony procures. Affliction ranges boundlessness, vicinity to laws. Contentment's quiet suburb, affliction cannot stay. In acres, its location is illocality.
Unto me, I do not know you. Where may be your house? I am Jesus, late of Judea, now of paradise. Wagons have you to convey me? This is far from thence. Arms of mine, sufficient Phaeton, trust omnipotence. I am spotted, I am pardoned, I am small. The least is esteemed in heaven the chiefest. Occupy my house.
Should have done that together. Denial is the only fact perceived by the denies, whose will a numb significance the day the heaven died. And all the earth strove common round without delight or beam. What comfort was it wisdom was, the spoiler of our home?
All forgot for recollecting, just a paltry one. All forsook for just a stranger's new accompanying. Grace of wealth and grace of station, less accounted than an unknown esteem possessing, estimate who can. Home effaced, her faces dwindled, nature altered small. Sun if shone, or storm if shattered, overlooked I all. Dropped my fate, a timid pebble, in thy bolder sea. Prove me sweet if I regret it. Prove myself of thee.
I hide myself within my flower, that, fading from your vase, you, unsuspecting, feel for me almost a loneliness.
Had I not this, or this, I said, appealing to myself, in moment of prosperity, inadequate were life. Thou hast not me, nor me, it said, in moment of reverse, and yet thou art industrious, no need hast thou of us. My need was all I had, I said, the need did not reduce, because the food exterminate, the hunger does not cease. But diligence is sharper, proportioned to the chance to feed upon the retrograde, enfeebles the advance.
Between my country and the others, there is a sea, but flowers negotiate between us as ministry.
The admirations and contempts of time show justice through an open tomb. The dying, as it were a height, reorganizes estimate of what we saw not, we distinguish clear, and mostly see not what we saw before. 'Tis compound vision, light enabling light, the finite furnished with the infinite, convex and concave witness, back toward time and forward toward the God of him.
Till death is narrow loving, the scantest heart extant will hold you till your privilege of finiteness is spent. But he whose loss procures you such destitution that your life too abject for itself thenceforward imitate, until resemblance perfect, yourself for his pursuit, delight of nature, abdicate, exhibit love somewhat.
'Tis sunrise, little maid. Hast thou no station in the day? 'Twas not thy wont to hinder so, retrieve thine industry. 'Tis noon, my little maid, alas, and art thou sleeping yet? The lily waiting to be wed, the bee hast thou forgot. My little maid, 'tis night, alas, that night should be to thee. Instead of morning, hast thou broached thy little plan to die? Dissuade thee, if I could not, sweet, I might have aided thee.
Pain expands the time. Ages coil within the minute circumference of a single brain. Pain contracts the time, occupied with shot, gamuts of eternities are as they were not.
Fitter to see him I may be for the long hindrance, grace to me with summers and with winters grow some passing year, a trait bestowed, to make me fairest of the earth. The waiting then will seem so worth I shall impute with half a pain the blame that I was chosen then. Time to anticipate his gaze, its first delight, and then surprise, the turning o'er and o'er my face, for evidence it be the grace he left behind one day, so less he seek conviction that be this. I only must not grow so new that he'll mistake and ask for me of me, when first unto the door I go, to elsewhere go no more. I only must not change so fair he'll sigh, the other, she is where? The love, though will array me right, I shall be perfect in his sight. If he perceive the other truth upon an excellenter youth, how sweet I shall not lack in vain, but gain through loss, through grief obtain the beauty that reward him most, the beauty of demand at rest.
He who in himself believes, fraud cannot presume. Faith is constancy's result, and assumes from home, cannot perish, though it fail every second time, but to face vicariously for some other shame.
Color, caste, denomination. These are time's affair. Death's diviner classifying does not know they are. As in sleep, all hue forgotten, tenants put behind, death's large democratic fingers rub away the brand. If Circassian, he is careless, if he put away chrysalis of blonde, or umber, equal butterfly. They emerge from his obscuring what death knows so well, our minuter intuitions deem unplausible.
I make his crescent fill or lack. His nature is at full or quarter, as I signify. His tides do I control. He holds superior in the sky or gropes at my command, behind inferior clouds, or round a mist's slow colonnade. But since we hold a mutual disk and front a mutual day, which is the despot neither knows, nor whose the tyranny.
Robbed by death, but that was easy to the failing eye. I could hold the latest glowing, robbed by liberty. For her jugular defenses, this too I endured. Hint of glory it afforded for the brave beloved. Fraud of distance, fraud of danger, fraud of death to bear. It is bounty to suspense's vague calamity, staking our entire possession on a hair's result, then seesawing coolly on it, trying if it split.
Unfulfilled to observation, incomplete to eye, but to faith a revolution in locality. Unto us the suns extinguish, to our opposite, new horizons they embellish, fronting us with night.
A tongue to tell him I am true, its fee to be of gold. Had nature in her monstrous house a single ragged child, to earn a mind would run that interdicted way, and to tell him, charge thee, speak it plain, that so far truth is true, and answer what I do, beginning with the day, that night begun, nay, midnight 'twas, since midnight happened, say, if once more, pardon, boy, The magnitude thou may, enlarge my message. If too vast, another lad help thee. Thy pay in diamonds be, and his in solid gold. Say rubies if he hesitate, my message must be told. Say, last I said, was this, that when the hills come down and hold no higher than the plain, my bond have just begun. And when the heavens disband and deity conclude, then look for me. Be sure you say, least figure on the road.
I could not prove the years had feet, yet confident they run am I, from symptoms that are past and series that are done. I find my feet have further goals. I smile upon the aims that felt so ample yesterday. Today's have vaster claims. I do not doubt the self I was. 'Twas competent to me, but something awkward in the fit proves that outgrown I see.
What soft cherubic creatures these gentlewomen are. One would as soon assault a plush or violate a star. Such dimity convictions, a horror so refined of freckled human nature, of deity ashamed. It's such a common glory, a fisherman's degree. Redemption, brittle lady, be so ashamed of thee.
You know that portrait in the moon, so tell me who 'tis like. The very brow, the stooping eyes, a fog for, say, whose sake? The very pattern of the cheek, it varies in the chin, but Ishmael, since we met, 'tis long, and fashions intervene. When moon's at full, 'tis thou, I say, my lips just hold the name. When crescent, thou art worn, I note, but there the golden same. And when some night bold slashing clouds cut thee away from me, that's easier than the other film that glazes holiday.
Funny to be a century and see the people going by. I should die of the oddity, but then I'm not so staid as he. He keeps his secrets safely, very, were he to tell, extremely sorry. This bashful globe of ours would be so dainty of publicity.
Not probable, the barest chance, a smile too few, a word too much, and far from heaven as the rest, the soul so close on paradise. What if the bird, from journey far, confused by sweets, as mortals are, forget the secret of his wing and perish, but a bough between? O groping feet, O phantom queen.
When night is almost done and sunrise grows so near that we can touch the spaces, it's time to smooth the hair and get the dimples ready and wonder we could care for that old faded midnight that frightened but an hour.
Love is that later thing than death, more previous than life, confirms it at its entrance and usurps it of itself. Tastes death, the first to hand the sting, the second to its friend, disarms the little interval, deposits him with God, then hovers an inferior guard, lest this beloved charge need once in an eternity a smaller than the large.
Struck was I, nor yet by lightning. Lightning lets away power to perceive his process with vitality. Maimed was I, yet not by venture, stone of stolid boy, nor a sportsman's peradventure. Who mine enemy? Robbed was I, intact to bandit, all my mansion torn, sun withdrawn to recognition, furthest shining done. Yet was not the foe of any, not the smallest bird, in the nearest orchard dwelling, be of me afraid. Most I love the cause that slew me, often as I die, its beloved recognition holds a sun on me, best at setting as his nature's neither witnessed rise, till the infinite aurora in the other's eyes.
Patience has a quiet outer. Patience, look within, is an insect's futile forces infinites between scaping one against the other fruitlessly to fling. Patience is the smile's exertion through the quivering.
It bloomed and dropped a single noon, the flower distinct and red. I, passing, thought another noon, another in its stead, will equal glow and thought no more, but came another day to find the species disappeared, the same locality. The sun in place, no other fraud on nature's perfect sum. Had I but lingered yesterday, was my retrieveless blame. Much flowers of this and further zones have perished in my hands, for seeking its resemblance, but unapproached it stands. The single flower of the earth that I, in passing by, unconscious was, great nature's face, past infinite by me.
This merit hath the worst, it cannot be again, when fate hath taunted last and thrown her furthest stone. The maimed may pause and breathe and glance securely round. The deer attracts no further than it resists the hound.
We can but follow to the sun as oft as he go down. He leave ourselves a sphere behind. 'Tis mostly following. We go no further with the dust than to the earthen door, and then the panels are reversed, and we behold no more.
This dust and its feature, accredited today, will in a second future cease to identify. This mind and its measure attune minute area, for its enlarged inspections comparison appear. This world and its species, a too concluded show for its absorbed attentions, remotest scrutiny.
I felt a cleaving in my mind, as if my brain had split. I tried to match it seam by seam, but could not make them fit. The thought behind I strove to join unto the thought before, but sequence raveled out of sound, like balls upon a floor.
Fairer through fading, as the day into the darkness dips away, half her complexion of the sun, hindering, haunting, perishing, rallies her glow like a dying friend, teasing with glittering amend, only to aggravate the dark through an expiring, perfect look.
What I see not, I better see. Through faith, my hazel eye hath periods of shutting, but no lid has memory. For frequent, all my sense obscured, I equally behold, as someone held a light unto the features so beloved. And I arise, and in my dream do thee distinguished grace, till jealous daylight interrupt and mar thy perfectness.
A coffin is a small domain, yet able to contain a citizen of paradise in its diminished plane. A grave is a restricted breadth, yet ampler than the sun and all the seas he populates and lands he looks upon, to him who on its small repose bestows a single friend, circumference without relief or estimate or end.
I learned at least what home could be, how ignorant I had been of pretty ways of covenant, how awkward at the hymn. Round our new fireside, but for this pattern of the way whose memory drowns me like the dip of a celestial sky, celestial sea. What mornings in our garden guessed, what bees for us to hum, with only birds to interrupt the ripple of our theme. And task for both when play be done, your problem of the brain and mine some foolisher effect, a ruffle or a tune, the afternoons together spent, and twilight in the lanes, some ministry to poorer lives, seen poorest through our gains, and then return, and night, and home, and then away to you to pass a new, diviner care, till sunrise take us back to scene transmuted, vivider. This seems a home, and home is not, but what that place could be afflicts me as a setting sun where dawn knows how to be.
Experience is the angled road, preferred against the mind by paradox, the mind itself, presuming it to lead. Quite opposite, how complicate the discipline of man, compelling him to choose himself his pre-appointed plan.
'Twas awkward, but it fitted me. An ancient fashioned heart, its only lore, its steadfastness in change, unerudite. It only moved as do the suns for merit of return, or birds, confirmed perpetual by alternating zone. I only have it not tonight in its established place for technicality of death, omitted in the lease.
The soul's distinct connection with immortality is best disclosed by danger or quick calamity, as lightning on the landscape exhibits sheets of place, not yet suspected but for flash and click and suddenness. Too little way the house must lie from every human heart that holds in undisputed lease a white inhabitant. Too narrow is the right between, too imminent the chance. Each consciousness must emigrate and lose its neighbor once.
A doubt if it be us assists the staggering mind in an extremer anguish until it footing find. An unreality is lent, a merciful mirage that makes the living possible while it suspends the lives.
Absence disembodies, so does death, hiding individuals from the earth. Superstition helps, as well as love. Tenderness decreases as we prove.
Split the lark, and you'll find the music. Bulb after bulb, in silver rolled, scantily dealt to the summer morning, saved for your ear when lutes be old. Loose the flood, you shall find it patent, gush after gush reserved for you. Scarlet experiment, skeptic Thomas, now do you doubt that your bird was true?
Light is sufficient to itself. If others want to see, it can be had on window panes some hours in the day, but not for compensation. It holds as large a glow to squirrel in the Himalaya precisely as to you.
That distance was between us, that is not mile or main. The will it is that situates, equator never can.
Perhaps you think me stooping. I'm not ashamed of that. Christ stooped until he touched the grave. Do those at sacrament commemorate dishonor? Or love annealed of love until it bend as low as death redignified above?
That is solemn we have ended, be it but a play, or a glee among the garret, or a holiday, or a leaving home, or later, parting with the world. We have understood for better, still to be explained.
They ask but our delight, the darlings of the soil, and grant us all their countenance for a penurious smile.
Because the bee may blameless hum, for thee a bee do I become, list even unto me. because the flowers unafraid may lift a look on thine, a maid alway a flower would be. Nor robins need not hide when thou upon their crypts intrude. So wings bestow on me, or petals, or a dower of buzz, that be to ride, or flower of furs. I that way worship thee. Finding is the first act, the second, loss. Third, expedition for the golden fleece. Fourth, no discovery. Fifth, no crew. Finally, no golden fleece. Jason, sham too.
Given in marriage unto thee, O thou celestial host, bride of the Father and the Son, bride of the Holy Ghost. Other betrothals shall dissolve, wedlock of will decay. Only the keeper of this ring conquer mortality.
As frost is best conceived by force of its result, affliction is inferred by subsequent effect. If when the sun reveal the garden keep the gash, if as the days resume the wilted countenance cannot correct the crease or counteract the stain, presumption is vitality, will somewhere put in twain.
To my quick ear the leaves conferred, the bushes they were bells. I could not find a privacy from nature's sentinels. In cave if I presumed to hide, the walls begun to tell. Creation seemed a mighty crack to make me visible.
A man may make a remark in itself a quiet thing that may furnish the fuse unto a spark in dormant nature lain. Let us divide with skill. Let us discourse with care. Powder exists in charcoal before it exists in fire.
A door just opened on a street. I, lost, was passing by. An instant's width of warmth disclosed, and wealth and company. The door as instant shut, and I, lost, was passing by, lost doubly, but by contrast, most, informing misery.
What shall I do when the summer troubles? What when the rose is ripe? What when the eggs fly off in music from the maple keep? What shall I do when the skies chirp, drop a tune on me? When the bee hangs all noon in the buttercup, what will become of me? Oh, when the squirrel fills his pockets and the berries stare, how can I bear their jocund faces, thou from here so far? 'Twouldn't afflict a robin, all his gods have wings. I do not fly, so wherefore my perennial things?
Drab habitation of whom? Tabernacle or tomb? Or dome of worm? Or porch of gnome? Or some elf's catacomb?
As one does sickness over in convalescence mind, his scrutiny of chances by blessed health obscured, as one rewalks a precipice and whittles at the twig that held him from perdition, sown sideways in the crag, a custom of the soul, far after suffering, identity to question, for evidence that's been.
We met as sparks. Diverging flints sent various, scattered ways. We parted as the central flint were woven with an adze. Subsisting on the light we bore before we felt the dark, we knew by change between itself and that ethereal spark.
Nature and God I neither knew, yet both so well knew me. They startled like executors of my identity, yet neither told that I could learn my secret as secure as Herschel's private interest or Mercury's affair. Be mine the doom, sufficient fame to perish in her hand.
Each scar I'll keep for him. Instead, I'll say of Jim, in his long absence worn, a costlier one. But every tear I bore, were he to count them o'er, his own would fall so more, I'll miss 'em then.
How well I knew her not, whom not to know has been a bounty in perspective now. Next door to mine, the pain.
Snow beneath whose chilly softness some that never lay make their first repose this winter, I admonish thee. Blanket wealthier the neighbor we so new bestow than thine acclimated creature. Wilt thou, austere snow?
I could not drink it, sweet, till you had tasted first, though cooler than the water was the thoughtfulness of first thirst.
The sun is gay or stark, according to our deed. If merry, he is merrier. If eager for the dead or an expended day, he helped to make too bright. His mighty pleasure suits us not, it magnifies our freight.
They won't frown always. Some sweet day when I forget to tease, they'll recollect how cold I looked and how I just said please. Then they'll hasten to the door to call the little girl who cannot thank them for the ice that filled Lipsing full.
On that dear frame the years had worn, yet precious as the house in which we first experienced light, the witnessing to us. Precious, it was conceiveless fair, as hands the grave had grimed, should softly place within our own, denying that they died.
The lady feeds her little bird. At rarer intervals, the little bird would not dissent, but meekly recognize the gulf between the hand and her, and crumbless and afar, and fainting on her yellow knee, fall softly and adore.
Soto, explore thyself. Therein thyself shalt find the undiscovered continent. No settler had the mind.
I stepped from plank to plank, a slow and cautious way. The stars about my head I felt, about my feet the sea. I knew not but the next would be my final inch. This gave me that precarious gait some call experience. Each second is the last, perhaps, recalls the man, just measuring unconsciousness, the sea and spar between. To fail within a chance, how terribler a thing, then perish from the chance's list before the perishing.
The bird must sing to earn the crumb. What merit have the tune? No breakfast if it guarantee the rose content may bloom. To gain renown of lady's drawer, but if the lady come but once a century, the rose superfluous become.
I've none to tell me to but thee. So when thou failest, nobody, it was a little tie. It just held two, nor those it held since somewhere thy sweet face is spilled beyond my boundary. If things were opposite, and me it were, that ebbed from thee on some unanswering shore, wouldst thou seek so, just say, that I the answer may pursue, unto the lips it eddied through, so overtaking thee.
All I may, if small, do it not display. Larger for the totalness, 'tis economy. To bestow a world and withhold a star, utmost is munificence, less, though larger, poor.
The poets light but lamps, themselves go out. The wicks they stimulate, if vital light, inhere as do the suns, each age a lens disseminating their circumference.
And everywhere of silver with ropes of sand to keep it from effacing the track called land.
Our little kinsman, after rain, in plenty may be seen, a pink and pulpy multitude of the tepid ground upon. A needless life, it seemed to me, until a little bird, as to a hospitality, advanced and breakfasted. As I of he, so God of me, I pondered, may have judged, and left the little angleworm with modesties enlarged.
Of tolling bell, I asked the cause. A soul has gone to heaven. I'm answered in a lonesome tone. Is heaven then a prison? That bell should ring till all should know a soul has gone to heaven? Would seem to me the more the way of good news should be given.
These tested our horizon, then disappeared, as birds before achieving a latitude. Our retrospection of them a fixed delight, but our anticipation a dice, a doubt. As imperceptibly as grief the summer lapsed away, too imperceptible at last to feel like perfidy. A quietness distilled as twilight long begun, or nature spending with herself sequestered afternoon. Sobriety inhered, though gaudy influence, the maple lent unto the road, and graphic consequence invested somber place, as suddenly be worn by sober individual a homogeneous gown. Departed was the bird, and scarcely had the hill a flower to help his straightened face in stress of burial. The winds came closer up, the cricket spoke so clear, presumption was his ancestors inherited the floor. The dusk drew earlier in, the morning foreign shone, the courteous but harrowing grace of guest who would be gone. And thus, without a wing or service of a keel, our summer made her light escape unto the beautiful.
As willing lid or weary eye, the evening on the day leans, till of all our nature's house remains but balcony.
Not all die early, dying young. Maturity of fate is consummated equally in ages or a night. A hoary boy I've known to drop, whole statured, by the side of junior of fourscore. 'Twas act, not period, that died.
Those who have been in the grave the longest, those who begin today, equally perish from our practice. Death is the other way. Foot of the bold did least attempt it. It is the white exploit. Once to achieve annuls the power, once to communicate.
Be mine the doom, sufficient fame to perish in her hand.
It was a grave, yet bore no stone. Enclosed 'twas not of rail, a consciousness in its acre land. It held a human soul. Entombed by whom? For what offense, if home or foreign born? Had I the curiosity 'twere not appeased of men? To resurrection, I must guess, denied the small desire, arose upon its ridge to sow, or take away a briar.
Impossibility, like wine, exhilarates the man who tastes it. Possibility is flavorless. Combine a chance's faintest tincture, and in the former dram, enchantment makes ingredient as certainly as doom.
So set its sun in thee, what day be dark to me, what distance far, so I the ships may see, that touch how seldomly thy shore. How the waters closed above him we shall never know. How he stretched his anguish to us, that is covered too.
spreads the pond her base of lilies, bold above the boy, whose unclaimed hat and jacket sum the history.
Always mine, no more vacation, term of life this day begun, veilless as the fair rotation of the seasons and the sun. Old the grace, new the subjects, old indeed the East, yet upon his purple program every dawn is first.
I cannot buy it, 'tis not sold. There is no other in the world. Mine was the only one. I was so happy I forgot to shut the door, and it went out, and I am all alone. If I could find it anywhere, I would not mind the journey there, though it took all my store. But just to look it in the eye, didst thou didst not mean to say, then turn my face away.
A moth the hue of this haunts candles in Brazil. Nature's experience would make our reddest second pale. Nature is fond, I sometimes think, of trinkets as a girl.
Good to hide and hear 'em hunt, better to be found, if one care to, that is. The fox fits the hound. Good to know and not tell, best to know and tell. Can one find the rare ear not too dull?
Dying to be afraid of thee, one must to thine artillery have left exposed a friend. Then thine old arrow is a shot delivered straighter to the heart, the leaving love behind. Not for itself the dust is shy, but enemy, beloved be thy battery's divorce. Fight sternly in a dying eye two armies, love and certainty, and love and the reverse.
I made slow riches, but my gain was steady as the sun, and every night it numbered more than the preceding one. All days I did not earn the same, but my perceiveless gain inferred the less by growing then, the sum that it had grown.
Spring is the period expressed from God. Among the other seasons himself abide, but during March and April, none stir abroad without a cordial interview with God.
Before he comes, we weigh the time. 'Tis heavy and 'tis light. When he did part, an emptiness is the prevailing freight.
Twice at summer her fair verdure proffered to the plain, twice a winter's silver fracture on the river's bend. 2 full autumns for the squirrel, bounteous prepared. Nature, hadst thou not a berry for thy wandering bird?
Unable are the loved to die, for love is immortality. Nay, it is deity. Unable they that love to die, for love reforms vitality into divinity.
Finite to fail, but infinite to venture. For the one ship that struts the shore, many's the gallant, overwhelmed creature, nodding in navies nevermore.
Just as he spoke it from his hands, this edifice remains. A turret more, a turret less, dishonor his design. According as his skill prefer, it perish or endure. Content, so ere it ornament his absent character.
The goodwill of a flower, the man who would possess, must first present certificate of minted holiness.
I sing to use the waiting, my bonnet but to tie, and shut the door unto my house, no more to do have I. Till his best step approaching, we journey to the day, and tell each other how we sung to keep the dark away.
Her grace is all she has, and that so least displays, one art to recognize must be, another art to praise.
When the astronomer stops seeking for his Pleiad's face, when the lone British lady forsakes the Arctic race, when to his covenant needle the sailor doubting turns, It will be amply early to ask what treason means.
Absent place, an April day, daffodils aglow, homesick curiosity to the souls that snow. Drift may block within it deeper than without, daffodil delight, but him it duplicate.
Apology for her be rendered by the bee, herself without a parliament, apology for me.
The heart has narrow banks, it measures like the sea, in mighty unremitting base and blue monotony, till hurricane bisect, and as itself discerns its insufficient area, the heart convulsive learns. That calm is but a wall of unattempted gauze, an instant's push demolishes, a questioning dissolves.
When one has given up one's life, the parting with the rest feels easy, as when day lets go entirely the west. The peaks that lingered last remain in her regret, as scarcely as the iodine upon the cataract.
The veins of other flowers the scarlet flowers are, till nature leisure has for terms, as branch and jugular. We pass and she abides, we conjugate her skill, while she creates and federates without a syllable.
A light exists in spring, not present on the year at any other period. When March is scarcely here, a color stands abroad on solitary fields that science cannot overtake, but human nature feels. It waits upon the lawn, it shows the furthest tree. Upon the furthest slope you know, it almost speaks to you. Then as horizon's step or noon's report away, without the formula of sound, it passes and we stay. A quality of loss affecting our content, as trade had suddenly encroached upon a sacrament.
Banish air from air, divide light if you dare. They'll meet while cubes in a drop or pellets of shape fit. Films cannot annul. Odors return whole, force flame, and with a blonde push over your impotence flits steam.
Like men and women, shadows walk upon the hills today, with here and there a mighty bow or trailing courtesy to neighbors doubtless of their own not quickened to perceive. Minuter landscape as ourselves and burrows where we live.
How far is it to heaven? As far as death this way. Of river or of ridge beyond was no discovery. How far is it to hell? As far as death this way. How far left hand the sepulchre defines topography.
Truth is as old as God, his twin identity, and will endure as long as he, a co-eternity, and perish on the day himself is borne away from mansion of the universe, a lifeless deity.
A death blow is a life blow to some, who till they died did not alive become, who had they lived had died, but when they died, vitality begun.
Two travelers perishing in snow, the forests as they froze together heard them strengthening each other with the words that heaven if heaven must contain what either left behind, and then the cheer too solemn grew for language and the wind. Long steps across the features took that love had touched that morn. With reverential hyacinth, the tailless days went on, till mystery impatient drew, and those they left behind, bled absent, were procured of heaven, as those first furnished said.
Fame is the tint that scholars leave upon their setting names, the iris knot of Occident that disappears as comes.
Escaping backward to perceive the sea upon our place, escaping forward to confront his glittering embrace, retreating up a billow's height, retreating blinded down, our undermining feet to meet, instructs to the divine.
The mountain sat upon the plain in his tremendous chair, his observation omnifold, his inquest everywhere. The seasons played around his knees like children round a sire. Grandfather of the days is he, of dawn the ancestor.
Peace is a fiction of our faith, the bells of winter night, bearing the neighbor out of sound that never did alight.
To this world she returned, but with a tinge of that, a compound manner as a sod espoused a violet, that chiefer to the skies, then to himself allied, dwelt hesitating, half of dust and half of day the bride.
Not what you did shall be the test when act and will are done, but what our Lord infers we would, had we diviner been. Death is a dialogue between the spirit and the dust. Dissolve, says death. The spirit, sir, I have another trust. Death doubts it, argues from the ground. The spirit turns away, just laying off for evidence an overcoat of clay.
The largest fire ever known occurs each afternoon. Discovered is without surprise, proceeds without concern, consumes without report to men, an Occidental town, rebuilt in time next morning to be burned down again.
And this, of all my hopes, this is the silent end. Bountiful colored my morning rose, early and sere its end. Never bud from a stem stepped with so gay a foot. Never a worm so confident bore at so brave a root.
Good to have had them lost for news that they be saved. The nearer they departed us, the nearer they, restored, shall stand to our right hand. Most precious are the dead. Next precious, those that turned to go, then thought of us and stayed.
Besides this May, we know there is another. How fair are speculations of the foreigner. Some know him whom we knew, sweet wonder, a nature be where saints and our plain-going neighbor keep May.
I cannot be ashamed because I cannot see the love you offer. Magnitude reverses modesty. And I cannot be proud because a height so high involves alpine requirements and services of snow.
Faith is the peerless bridge supporting what we see unto the scene that we do not, too slender for the eye. It bears the soul as bold as it were rocked in steel, with arms of steel at either side. It joins behind the veil. To what could we presume the bridge would cease to be, to our far vacillating feet a first necessity?
His feet are shod with gauze, his helmet is of gold, his breast a single onyx, with cryophis inlaid. His labor is a chant, his idleness a tune. Oh, for a bee's experience of clovers and of noon.
Love is anterior to life, posterior to death, initial of creation, and the exponent of earth.
Only a shrine but mine, I made the taper shine. Madonna dim to whom all feet may come, regard anon. Thou knowest every woe, needless to tell thee. So, what canst thou do? The grace next to it heal. That looks a harder skill to us still, just as easy if it be thy will. To thee, grant me. Thou knowest, though, so why I tell thee.
If I can stop one heart from breaking, I shall not live in vain. If I can ease one life the aching, or cool one pain, or help one fainting robin unto his nest again, I shall not live in vain.
B, I'm expecting you, was saying yesterday to somebody you know that you were due. The frogs got home last week, are settled and at work. Birds mostly back, the clover warm and thick. You'll get my letter by the 17th. Reply or better. Be with me. Yours. Fly.
Satisfaction is the agent of satiety. Want, a quiet commissary for infinity. To possess is past the instant we achieve the joy, immortality connected or anomaly.
Here, where the daisies fit my head, 'tis easiest to lie, and every grass that plays outside is sorry some for me.
Where I am not afraid to go, I may confide my flower. Who is not enemy of me will gentle be to her, nor separate herself and me by distances become. A single bloom we constitute, departed or at home.
Her little parasol to lift, and once to let it down, her whole responsibility to imitate be mine. A summer further I must wear, content if nature's drawer present me from sepulchred crease as blemishless as her.
Said death to passion, give of thine an acre unto me. Said passion through contracting breaths, 1,000 times thee nay. Or death from passion, all his east, he sovereign as the sun, resituated in the west, and the debate was done.
Air has no residence, no neighbor, no ear, no door, no apprehension of another. Oh, happy air, ethereal guest at in an outcast's pillow, essential host in life's faint wailing in. Later than light thy consciousness accost me, till it depart, persuading mine.
Will pass without the parting, so to spare certificate of absence, deeming where I left her, I could find her if I tried. This way I keep from missing those that died.
His bill an augur is, his head a cap and frill. He laboreth at every tree, a worm his utmost goal.
To undertake is to achieve, the undertaking blent with fortitude of obstacle and toward encouragement. That fine suspicious natures must permitted to revere departed standards and the few criterion natures here.
3 weeks passed since I had seen her. Some disease had vexed. 'Twas with text and village singing I beheld her next. And accompany our pleasure to discourse alone, gracious now to me as any, gracious unto none. Born without dissent of either to the parish night, of the separated parties, which be out of sight.
A sickness of this world it must occasions, when best men die, a wishfulness their fair condition to occupy, a chief indifference, as foreign a word must be, themselves forsake, contented for deity.
Partake as doth the bee abstemiously, a rose is an estate in Sicily.
He scanned it, staggered, dropped the loop. To past or period, caught helpless at a sense as if his mind were going blind, groped up to see if God were there, groped backward at himself, caressed a trigger absently, and wandered out of life.
The missing all prevented me from missing minor things. If nothing larger than a whirl's departure from a hinge or sun's extinction be observed, 'twas not so large that I could lift my forehead from my work for curiosity.
I heard as if I had no ear, until a vital word came all the way from life to me, and then I knew I heard. I saw as if my eyes were on another till a thing, and now I know 'twas light, because it fitted them, came in. I dwelt as if myself were out, my body but within, until a might detected me and set my kernel in. And spirit turned unto the dust, old friend, thou knowest me. And time went out to tell the news and met eternity.
Not so the infinite relations. Below, division is adhesion's forfeit. On high, affliction but a speculation, and woe a fallacy, a figment we knew.
Somewhat to hope for, be it ne'er so far, is capital against despair. Somewhat to suffer, be it ne'er so keen, if terminable may be borne.
Spring comes on the world. I sight the Aprils, hueless to me until thou come, as till the bee blossoms stand negative, touched to conditions by a hum.
Lest this be heaven indeed, an obstacle is given that always gauges a degree between ourself and heaven.
Just to be rich, to waste my guinea on so broad a heart, just to be poor, for barefoot pleasure, you, sir, shut me out.
The stimulus beyond the grave, his countenance to see, supports me like imperial dreams, afforded day by day.
Aurora's the effort of the celestial face, unconsciousness of perfectness, to simulate to us.
Dying at my music, bubble, bubble, hold me till the octaves run. Quick, burst the windows. Ritardando, files left, and the sun.
There is no silence in the earth so silent as that endured which uttered would discourage nature and haunt the world.
Bind me, I can sing, banish, my mandolin strikes true within. Slay, and my soul shall rise, chanting to paradise, still thine.
The first we knew of him was death, the second was renown. Except the first had justified, the second had not been.
Falsehood of thee, could I suppose, 'twould undermine the sill, to which my faith pinned block by block her cedar citadel.
How still the bells in steeples stand, till swollen with the sky, they leap upon their silver feet in frantic melody.
I was a Phoebe, nothing more. A Phoebe, nothing less. The little note that others dropped, I fitted into place. I dwelt too low that any seek, too shy that any blame. A Phoebe makes a little print upon the floors of fame.
Know how to forget? But could I teach it? Easiest of arts, they say, when one learn how. Dull hearts have died in the acquisition. Sacrifice for science is common, though, now. I went to school, but was not wiser. Globe did not teach it, nor logarithm show. How to forget? Say some philosopher, to be erudite enough to know. Is it in a book, so I could buy it? Is it like a planet, telescopes would know? If it be invention, it must have a patent. Rabbi of the wise book, don't you know?
'Tis anguish grander than delight, 'tis resurrection pain. The meeting bands of smitten face we question to again. 'Tis transport wild as thrills the graves when cerements let go, and creatures clad in miracle go up two by two, two and two.
Crumbling is not an instant's act, a fundamental cause. Dilapidation's processes are organized decays. 'Tis first a cobweb on the soul, a cuticle of dust, a borer in the axis, an elemental rust. Ruin is formal, devil's work, consecutive and slow. Fail in an instant, no man did. Slipping is crash's law.
Not to discover weakness is the artifice of strength. Impregnability inheres as much through consciousness of faith of others in itself as pyramidal nerve behind the most unconscious clock. What skillful pointers move.
Best things dwell out of sight, the pearl, the just, our thought. Most shun the public air, legitimate and rare. The capsule of the wind, the capsule of the mind, exhibit here, as doth a burr. Germs, germ, beware.
No other can reduce our mortal consequence, like the remembering it be naught a period from hence, but contemplation for contemporaneous naught. Our mutual fame, that haply Jehovah recollect.
Superfluous were the sun, when excellence be dead. He were superfluous every day, for every day be said. That syllable whose faith just saves it from despair, and whose I'll meet you hesitates, if love inquire where. Upon his dateless fame our periods may lie, as stars that drop anonymous from an abundant sky.
This was in the white of the year. That was in the green. Drifts were as difficult then to think as daisies now to be seen. Looking back is best that is left, or if it be before. Retrospection is prospect's half, sometimes almost more.
The fingers of the light tap soft upon the town with, I am great and cannot wait, so therefore let me in. You're soon, the town replied. My faces are asleep, but swear I will let you by. You will not wake them up. The easy guest complied, but once within the town, the transport of his countenance awakened maid and man. The neighbor in the pool upon his hip elate made loud abeyance, and the gnat held up his cup for light.
Ideals are the fairy oil with which we help the wheel, but when the vital axle turns, the eye rejects the oil.
The soul should always stand ajar, that if the heaven inquire, he will not be obliged to wait or shy of troubling her. Depart before the host have slid the bolt into the door to search for the accomplished guest, her visitor no more.
Up life's hill with my little bundle, if I prove it steep, if a discouragement withhold me, if my newest step older feel than the hope that prompted, spotless be from blame, heart that proposed is heart that accepted homelessness for home.
She rose as high as his occasion, then sought the dust, and lower lay in low Westminster for her brief crest.
There is a zone whose even years no solstice interrupt, whose sun constructs perpetual noon, whose perfect seasons wait, whose summer set in summer till the centuries of June and centuries of August cease, and consciousness is noon.
Which is best, heaven or only heaven to come? With that old codicil of doubt, I cannot help esteem the bird within the hand superior to the one the bush may yield me or may not. Too late to choose again.
A bold, inspiring bird is the jay, good as a Norseman's hymn, brittle and brief in quality, warrant in every line. Riding a bough like a brigadier, confident and straight, good as the look of him in March as a benefit.
Too scanty 'twas to die for you. The merest Greek could that. The living sweet as costlier, I offer even that. The dying is a trifle, past, but living, this include the dying multifold, without the respite to be dead.
Did we abolish frost, the summer would not cease. If seasons perish or prevail, is optional with us.
Were it but me that gained the height, were it but they that failed, how many things the dying play, might they but live, they would.
The hills in purple syllables, the day's adventures tell to little groups of continents just going home from school.
To die without the dying and live without the life, this is the hardest miracle propounded to believe.
Who saw no sunrise cannot say the countenance 'twould be. Who guess at seeing, guess at loss of the ability. The immigrant of light, it is afflicted for the day. The blindness that beheld and blessed, and could not find its eye.
I had a daily bliss I half indifferent viewed, till sudden I perceived it stir, it grew as I pursued. Till when around a height it wasted from my sight, increased beyond my utmost scope, I learned to estimate.
My season's furthest flower I tenderer commend, because I found her kinsmanless and grace without a friend.
Trudging to Eden, looking backward, I met somebody's little boy, asked him his name. He lisped me Trotwood. Lady, did he belong to thee? Would it comfort to know I met him, and that he didn't look afraid? I couldn't weep for so many smiling, new acquaintance this baby made.
Far from love, the Heavenly Father leads the chosen child, oftener through realm of briar than the meadow mild, oftener from the claw of dragon than the hand of friend, guides the little one predestined to the native land.
I knew that I had gained, and yet I knew not how. By diminution it was not, but discipline unto. A rigor unrelieved, except by the content, another bear its duplicate in another continent.
It rises, passes on our south, inscribes a simple noon, cajoles a moment with the spires, and infinite is gone.
So large my will, the little that I may, embarrasses like gentle infamy. Affront to him for whom the whole were small, affront to me who know his need of all. Earth at the best is but a scanty toy, bought, carried home to immortality. It looks so small, we chiefly wonder then at our conceit in purchasing.
The products of my farm are these, sufficient for my own, and here and there a benefit unto a neighbor's bin. With us, 'tis harvest all the year, for when the frosts begin, we just reverse the zodiac and fetch the acres in.
The dying need but little, dear. A glass of water's all. A flower's unobtrusive face to punctuate the wall. A fan, perhaps, a friend's regret, and certainty that one no color of the rainbow will perceive when you are gone.
Bloom is result. To meet a flower and casually glance would cause one scarcely to suspect the minor circumstance assisting in the bright affair, so intricately done, then offered as a butterfly to the meridian. To pack the bud, oppose the worm, obtain its right of dew, adjust the heat, elude the wind, escape the prowling bee, great nature not to disappoint awaiting her that day. To be a flower is a profound responsibility.
My heart upon a little plate, her palate to delight. A berry or a bun would be, might it an apricot?
'Twas my one glory, let it be, remember I was owned of thee.
Nor mountain hinder me, nor sea. Whose Baltic? Whose Cordillera?
When they come back, if blossoms do, I always feel a doubt if blossoms can be born again, when once the art is out. When they begin, if robins may, always had a fear I did not tell. It was their last experiment last year. when it is May, if May return, had nobody a pang, lest in a face so beautiful he might not look again? If I am there, one does not know what party one may be tomorrow, but if I am there, I take back all I say.
Superiority to fate is difficult to gain. 'Tis not conferred of any, but possible to earn. A pittance at a time until to her surprise, the soul with strict economy subsists till paradise.
Revolution is the pod systems rattle from. When the winds of will are stirred, excellent is bloom. But except its russet base, every summer bee, the entomber of itself, so of liberty. Left inactive on the stalk, all its purple fled, revolution shakes it for test if it be dead.
We learn in the retreating how vast and one was recently among us, the perished son, and dear in the departure how doubly more than all the golden presence it was before.
What twigs we held by, oh, the view when life's swift river striven through, we pause before a further plunge to take momentum, as the fringe upon a former garment shows the garment cast, our props disclose so scant, so eminently small of might to help, so pitiful to sink, if we had labored, fond the diligence were not more blind. How scant by everlasting light, the discs that satisfied our sight, how dimmer than a Saturn's bar the things esteemed for things that are.
We kiss a kinsman more when warranted to see than when withheld of oceans from possibility. A furlong, then a league, inflicts a pricklier pain till we, whom smiled at Pyrenees, of parishes complain.
Ended ere it begun, the title was scarcely told, when the preface perished from consciousness, the story unrevealed. Had it been mine to print, had it been yours to read, that it was not our privilege, the interdict of God?
Myself can read the telegrams, a letter chief to me, the stocks advance and retrograde, and what the markets say, the weather, how the rains and counties have begun. 'Tis news as null as nothing, but sweeter so than none.
I am afraid to own a body. I am afraid to own a soul. Profound, precarious property, possession not optional. Double estate entailed at pleasure upon an unsuspecting heir. Duke in a moment of deathlessness, and God for a frontier.
The well upon the brook were foolish to depend. Let brooks renew of brooks, but wells of failless ground.
It was not saint, it was too large, nor snow, it was too small. It only held itself aloof, like something spiritual.
Because 'twas riches I could own, myself had earned it, me. I knew the dollars by their names. It feels like poverty, an earldom out of sight to hold an income in the air. Possession has a sweeter chink unto a miser's ear.
Themself are all I have, myself a freckled bee. I thought you'd choose a velvet cheek or one of ivory. Would you instead of me?
To whom the mornings stand for nights, what must the midnights be?
Could I but ride indefinite, as doth the meadow bee, and visit only where I liked, and no one visit me, and flirt all day with buttercups, and marry whom I may, and dwell a little everywhere, or better, run away, with no police to follow, or chase him if he do, till he should jump peninsulas to get away from me. I said, but just to be a bee, upon a raft of air, and row in nowhere all day long, and anchor off the bar. What liberty, so captives deem, who tight in dungeons are.
embarrassment of one another, and God as revelation's limit. Aloud is nothing that is chief, but still divinity swells under seal.
While it is alive until death touches it, while it and I lap one air, dwell in one blood, under one sacrament, show me division can split or pair. Love is like life, merely longer. Love is like death. During the grave, love is the fellow of the resurrection, scooping up the dust and chanting, live.
To one denied to drink, to tell what water is would be acuter, would it not, than letting him surmise? To lead him to the well and let him hear it drip, remind him, would it not, somewhat of his condemned lip?
Uncertain lease develops luster on time, uncertain grasp, appreciation of some. The shorter fate is oftener the chiefest, because inheritors upon a tenure prize.
Noon is the hinge of day, evening, the tissue door, morning, the east, compelling the sill till all the world is ajar.
This chasm sweet upon my life, I mention it to you. When sunrise through a fissure drop, the day must follow too. If we demur, its gaping sides disclose as were a tomb, ourself am lying straight wherein, the favorite of doom. When it has just contained a life, then darling it will close. And yet so bolder every day, so turbulent it grows. I'm tempted half to stitch it up with a remaining breath. I should not miss it in yielding, though, to him it would be death. And so I bear it big about my burial before a life quite ready to depart can harass me no more.
My best acquaintances are those with whom I spoke no word. The stars that stated come to town esteemed me never rude. Although to their celestial call I failed to make reply, my constant reverential face sufficient courtesy.
The sun and moon must make their haste, the stars expressed around, for in the zones of paradise the Lord alone is burned. His eye, it is the east and west, the north and south when he do concentrate his countenance, like glowworms flee away. O poor and far, O hindered eye, that hunted for the day, the Lord a candle entertains entirely for thee.
As the starved maelstrom laps the navies, as the vulture teased, forces the broods in lonely valleys, as the tiger eased, by but a crumb of blood fast scarlet, till he meet a man, dainty adorned with veins and tissues, and partakes his tongue. Cooled by the morsel for a moment, grows a fiercer thing, till he esteem his dates and cocoa a nutrition mean. I of a finer famine deem my supper dry, for but a berry of Domingo and a torrid eye.
Ribbons of the year, multiple brocade, worn to nature's party once, then as flung aside as a faded bead or a wrinkled pearl. Who shall charge the vanity of the maker's girl?
Death leaves us homesick, who behind, except that it is gone, are ignorant of its concern, as if it were not born. Through all their former places we like individuals go, who something lost, the seeking for is all that's left them now.
Crisis is a hair toward which forces creep, past which forces retrograde, if it come in sleep. To suspend the breath is the most we can. Ignorant is it, life or death, nicely balancing. Let an instant push or an atom press or a circle hesitate in circumference. It may jolt the hand that adjusts the hair that secures eternity from presenting here.
Under the light, yet under the grass and the dirt, under the beetle's cellar, under the clover's root, further than arm could stretch, were a giant long, further than sunshine could, were the day year-long. Over the light, yet over the arc of the bird, over the comet's chimney, over the cubit's head. Further than guess can gallop, further than riddle ride. Oh, for a disk to the distance between ourselves and the dead.
Away from home are some and I, an emigrant to be, in the metropolis of homes is easy possibly. The habit of a foreign sky, we, difficult, acquire, as children who remain in face, the more their feet retire.
A burdock twitched my gown, not burdock's blame, but mine, who went too near the burdock's den. A bog affronts my shoe. What else have bogs to do? The only art they know, the splashing men. 'Tis minnows should despise, and elephants' calm eyes look further on.
Who occupies this house? A stranger I must judge, since no one knows his circumstance. 'Tis well the name and age were writ upon the door, or I should fear to pause, were not so much as honest dog approach encourages. It seems a curious town. Some houses very old, some newly raised this afternoon, or I compelled to build. It should not be among inhabitants so still, but where the birds assemble and boys were possible. Before myself was born, 'twas settled, so they say, a territory for the ghosts and squirrels formerly. Until a pioneer, as settlers often do, liking the quiet of the place, attracted more unto. And from a settlement, a capital has grown, distinguished for the gravity of every citizen. The owner of this house, a stranger he must be. Eternity's acquaintances are mostly so to me.
The chemical conviction that naught be lost, enable in disaster my fractured trust. The faces of the atoms, if I shall see, how more the finished creatures departed me.
The hollows round his eager eyes were pages where to read pathetic histories, although himself had not complained, biography to all who passed of unobtrusive pain, except for the italic face endured, unhelped, unknown.
A loss of something ever felt I, the first that I could recollect, bereft I was, of what I knew not, too young that any should suspect. A mourner walked among the children, I notwithstanding went about, as one bemoaning a dominion, itself the only prince cast out. Elder today, a session wiser, and fainter too, as wiseness is, I find myself still softly searching for my delinquent palaces, and a suspicion like a finger touches my forehead now and then, that I am looking oppositely for the sight of the kingdom of heaven.
Herein a blossom lies, a sepulchre between. Cross it and overcome the bee. Remain, 'tis but a rind.
What did they do since I saw them? Were they industrious? So many questions to put them, have I the eagerness, that could I snatch their faces, that could their lips reply, not till the last was answered should they start for the sky. Not if the just suspect me and offer a reward, would I restore my booty to that bold person God. Not if their party were waiting, not if to talk with me were to them now homesickness after eternity.
After plan for noon and plan for night, so differ life and death. In positive perspective, the foot upon the earth. At distance and achievement strengths, the foot upon the grave. Makes effort at conclusion, assisted love, assisted fame.
Of consciousness, her awful mate, the soul cannot be rid. As easy the secreting her behind the eyes of God. The deepest hid is sighted first, and scant to him the crowd, what triple lenses burn upon the escapade from God.
A cloud withdrew from the sky, superior glory be, But that cloud and its auxiliaries are forever lost to me. Had I but further scanned, had I secured the glow in an hermetic memory, it had availed me now. Never to pass the angel with a glance and a bow, till I am firm in heaven is my intention now.
The silken speech and specious shoe, a traitor is the bee. His service to the newest grace present continually. His suit a chance, his troth a term, protracted as the breeze. Continual ban propoundeth he, continual divorce.
How fortunate the grave, all prizes to obtain. Successful certain, if at last, first suitor not in vain.
How happy I was if I could forget to remember how sad I am. Would be an easy adversity, but the recollecting of bloom keeps making November difficult, till I, who was almost bold, lose my way like a little child and perish of the cold.
Experiment to me is everyone I meet, if it contain a kernel, the figure of a nut. Presence upon a tree equally plausibly, but meat within is requisite to squirrels and to me.
That such have died enable us, the tranquiler to die, that such have lived, certificate for immortality.
Sang from the heart, sire, dip my beak in it. If the tune drip too much, have a tint too red, pardon the cochineal, suffer the vermilion. Death is the wealth of the poorest bird. Bear with the ballad, awkward, faltering, death twists the strings. 'Twasn't my blame. Pause in your liturgies, wait your chorals, while I repeat your hallowed name.
Fate slew him, but he did not drop. She felled, he did not fall. Impaled him on her fiercest stakes, he neutralized them all. She stung him, sapped his firm advance, but when her worst was done and he, unmoved, regarded her, acknowledged him a man.
Who is the East? The yellow man who may be purple if he can, that carries in the sun? Who is the West? The purple man who may be yellow if he can, that lets him out again.
Nature rarer uses yellow than another hue. Saves she all of that for sunsets prodigal of blue. Spending scarlet like a woman, yellow she affords, only scantly and selectly, like a lover's words.
To help our bleaker parts, salubrious hours are given, which if they do not fit for earth, drill silently for heaven.
I've dropped my brain. My soul is numb. The veins that used to run stopped palsied till paralysis done perfecter in stone. Vitality is carved and cool. My nerve in marble lies. A breathing woman yesterday, endowed with paradise. Not dumb. I had a sort that moved, a sense that smote and stirred. Instincts for dance, a caper part, an aptitude for bird. Who wrought Carrara in me and chiseled all my tune, were it a witchcraft, were it death, I've still a chance to strain. To being somewhere, motion, breath, those centuries beyond, and every limit a decade, I'll shiver, satisfied.
The opening and the close of being are alike, or differ, if they do, as bloom upon a stalk, that from an equal seed unto an equal bud go parallel, perfected, and that they have decayed.
This quiet dust was gentlemen and ladies, and lads and girls, was laughter and ability and sighing, and frocks and curls. This passive place, a summer's nimble mansion, where bloom and bees exist in oriental circuit, then cease like these.
There is a June when corn is cut and roses in the seed, a summer briefer than the first, but tenderer indeed. As should a face supposed the graves emerge a single noon, in the vermilion that it wore, affect us and return. 2 seasons, it is said, exist, the summer of the just, and this of ours diversified, with prospect and with frost. May not our second with its first so infinite compare, that we but recollect the one, the other to prefer.
To own the art within the soul to entertain, with silence as a company, and festival maintain. In an unfurnished circumstance, possession is to one as an estate perpetual, or a reduceless mine.
There is a finished feeling experienced at graves, a leisure of the future, a wilderness of sighs. By death's bold exhibition, preciser, what we are and the eternal function enabled to infer.
The robin is the one that interrupts the morn, with hurried, few express reports when March is scarcely on. The robin is the one that overflow the noon, with her cherubic quantity and April but begun. The robin is the one that speechless from her nest submit that home and certainty and sanctity are best.
'Twas crisis, all the length had passed, that dull, benumbing time there is in fever or event, and now the chance had come, the instant holding in its claw the privilege to live, or warrant to report the soul the other side the grave. The muscles grappled as with leads that would not let the will. The spirit shook the adamant, but could not make it feel. The second poised, debated, shot, another had begun, and simultaneously a soul escaped the house unseen.
We outgrow love like other things and put it in the drawer, till it an antique fashion shows, like costumes grandsires wore.
When I have seen the sun emerge from his amazing house, and leave a day at every door, a deed in every place, without the incident of fame or accident of noise, the earth has seemed to me a drum pursued of little boys.
A narrow fellow in the grass occasionally rides. You may have met him. Did you not his notice sudden is? The grass divides us as with a comb. A spotted shaft is seen, and then it closes at your feet and opens further on. He likes a boggy acre, a floor too cool for corn, yet when a boy and barefoot, on more than once at noon, have passed, I thought, a whiplash, a braiding in the sun. When stooping to secure it, it wrinkled and was gone. Several of nature's people I know, and they know me. I feel for them a transport of cordiality, but never met this fellow attended or alone, without a tighter breathing and zero at the bone.
Ashes denote that fire was. Revere the grass pile, for the departed creature's sake that hovered there a while. Fire exists the first in light, and then consolidates. Only the chemist can disclose into what carbonates.
The leaves, like women, interchange sagacious confidence, somewhat of nods and somewhat portentous inference. The parties in both cases enjoining secrecy, inviolable compact to notoriety.
At 3:30, a single bird unto a silent sky propounded but a single term of cautious melody. At 4:30, experiment had subjugated test, and lo, her civil principle supplanted all the rest. At 7:30, element nor implement be seen, and place where the presence was, circumference between.
The last night that she lived, it was a common night except the dying. This to us made nature different. We noticed smallest things, things overlooked before, by this great light upon our minds, italicized as 'twere, as we went out and in between her final room and rooms where those to be alive tomorrow were a blame that others could exist, while she must finish quite. A jealousy for her arose, so nearly infinite. We waited while she passed. It was a narrow time. Too jostled were our souls to speak. At length the notice came. She mentioned and forgot, then lightly as a reed bent to the water, struggled scarce, consented, and was dead. And we placed the hair and drew the head erect, and then an awful leisure was, belief to regulate.
If nature smiles, the mother must, I'm sure, at many a whim of her eccentric family. Is she so much to blame?
Dew is the freshet in the grass, 'tis many a tiny mill, turns unperceived beneath our feet, and artisan lies still. We spy the forests and the hills, the tents to nature show, mistake the outside for the inn, and mention what we saw. Could commentators on the sign of nature's caravan obtain admission as a child some Wednesday afternoon?
Perception of an object costs precise the object's lost. Perception in itself a gain, replying to its price. The object absolute is not. Perception sets it fair, and then upbraids a perfectness that situates so fair.
The crickets sang and set the sun, and workmen finished one by one their seam the day upon. The bee had perished from the scene, and distant as an order done, and doubtful as report upon the multitudes of noon. The low grass loaded with the dew, the twilight leaned as strangers do, with hat in hand, polite and new, to stay as if or go. A vastness as a neighbor came, a wisdom without face or name, a peace as hemispheres at home, and so the night became.
Of the heart that goes in and closes the door, shall the playfellow heart complain? Though the ring is unwhole and the company broke, can it never be fitted again?
These are the signs to nature's ends, her invitation broad, to whosoever famishing to taste her mystic bread. These are the rites of nature's house, the hospitality that opens with an equal wit to beggar and to bee. For sureties of her staunch estate, her undecaying cheer, the purple in the east is set, and in the north the star.
My cocoon tightens, colors tease. I'm feeling for the air. The dim capacity for wings demeans the dress I wear. A power of butterfly must be the aptitude to fly. Meadows of majesty concedes and easy sweeps of sky. So I must baffle at the hint and cipher at the sign, and make much blunder if, at last, I take the clue divine.
The bustle in a house, the morning after death, is solemnest of industries enacted upon earth. The sweeping up the heart and putting love away, we shall not want to use again until eternity.
The sun went down, no man looked on. The earth and I alone were present at the majesty. He triumphed and went on. The sun went up, no man looked on. The earth and I and one, a nameless bird, a stranger, were witness for the crown.
One day is there of the series, termed Thanksgiving Day, celebrated part at table, part in memory. Neither patriarch nor pussy I dissect the play, seems it to my hooded thinking reflex holiday. Had there been no sharp subtraction from the early sun, not an acre or a caption where was once a room, not a mention whose small pebble wrinkled any sea, unto such were such assembly twere Thanksgiving Day.
The luxury to apprehend, the luxury 'twould be to look at thee a single time, an epicure of me, in whatsoever presence makes, till for further food. I scarcely recollect to starve, so first am I supplied. The luxury to meditate, the luxury it was to banquet on thy countenance, a sumptuousness bestows. On plainer days, whose table far as certainty can see, is laden with a single crumb, the consciousness of thee.
The robin for a crumb returns no syllable, but long records the lady's name in silver chronicle.
He outstripped time with but a bout. He outstripped stars and sun, and then unjaded challenged God in presence of the throne. And he, in mighty list, unto this present run, the larger glory for the less, a just sufficient ring.
This is a blossom of the brain, a small, italic seed, lodged by design or happening, the spirit fructified. Shy as the wind of his chambers, swift as a freshet's tongue, so of the flower of the soul, its process is unknown. When it is found, a few rejoice, the wise convey it home, carefully cherishing the spot, if other flower become. When it is lost, that day shall be the funeral of God. Upon his breast, a closing soul, the flower of our Lord.
All circumstances are the frame in which his face is set. All latitudes exist for his sufficient continent. The light, his action, and the dark, the leisure of his will, in him existence serve or set, a force illegible.
A shade upon the mind there passes, as when on noon a cloud the mighty sun encloses, remembering that some there be too numb to notice. O God, why give if thou must take away the loved?
It is an honorable thought and makes one lift one's hat as one met sudden gentlefolk upon a daily street. That we've immortal place through pyramids decay and kingdom like the orchard flit russetly away.
This consciousness that is aware of neighbors and the sun will be the one aware of death and that itself alone. Is traversing the interval experience between and most profound experiment appointed unto men. How adequate unto itself its property shall be, itself unto itself, and none shall make discovery. Adventure most unto itself, the soul condemned to be, attended by a single hound, its own identity.
From us she wandered now a year, her tarrying unknown, if wilderness prevent her feet, or that ethereal zone. No eye have seen and lived, we ignorant must be, we only know what time of year we took the mystery.
The sunset stopped on cottages, where sunset hence must be, for treason not of his but life's gone westerly today. The sunset stopped on cottages, where morning just begun. What difference after all thou makest, thou supercilious sun?
Ample make this bed with awe. In it wait till judgment break, excellent and fair. Be its mattress straight, be its pillow round. Let no sunrise yellow noise interrupt this ground.
Let down the bars, O death, the tired flocks come in, whose bleeding ceases to repeat, whose wandering is done. Thine is the stillest night, thine the securest bond. Too near thou art for seeking thee, too tender to be told.
Report the subjects to the quick, continual address, but foreign as the dialect of Danes unto the rest. Reportless measures to the ear susceptive, stimulus, but like an oriental tale to others, fabulous.
The definition of beauty is, that definition is none. Of heaven easing analysis, since heaven and he are one.
Pain has but one acquaintance, and that is death. Each one unto the other, society enough. Pain is the junior party by just a second's right. Death tenderly assists him and then absconds from sight.
Gratitude is not the mention of a tenderness, but its still appreciation out of plumb of speech. When the sea returned no answer by the line and lead, proves that there's no sea, or rather a remoter bed.
Of Paul and Silas it is said, they were in prison laid, but when they went to take them out, they were not there instead. Security the same ensures. To our assaulted minds, the staple must be optional, that an immortal binds.
The voice that stands for floods to me is sterile born to some. The face that makes the morning mean glows impotent on them. What difference in substance lies that what is some to me by other fanciers be deemed exclusive poverty?
Remember me, implored the thief. O hospitality, my guest today in paradise, I give thee guarantee that courtesy will fair remain when the delight is dust, with which we cite this mightiest case of compensated trust. Of all we are allowed to hope, but affidavit stands, that this was due where most we fear, the unexpected friends.
Somehow myself survived the night and entered with the day, that it be saved, the save suffice without the formula. Henceforth I take my living place as one commuted led, a candidate for morning chance, but dated with the dead.
Because he loves her, we will pry and see if she is fair. What difference is on her face from features others wear? It will not harm her magic pace that we so far behind her distances propitiate as forests touch the wind. Not hoping for his notice vast but near to adore, 'tis glory's far sufficiency that makes our trying poor.
Some we see no more, tenements of wonder, occupy to us, though perhaps to them. Simpler are the days than the supposition. Their removing manners leave us to presume. That oblique belief, which we call conjecture, grapples with a theme stubborn as sublime, able as the dust to equip its feature, adequate as drums to elicit the tune.
Its hour with itself, the spirit never shows. What terror would enthrall the street could countenance disclose. The subterranean freight, the cellars of the soul, thank God the loudest place he made is licensed to be still.
My triumph lasted till the drums had left the dead alone, and then I dropped my victory and chastened stole along, to where the finished faces conclusion turned on me, and then I hated glory and wished myself were they. What is to be is best descried when it has also been. Could prospect taste of retrospect, the tyrannies of men were tenderer, diviner, the transitive toward. A bayonet's contrition is nothing to the dead.
Like trains of cars on tracks of plush, I hear the level B. Ajar across the flowers goes their velvet masonry. Withstands until the sweet assault their chivalry consumes, while he, victorious, tilts away to vanquish other blooms.
Not any higher stands the grave for heroes than for men, not any nearer for the child than numb 70. This latest castle equal holds the beggar and his queen. Propitiate this democrat a summer afternoon.
The harm of years is on him. The infamy of time depose him like a fashion, and give dominion room. Forget his morning forces. The glory of decay is a minuter pageant and least vitality.
A wind that rose, though not a leaf in any forest stirred, but with itself did cold commune beyond the realm of bird. A wind that woke a lone delight like separation's swell, restored an arctic confidence to the invisible.
I worked for chaff, and earning wheat was haughty and betrayed, but right had fields to arbitrate in matters ratified. I tasted wheat and hated chaff, and thanked the ample friend. Wisdom is more becoming viewed at distance than at hand.
The bone that has no marrow, what ultimate for that? It is not fit for table, for beggar, or for cat. A bone has obligations. A being has the same. A marrowless assembly is culpabler than shame. But how shall finished creatures a function fresh obtain? Old Nicodemus, phantom, confronting us again.
Who goes to dine must take his feast, or find the banquet mean. The table is not laid without till it is laid within. For pattern is the mind bestowed, that imitating her, our most ignoble services exhibit worthier.
The popular art is a cannon first, subsequent a drum, bells for an auxiliary, and an afterword of rum. Not a tomorrow to know its name, nor a past to stare, ditches for realms and a trip to jail for a souvenir.
It came at last, but prompter death had occupied the house. His pallid furniture arranged in his metallic peace. O faithful frost that kept the date, had love as punctual been, delight had aggrandized the gate and blocked the coming in.
The pungent atom in the air admits of no debate. All that is named of summer days relinquished our estate. For what department of delight, as positive are we, as limit of dominion, or dams of ecstasy?
Immortal is an ample word when what we need is by, but when it leaves us for a time, 'tis a necessity. Of heaven above the firmest proof we fundamental know, except for its marauding hand, it had been heaven below.
Our friends' delight or pain, could bounty but remain, riches were good. But if they only stay, ampler to fly away, riches are sad.
The mountains stood in haze, the valleys stooped below, and went or waited as they liked, the river and the sky. At leisure was the sun, his interests of fire. A little from remark withdrawn, the twilight spoke the spire. So soft upon the scene, the act of evening fell. We felt now a neighborly thing was the invisible.
Somewhere upon the general earth itself exists today the magic passive but extent that consecrated me. In different seasons doubtless play where I for right to be would pay each atom that I am but immortality, reserving that but just to prove another date of thee. O God of width, do not for us curtail eternity.
Step lightly on this narrow spot, The broadest land that grows is not so ample as the breast these emerald seams enclose. Step lofty, for this name be told, as far as cannon dwell, or flag subsist or fame export her deathless syllable.
I cannot want it more. I cannot want it less. My human nature's fullest force expends itself on this, and yet it nothing is to him who easy owns, is worth itself or distance, he fathoms who obtains.
The days that we can spare are those of function die, or friend or nature stranded then in our economy. Our estimate forsook, our affluence a whim. We let go all of time without arithmetic of him.
'Twas fighting for his life he was. That sort accomplished well. The ordinance of vitality is frugal of its ball. It aims once, kills once, conquers once. There is no second war in that campaign inscrutable of the interior.
Frigid and sweet her parting face, frigid and fleet my feet, alien and vain whatever clime, acrid whatever fate, given to me without the suit, riches and name and realm. Who was she to withhold from me penury and home?
An honest tear is durabler than bronze. The cenotaph may each that dies. Reared by itself, no deputy suffice. Gratitude bears when obelisks decay.
I should not dare to be so sad, so many years again. A load is first impossible when we have put it down. The superhuman then withdraws, and we who never saw the giant at the other side begin to perish now.
Remembrance has a rear and front. 'Tis something like a house. It has a garret also, for a refuse and the mouse. Besides the deepest cellar that ever mason laid, leave me not ever there alone, O thou almighty God.
Because my brook is fluent, I know 'tis dry. Because my brook is silent, it is the sea. And startled at its swelling, I try to flee to where the strong assure me is no more sea.
A little dog that wags his tail and knows no other joy. Of such a little dog am I reminded by a boy, who gambols all the living day without an earthly cause, because he is a little boy, I honestly suppose. The cat that in the corner dwells, her martial day forgot, the mouse but a tradition now of her desireless lot. Another class remind me, who neither please nor play, but not to make a bit of noise, beseech each little boy.
O shadow on the grass, art thou a step or not? Go make thee fair, my candidate, my nominated heart. O shadow on the grass, while I delayed to dress, some other thou didst consecrate, O unelected face.
To make routine a stimulus, remember it can cease. Capacity to terminate is a specific grace. Of retrospect, the arrow, that power to repair, departed with the torment become, alas, more fair.
To disappear enhances the man who runs away, is gilded for an instant with immortality. But yesterday a vagrant, today in memory lane, with superstitious value we tamper with again. But never, far as honor, removes the paltry thing, and impotent to cherish, we hasten to adorn. Of death the sternest feature, that just as we discern, the quality defies us, secure is gathered then. The fruit preserves to plucking, but leaning to the sight, with the exact limit of an unobtained delight.
So much of heaven has gone from earth that there must be a heaven, if only to enclose the saints to affidavit given. The missionary to the mole must prove there is a sky. Location doubtless he would plead, but what excuse have I? Too much of proof affronts belief. The turtle will not try, unless you leave him, then return, and he has hauled away.
So I pull my stockings off, wading in the water for the disobedience sake. Boy that lived for ought to. Went to heaven, perhaps, at death, and perhaps he didn't. Moses wasn't fairly used. Ananias wasn't.
What we see, we know somewhat, be it but a little. What we don't, surmise we do, though it shows so fickle. I shall vote for lands with locks, granted I can pick 'em. Transport's doubtful dividend, patented by Adam.
The past is such a curious creature. To look her in the face, a transport may receipt us, or a disgrace. Unarmed, if any meet her, I charge him fly. Her fated ammunition might yet reply.
A prompt executive bird is the jay, bold as a bailiff's hymn, brittle and brief in quality, warrant in every line. Sitting a bow like a brigadier, confident and straight, good is the look of him in march as a benefit.
Now I knew I lost her, not that she was gone, but remoteless traveled on her face and tongue. Alien though adjoining as a foreign race, traversed she through pausing, latitudeless place. Elements unaltered, universe the same, but love's transmigration, somehow this had come. Henceforth to remember, nature took the day. I had paid so much for her, his is penury. Not who toils for freedom or for family, but the restitution of idolatry.
The sea said, "Come to the brook." The brook said, "Let me grow." The sea said, "Then you will be a sea. I want a brook. Come now," the sea said. "Go to the sea." The sea said, "I am he you cherished. Learned waters, wisdom is stale to me."
September's baccalaureate, a combination is of crickets, crows, and retrospects, and a dissembling breeze that hints without assuming, an innuendo seer that makes the heart put up its fun and turn philosopher.
Way to know the bobolink from every other bird, precisely as the joy of him, obliged to be inferred. Of impudent habiliment, attired to defy, impertinence subordinate at times to majesty, of sentiments seditious, amenable to law as heresies of transport or Puck's apostasy, extrinsic to attention, too intimate with joy, he complements existence until allured away by seasons or as children, adult and urgent grown, or unforeseen aggrandizement, or happily renowned. By contrast, certifying the bird of birds is gone, how nullified the meadow, her sorcerer withdrawn.
Not with a club the heart is broken, nor with a stone. A whip so small you could not see it, I've known. To lash the magic creature till it fell, yet that whip's name too noble then to tell. Magnanimous as bird, by boy descried, sing unto the stone of which it died. Shame need not crouch in such an earth as ours. Shame, stand erect, the universe is yours.
The mushroom is the elf of plants. At evening, it is not. At morning, in a truffled hat, its stop upon a spot, as if it tarried away, and yet its whole career is shorter than a snake's delay and fleeter than a tear. 'Tis vegetation's juggler, the germ of alibi, doth like a bubble antedate, and like a bubble high. I feel as if the grass was pleased to have it intermit, this surreptitious scion of summer's circumspect. Had nature any supple face, or could she one condemn? Had nature an apostate, that mushroom, it is him.
A bee his burnished carriage drove boldly to a rose, combining, alighting himself, his equipage. The rose received his visit with frank tranquility, withholding not a crescent to his cupidity. Their moment consummated, remained for him to flee, remained for her of rapture, but the humility.
A dew sufficed itself, and satisfied a leaf, and felt how vast the destiny, how trivial is life. The sun went out to work, the day went out to play, but not again the dew be seen by physiognomy. Whether by day abducted or emptied by the sun, into the sea, in passing, eternally unknown. Attested to this day, that awful tragedy, by transport's instability and doom celerity.
The spider as an artist has never been employed, though his surpassing merit is freely certified. By every broom and Bridget, throughout a Christian land, neglected son of genius, I take thee by the hand.
Winter is good, his hoar delights italic flavor yield, to intellects inebriate with summer or the world. Generic as a quarry and hardy as a rose, invited with asperity, but welcome when he goes.
Delight's despair at setting is that delight is less than the sufficing longing that so impoverish. Enchantment's perihelion mistaken oft has been for the authentic orbit of its anterior sun.
Which is the best, the moon or the crescent? Neither, said the moon. That is best which is not. Achieve it. You efface the sheen. Not of detention is fruition. Shudder to attain. Transport decomposition follows. He is prison board.
A rat surrendered here, a brief career of cheer and fraud and fear. Of ignominies due, let all addicted to beware. The most obliging trap, its tendency to snap cannot resist. Temptation is the friend, repugnantly resigned at last.
This dirty little heart is freely mine. I won it with a bun, a freckled shrine, but eligibly fair to him who sees the visage of the soul and not the knees.
How news must feel when traveling, if news have any heart, alighting at the dwelling, 'twill enter like a dart. What news must think when pondering, if news have any thought, concerning the stupendousness of its perceiveless freight. What news will do when every man shall comprehend as one, and not at all the universe a thing to tell remain.
The last of summer is delight, deterred by retrospect. 'Tis ecstasy's revealed review, enchantment's syndicate. To meet it, nameless as it is, without celestial mail, audacious as without a knock, to walk within the veil.
The heart is the capital of the mind. The mind is a single state. The heart and the mind together make a single continent. One is the population, numerous enough. This ecstatic nation, seek, it is yourself.
Not any more to be lacked, not any more to be known. denizen of significance for a span so worn. Even nature herself has forgot it is there, sedulous for multitudes, notwithstanding despair, of the ones that pursued it, suing it is not to go. Some have solaced the longing to accompany, some rescinded the wrench, others, shall I say, plated the residue of ads with monotony.
After all birds have been investigated and laid aside, nature imparts the little bluebird, assured her conscientious voice will soar unmoved above ostensible vicissitude. First at the march, competing with the wind, her zealous note delights it to ascend. Last at the scene, when summer swerves away, fortitude flanked with melody.
The mind lives on the heart, like any parasite. If that is full of meat, the mind is fat. But if the heart emaciate the wit, the aliment of it, so absolute.
That sacred closet when you sweep, entitled memory, select a reverential broom and do it silently. 'Twill be a labor of surprise besides identity, of other interlocutors of probability. August the dust of that domain, unchallenged let it lie. You cannot supersede itself, but it can silence you.
Mute thy coronation, meek my vive le roi. Fold a tiny courtier in thine ermine, sir, there to rest revering till the pageant by. I can murmur broken, master, it was I.
Did the harebell lose her girdle to the lover bee? Would the bee the harebell hollow, much as formerly? Did the paradise persuaded yield her mote of pearl? Would the Eden be an Eden, or the Earl an Earl?
If it had no pencil, would it try mine, worn now and dull, sweet, writing much to thee? If it had no word, would it make the daisy most as big as I was when it plucked me?
No rose, yet felt myself a bloom. No bird, yet rode in ether.
Again his voice is at the door. I feel the old degree. I hear him ask the servant for such a one as me. I take a flower as I go, my face to justify. He never saw me in this life. I might surprise his eye. I cross the hall with mingled steps. I, silent, pass the door. I look on all this world contains, just his face, nothing more. We talk in careless and in toss, a kind of plummet strain, each sounding shyly just how deep the other's one had been. We walk, I leave my dog at home. A tender, thoughtful moon goes with us just a little way, and then we are alone. Alone if angels are alone, first time they try the sky. Alone if those veiled faces be, we cannot count on high. I'd give to live that hour again, the purple in my vein, but he must count the drops himself, my price for every stain.
Civilization spurns the leopard. Was the leopard bold? Deserts never rebuked her satin, Ethiop her gold. Tawny her customs, she was conscious, spotted her dun gown. This was the leopard's nature, Signor, not a keeper. Frown. Pity the pard that left Eurasia, memories of palm, cannot be stifled with narcotic, nor suppressed with balm.
Going to her, happy letter, tell her, the page I never wrote, tell her I only said the syntax and left the verb and the pronoun out. Tell her just how the fingers hurried, then how they stammered, slow, slow. And then you wished you had eyes in your pages, so you could see what moved them so. Tell her it wasn't a practiced writer you guessed. From the way the sentence toiled, you could hear the bodice tug behind you, as if it held but the might of a child. You almost pitied it. It worked so. Tell her, no, you may quibble there, for it would split her heart to know it. And then you and I were silenter. Tell her, day finished before we finished, and the old clock kept neighing, day. And you got sleepy and begged to be ended. What could it hinder so to say? Tell her just how she sealed you, cautious. But if she asks where you are hid until the evening, be bashful, gesture coquette, and shake your head.
Of all the souls that stand create, I have elected one. When sense from spirit files away and subterfuge is done, when that which is and that which was apart intrinsic stand, and this brief tragedy of flesh is shifted like a sand, when figures show their royal front and mists are carved away, behold the atom I preferred to all the lists of clay.
The world stands solemner to me since I was wed to him. A modesty befits a soul that bears another's name. A doubt if it be fair indeed to wear that perfect pearl the man upon the woman binds, to clasp her soul for all, a prayer that is more angel, prove a whiter gift, within to that munificence that chose so unadorned a queen, a gratitude that such be true, it had esteemed the dream too beautiful for shape to prove or posture to redeem.
Me change, me alter, then I will, when on the everlasting hill a smaller purple grows at sunset, or a lesser glow flickers upon Cordillera at day's superior close.
We play at paste till qualified for pearl, then drop the paste and deem ourselves a fool. The shapes, though, were similar, and our new hands learned gem tactics, practicing sands.
The wind begun to rock the grass with threatening tunes, and lo, he threw a menace at the sky, a menace at the sky. At the earth, a menace at the sky. The leaves unhooked themselves from trees and started all abroad. The dusk did scoop itself like hands and throw away the road. The wagons quickened on the streets, the thunder hurried slow. The lightning showed a yellow beak and then a livid claw. The birds put up the bars to nest. The cattle fled to barns. There came one drop of giant rain, and then, as if the hands that held the dams had parted hold, the waters wrecked the sky, but overlooked my father's house just quartering a tree.
I never saw a moor, I never saw the sea, yet know I how the heather looks and what a billow be. I never spoke with God, nor visited in heaven, yet certain am I of the spot, as if the checks were given.
As sleigh bells seem in summer, or bees at Christmas show, so fairy, so fictitious, the individuals do, repealed from observation, a party that we knew, more distant in an instant than dawn in Timbuktu.
The spry arms of the wind, if I could crawl between, I have an errand imminent to an adjoining zone. I should not care to stop. My process is not long. The wind could wait without the gate, or stroll the town among, to ascertain the house, and is the soul at home. and hold the wick of mine to it, to light, and then return.
These strangers in a foreign world, protection asked of me. Befriend them, lest yourself in heaven be found a refugee.
Love reckons by itself alone. As large as I relate the sun to one who never felt it blaze, itself is all the like it has.
Fame's boys and girls who never die and are too seldom born.
The overtakelessness of those who have accomplished death, majestic is to me beyond the majesties of earth. The soul heard not at home inscribes upon the flesh and takes a fine aerial gait beyond the writ of touch.
Further in summer than the birds, pathetic from the grass, a minor nation celebrates its unobtrusive mass. No ordinance be seen, so gradual the grace, a pensive custom it becomes, enlarging loneliness. Antiquest felt at noon, when August burning low, arise this spectral canticle, repose to typify. Remit as yet no grace, no furrow on the glow, yet a druidic deference enhances nature now.
Purple is fashionable twice this season of the year, and when a soul perceives itself to be an emperor.
She sped as petals of a rose offended by the wind, a frail aristocrat of time, indemnity to find, leaving on nature a default as cricket or as a bee, but Andes in the bosoms where she had begun to lie.
The sky is low, the clouds are mean, a traveling flake of snow across a barn or through a rut, debates if it will go. A narrow wind complains all day how someone treated him. Nature, like us, is sometimes caught without her diadem.
I cannot meet the spring unmoved. I feel the old desire, a hurry with a lingering mixed, a warrant to be fair. A competition in my sense with something hid in her. And as she vanishes, remorse, I saw no more of her.
Between the form of life and life, the difference is as big as liquor at the lip between and liquor in the jug. The latter, excellent to keep, but for ecstatic need. The cork is superior, I know, for I have tried.
Paradise is of the option. Whosoever will dwell in Eden notwithstanding Adam and repeal.
His bill is clasped, his eye forsook, his feathers wilted low. The claws that clung like lifeless gloves, indifferent hanging now. The joy that in his happy throat was waiting to be poured, gored through and through with death to be, assassin of a bird, resembles, to my outraged mind, the firing in heaven, on angels squandering for you their miracles of tune.
After the sun comes out, how it alters the world. Wagons like messengers hurrying about. Yesterday is old. All men meet it as if each foreclosed a news, fresh as a cargo from Belize, nature's qualities.
I fit for them. I seek the dark till I am thorough fit. The labor is a sober one, with the austerer sweet, that abstinence of mind produce a purer food for them, if I succeed. If I had not, I had the transport of the aim.
The frost of death was on the pane. Secure your flowers, said he. Like sailors fighting with a leak, we fought mortality. Our passive flower we held to sea, to mountain, to the sun, yet even on his scarlet shelf to crawl the frost begun. We pried him back, ourselves we wedged himself and her between, Yet easy as the narrow snake, he forked his way along, till all her helpless beauty bent. And then our wrath begun. We hunted him to his ravine, we chased him to his den. We hated death and hated life, and nowhere was to go. Then sea and continent there is a larger, it is woe.
A diamond on the hand, to custom common grown, subsides from its significance, the gem or best unknown. Within a cellar shrine, how many sight and sigh, and cannot, but are mad with fear that any other buy.
Some wretched creature, Savior take, who would exult to die, and leave for thy sweet mercy's sake another hour to me.
There is a strength in proving that it can be borne, although it tear. What are the sinews of such cordage for except to bear? The ship might be of satin, had it not to fight, to walk on seas required cedar feet.
The merchant, the merchant of the picturesque, a counter has and sails, but is within or negative, precisely as the calls. To children he is small in price and large in courtesy. It suits him better than a check, their artless currency. Of counterfeits he is so shy, do one advance so near as to behold his ample flight.
None who saw it ever told it, 'tis as hid as death. Had for that specific treasure a departing breath, surfaces may be invested. Did the diamond grow general as the dandelion, would you serve it so?
Soul, take thy risk, with death to be, were better than be not with thee.
Too cold is this to warm with sun, too stiff to bended be. To joint this agate were a work, outstaring masonry. How went the agile kernel out, contusion of the husk? Nor rip nor wrinkle indicate, but just an asterisk.
There is another loneliness that many die without, not want of friend occasion it, or circumstance of lot, but nature sometimes thought, and whoso it befall, is richer than could be revealed by mortal numeral.
We do not know the time we lose. The awful moment is and takes its fundamental place among the certainties. A firm appearance still inflates the card, the chance, the friend, the specter of solidities whose substances are sand.
The lightning is a yellow fork from tables in the sky, by inadvertent fingers dropped, the awful cutlery of mansions never quite disclosed and never quite concealed, the apparatus of the dark to ignorance revealed.
The murmuring of bees has ceased, but murmuring of some posterior prophetic has simultaneously come. The lower meters of the year, when nature's laugh is done, the revelations of the book whose genesis was June. Appropriate creatures to her change, the typic mother sends, as accent fades to interval with separating friends, to what we speculate has been and thoughts we will not show, more intimate with us become than persons that we know.
The smoldering embers blush, O cheek within the coal, hast thou survived so many nights? The smoldering embers smile, soft stirs the news of light, the stolid rafters glow, one requisite has fire that last Prometheus never knew.
Paradise is that old mansion Manny owned before, occupied by each an instant, then reversed the door. Bliss is frugal of her leases, Adam taught her thrift, bankrupt once through his excesses.
In thy long paradise of light, no moment will there be when I shall long for earthly play and mortal company.
Soft is the massacre of sons by evening sabers slain.
The bird did prance, the bee did play, the sun ran miles away. So blind with joy he could not choose between his holiday. The morn was up, the meadows out, the fences all but ran. Republic of delight, I thought, where each is citizen. From heavy laden lands to thee were seas to cross to come. A Caspian were crowded, too near thou art for fame.
Tell as a marksman were forgotten. Tell this day endures. Ruddy as the coeval apple, the tradition bears. Fresh as mankind, that humble story, though a statelier tale, grown in the repetition hoary, scarcely would prevail. Tell had a son, the ones that knew it, need not linger here. Those who did not to human nature will subscribe a tear. Tell would not bare his head in presence of the ducal hat, threatened for that with death by Gessler, tyranny bethought. Make of his only boy a target that surpasses death, stolid to love's supreme entreaty, not forsook of earth, of faith. Mercy of the Almighty begging, tell his arrows sent. God is said, replies in person, when the cry is meant.
After 100 years, nobody knows the place, agony that enacted there, motionless as peace. Weeds triumphant ranged, strangers strolled and spelled at the lone orthography of the elder dead. Winds of summer fields recollect the way, instinct picking up the key dropped by memory.
These are the nights that beetles love. From eminence remote drives ponderous perpendicular, his figure intimate, the terror of the children, the merriment of men. Depositing his thunder, he hoists aboard again. A bomb upon the ceiling is an improving thing. It keeps the nerves progressive, conjecture flourishing. Too dear the summer evening, without discreet alarm, supplied by entomology with its remaining charm.
'Tis my first night beneath the sun, if I should spend it here. Above him is too low a height for his barometer, who airs of expectation breathes, and takes the wind at prime, but distance his delights confides to those who visit him.
The wind took up the northern things and piled them in the south, then gave the east unto the west, and opening his mouth, the four divisions of the earth did make as to devour, while everything to corners slunk behind the awful power. The wind unto his chamber went, and nature ventured out, her subjects scattered into place, her systems ranged about. Again the smoke from dwellings rose, the day abroad was heard. How intimate a tempest passed, the transport of the bird.
I noticed people disappeared when but a little child. Suppose they visited remote or settled regions wild. Now know I, they both visited and settled regions wild, but did because they died, a fact withheld the little child.
The snow that never drifts, the transient, fragrant snow that comes a single time a year, is slowly driving now. So through in the tree at night beneath the star, that it was February's foot, experience would swear. Like winter has a face, we stern and former knew, repaired of all but loneliness by nature's alibi, where every storm so spice the value could not be. We buy with contrast, pang is good, as near as memory.
That odd old man is dead a year. We miss his stated hat. 'Twas such an evening bright and stiff, his faded lamp went out. Who miss his antiquated wick, are any whore for him? Waits any indurated mate his wrinkled coming home? O life begun in fluent blood and consummated dull, achievement contemplating thee feels transitive and cool.
Exhilaration is the breeze that lifts us from the ground and leaves us in another place whose statement is not found. Returns us not, but after time we soberly descend, a little newer for the term, upon enchanted ground.
Best witchcraft is geometry to the magician's mind. His ordinary acts are feats to thinking of mankind.
The duties of the wind are few: to cast the ships at sea, establish march, the floods escort, and usher liberty. The pleasures of the wind are broad: to dwell extent among, remain or wander, speculate, or forests entertain. The kinsmen of the wind are peaks, as of the equinox, also with bird and asteroid a bowing intercourse. The limitations of the wind: do he exist or die? Too wise he seems for wakelessness, however, know not I.
The day grew small, surrounded tight by early, stooping night. The afternoon and evening deep, its yellow shortness dropped. The winds went out their martial ways, the leaves obtained excuse. November hung his granite hat upon a nail of plush.
Great streets of silence led away to neighborhoods of pause. Here was no notice, no dissent, no universe, no laws. By clocks 'twas morning, and for night the bells at distance called. But epoch had no basis here, for period exhaled.
Some days retired from the rest in soft distinction lie, the day that a companion came or was obliged to die.
Of nature I shall have enough when I have entered these, entitled to a bumblebee's familiarities.
The suburbs of a secret a strategist should keep, better than on a dream interlude to scrutinize the sleep. In truth, to scrutinize the sleep.
The incidents of love are more than its events. Investment's best expositor is the minute percents.
Alone and in a circumstance reluctant to be told, a spider on my reticence assiduously crawled, and so much more at home than I immediately grew. I felt myself a visitor and hurriedly withdrew. Revisiting my late abode with articles of claim, I found it quietly assumed as a gymnasium, where tax asleep and title off the inmates of the air, perpetual presumption took as each were special heir. If any strike me on the street, I can return the blow. If any take my property according to the law, the statute is my learned friend. But what redress can be? For an offense nor here nor there, so not in equity. That larceny of time and mind, the marrow of the day, by spider, or forbid it, Lord, that I should specify.
Contained in this short life are magical extents, the soul returning soft at night to steal securer thence, as children strictest kept turn soonest to the sea, whose nameless fathoms slink away beside infinity.
Nature affects to be sedate, upon occasion grand, but let our observation shut, her practices extend to necromancy and the trades remote to understand. Behold our spacious citizen unto a juggler turned.
Where every bird is bold to go and bees a bachelor's play, the foreigner before he knocks must thrust the tears away.
The riddle that we guess, we speedily despise. Not anything is stale so long as yesterday's surprise.
Experiment escorts us last. His pungent company will not allow an axiom, an opportunity.
Too happy time dissolves itself and leaves no remnant by. 'Tis anguish not a feather hath, or too much weight to fly.
We introduce ourselves to planets and to flowers, but with ourselves have etiquettes, embarrassments, and awes.
Had we known the ton she wore, we had helped the terror, but she straighter walked for freight, so be hers the error.
O sumptuous moment, slower go, that I may gloat on thee. 'Twill never be the same to starve, now I abundance see. Which was to famish then or now, the difference of day. Ask him unto the gallows led, with morning in the sky.
A great hope fell, you heard no noise. The ruin was within. O cunning wreck that told no tale and let no witness in. The mind was built for mighty freight, for dread occasion planned. How often foundering at sea, ostensibly on land.
And not admitting of the wound until it grew so wide that all my life had entered it, and there were troughs beside. A closing of the simple lid that opened to the sun until the tender carpenter perpetual nail it down.
That this should feel the need of death, the same as though that lived, is such a feat of irony as never was achieved. Not satisfied to ape the great in his simplicity, the small must die, the same as he. Oh, the audacity.
The frost was never seen, if met too rapid past, or in too unsubstantial team. The flowers notice first a stranger hovering round, a symptom of alarm in villages remotely set. But search he faces him, till some retrieveless night, our vigilance at waste, the garden gets the only shot that never could be traced. Unproved is much we know, unknown the worst we fear. Of strangers is the earth the inn, of secrets is the air. To analyze, perhaps, a Philip would prefer, but labor vaster than myself, I find it to infer.
We like March, his shoes are purple, he is new and high. Makes he mud for dog and peddler, makes he forest dry. Knows the addered tongue his coming and begets her spot. Stands the sun so close and mighty that our minds are hot. News is he of all the others, bold it were to die, with the bluebirds buccaneering on his British sky.
Society for me, my misery, since gift of thee.
Safe despair it is that raves. Agony is frugal, puts itself severe away for its own perusal. Garrison, no soul can be in front of trouble. Love is one, not aggregate, nor is dying double.
We never know how high we are till we are asked to rise, and if we are true to plan, our statures touch the skies. The heroism we recite would be a normal thing, did not ourselves the cubits warn for fear to be a king.
The slow day moved along, I heard its axles go, as if they could not hoist themselves, they hated motion so. I told my soul to come, it was no use to wait. We went and played and came again, and it was out of sight.
A soft sea washed around the house, a sea of summer air, and rose and fell the magic planks that sailed without a care. For captain was the butterfly, for helmsman was the bee, and an entire universe for the delighted crew.
Whatever it is, she has tried it. Awful Father of love, is not ours the chastising? Do not chastise the dove. Not for ourselves petition, nothing is left to pray. When a subject is finished, words are handed away. Only lest she be lonely in thy beautiful house, give her for her transgression license to think of us.
On the world you colored, morning painted rose, idle his vermilion, aimless crept the glows. Over realms of orchards, I the day before conquered with the robin, misery how fair, till your wrinkled finger shoved the sun away, midnight's awful pattern in the goods of day.
Lest they should come is all my fear, when sweet incarcerated here.
All men for honor hardest work, but are not known to earn, paid after they have ceased to work in infamy or earn.
Shall I take thee, the poet said to the propounded word, be stationed with the candidates till I have finer tried. The poet searched philology and was about to ring for the suspended candidate. There came unsummoned in that portion of the vision the word applied to fill. Not unto nomination the cherubim reveal.
Fly, fly, but as you fly, remember the second pass you by. The second is pursuing the century is chasing eternity. Ah, the responsibility, no wonder that the little second flee out of its frightened way.
Like rain it sounded till it curved, and then I knew 'twas wind. It walked as wet as any wave, but swept as dry as sand. When it had pushed itself away to some remotest plain, a coming as of hosts was heard, that was indeed the rain. It filled the wells, it pleased the pools, it warbled in the road. It pulled the spigot from the hills and let the floods abroad. It loosened acres, lifted seas, the sights of centuries stirred. Then, like Elijah, rode away upon a wheel of cloud.
The clouds, their backs together laid, the north begun to push, the forests galloped till they fell. The lightning played like mice, the thunder crumbled like a stuff. How good to be in tombs, where nature's temper cannot reach, nor missile ever comes.
We like a hairbreadth scape, it tingles in the mind, far after fact or accident, like paragraphs of wind. If we had ventured less, the gale were not so fine, that reaches to our utmost hair, its tentacles divine.
The sun and fog contested the government of day. The sun took down his yellow whip and drove the fog away.
Had I not seen the sun, I could have borne the shade. But light a newer wilderness my wilderness has made.
If my bark sink, 'tis to another sea. Mortality's ground floor is immortality.
Look back on time with kindly eyes. He doubtless did his best. How softly sinks that trembling sun in human nature's west.
Risk is the hair that holds the tune, seductive in the air. What tune is hollow but the tune with 100 weights to spare? Too ponderous to suspect the snare, despises that fickle chair, and suits itself to be let go by that perfidious hair. The foolish tune, the critics say, while that delusive hair, persuasive as perdition, decoys its traveler.
Let mine first knowing be of thee, with morning's warming light, and my first fearing, lest unknowns engulf thee in the night.
Fortitude incarnate here is laid away in the swift partitions of the awful sea. Babble of the happy, cavil of the bold, hoary the fruition, but the sea is old. Edifice of ocean, thy tumultuous rooms suit me at a venture better than the tombs.
The clover's simple fame remembered of the cow is better than enameled realms of notability. Renown perceives itself, and that degrades the flower. The daisy that has looked behind has compromised its power.
A sparrow took a slice of twig and thought it very nice, I think, because his empty plate was handed nature twice. Invigorated fully, sprang lightly to the sky as an accustomed stirrup, and boldly rode away.
A stagnant pleasure like a pool that lets its rushes grow until they heedless tumble in and make the water slow. Impeding navigation bright of shadows going down, yet even this shall rouse itself when freshets come along.
As old as woe, how old is that? Some 8,000 years. As old as bliss, how old is that? They are of equal years. Together chiefest they are found, but seldom side by side. From neither of them, though he try, can human nature hide.
Is heaven a physician? They say that he can heal, but medicine posthumous is unavailable. Is heaven an exchequer? They speak of what we owe, but that negotiation I'm not a party to.
The lilac is an ancient shrub, and ancienter than that, the fermental lilac. Upon the hill tonight, the sun subsiding on its course bequeaths the spinal plant to contemplation, not to touch the flower of Occident. Of one corolla is the west, the calyx is the earth, the capsule's burnished seeds the stars, the scientist of faith. His research has just begun, but his synthesis, the flora unimpeachable, to time's analysis, eye hath not seen, may possibly be current with the blind, but let not revelation by these be detained.
Until the desert knows that water grows, his sands suffice. But let him once suspect that Caspian fact, Sahara dies. Utmost is relative, have not or have, adjacent sums enough. The first abode on the familiar road galloped in dreams.
Tell all the truth, but tell it slant. Success in circuit lies, too bright for our infirm delight. The truth's superb surprise, as lightning to the children eased with explanation kind, the truth must dazzle gradually, or every man be blind.
Like time's insidious wrinkle on a beloved's face, we clutch the grace the tighter, though we resent the crease. The frost himself so calmly dishevels every prime, asserting from his prism that none can punish him.
Through what transports of patience I reached the stolid bliss, to breathe my blank without thee, attest me this and this. By that bleak exultation, I won as near as this, thy privilege of dying. Abbreviate me this.
He preached about breath till it argued him narrow, the broad are too broad to define, and of truth until it proclaimed him a liar, the truth never flaunted its sign. Simplicity fled from his counterfeit presence, as gold the pyrites would shun. What confusion would cover the innocent Jesus to meet so religious a man?
A word dropped careless on a page may stimulate an eye when folded in perpetual seam, the wrinkled maker lie, Infection in the sentence breeds, we may inhale despair at distances of centuries from the malaria.
I thought that nature was enough till human nature came, but that the other did absorb as parallax of flame. Of human nature just aware, there added the divine, brief struggle for capacity. The power to contain is always as the contents, but give a giant room, and you will lodge a giant and not a smaller man.
The show is not the show, but they that go. Menagerie to me, my neighbor be. Fair play, both went to sea.
Was not, was all the statement. The unpretentious stuns, perhaps. The comprehension, they wore no lexicons. But lest our speculation in a nation die, because God took him, mention, that was philology.
So proud she was to die, it made us all ashamed, that what we cherished so unknown to her desire seemed, so satisfied to go where none of us should be. Immediately that anguish stooped, almost to jealousy.
The things we thought that we should do, we other things have done, but those peculiar industries have never been begun. The lands we thought that we should seek, when large enough to run, by speculations ceded to speculation's son. The heaven in which we hoped to pause, when discipline was done, untenable to logic, but possibly the one.
Who were the Father and the Son? We pondered when a child. And what had they to do with us? And when Hortensius told, with inference appalling, by childhood fortified, we thought, at least they are no worse than they have been described. Who are the Father and the Son? Did we demand today? The Father and the Son himself would doubtless specify. But had they the felicity when we desired to know, we better friends had been perhaps than time ensued to be. We start to learn that we believe, but once entirely, belief it does not fit so well when altered frequently. We blush that heaven, if we achieve event ineffable, we shall have shunned until ashamed to own the miracle.
Could hope inspect her basis, her craft were done, as a fictitious charter, or as none, balked in the vastest instance, but to renew, felled by but one assassin, prosperity.
I know suspense, it steps so terse and turns so weak away. Besides, suspense is neighborly when I am riding by, is always at the window, though lately I decry, and mention to my horses the need is not of me.
The most triumphant bird I ever knew or met embarked upon a twig today, until dominion set, I perished to behold another such a might, and sang for nothing in the world but competent delight. Retired and resumed his transitive estate, to what delicious accident does finest glory fit?
There is no frigate like a book to take us lands away, nor any coursers like a page of prancing poetry. This travel may the poorest take, without offense of toll. How frugal is the chariot that bears the human soul.
Power is a familiar growth, not distant, not to be. Beside us like a bland abyss, in every company. Escape it, there is but a chance. Unconsciousness and clay lean forward for a final glance. Disprove that, and you may.
Elijah's wheel had no thill, was innocent of wheel. Elijah's horses as unique as was his vehicle. Elijah's journey to portray with him the skill remain, who justified Elijah in that uncommon scene. Left in immortal youth on that low plain that has hath nor retrospection, nor again ransomed from years, sequestered from decay, canceled like dawn, incomprehensive day.
Yesterday is history, 'tis so far away. Yesterday is poetry, 'tis philosophy. Yesterday is mystery, where it is today. While we shrewdly speculate, flutter both away.
The beggar at the door for fame were easily supplied, but bread is that diviner thing disclosed to be denied.
In this short life that only lasts an hour, how much, how little is within our power?
A deed knocks first at thought, and then it knocks at will. That is the manufacturing spot. And will at home and well, it then goes out and act, or is entombed so still that only to the ear of God its doom is audible.
I think that the root of the wind is water. It would not sound so deep were it a firmamental product. Airs no ocean keep. Mediterranean intonations to a current's ear. There is a maritime conviction in the atmosphere.
Not one by heaven defrauded stay. Although he seemed to steal, he restitutes in some sweet way, secreted in his will.
A single clover plank was all that saved a bee I personally knew from sinking in the sky. Twixt firmament above and firmament below, the billows of circumference were sweeping him away. The idly swaying plank, responsible to naught, a sudden freight of wind assumed, and Bumblebee was not. This harrowing event transpiring in the grass did not so much as wring from him a wandering alas.
Oh, thanks so much. Longing is like the seed that wrestles in the ground, believing if it intercede, it shall at length be found. The hour and the climb, each circumstance unknown, what constancy must be achieved before it see the sun.
The day she goes or day she stays are equally supreme. Existence has estated with, departed, or at home.
The butterfly in honored dust assuredly will lie, but none will pass the catacomb, so chastened as the fly.
Recollect the face of me when in thy felicity, due in paradise today, guest of mine assuredly. Other courtesies have been, other courtesy may be. We commend ourselves to thee, paragon of chivalry.
Warm in her hand these accents lie, while faithful and afar, the grace so awkward for her sake, its fond subjection wear.
To break so vast a heart required a blow as vast. No zephyr felled this cedar straight, 'twas undeserved blast.
Lane in nature, so suffice us the enchantless pod, when we advertise existence for the missing seed. Maddest heart that God created cannot move a sod, pasted by the simple summer on the longed-for dead.
Had we our senses, but perhaps 'tis well they're not at home, so intimate with madness, he's liable with them. Had we the eyes within our head, how well that we are blind. We could not look upon the earth, so utterly unmoved.
Art thou the thing I wanted? Be gone, my tooth has grown. Supply the minor palate that has not starved so long. I tell thee while I waited, the mystery of food increased till I abjured it, and dine without like God.
'Twas later when the summer went than when the cricket came, and yet we knew that gentle clock meant naught but going home. 'Twas sooner when the cricket went than when the winter came, yet that pathetic pendulum keeps esoteric time.
Because that you are going and never coming back, and I, however accurate, may overlook your track. Because that death is treason, however true it be, this instant be abolished to all but fealty. Significance that each has lived, the other to detect. Discovery, not God himself, could now annihilate. Eternity, presumption, the instant I perceive that you who were existence yourself forgot to live. The life that is will then have been a thing I never knew, as paradise fictitious until the realm of you. The life that is to be, to me, a residence too plain, unless in my Redeemer's face I recognize your own. Of immortality who doubts he may exchange with me, curtailed by your obscuring face of everything but he. Of heaven and hell I also yield the right to reprehend to whoso would commute this face for his less priceless friend. If God is love, as he admits, we think that he must be, because he is a jealous God, he tells us certainly. If all is possible with him, as he besides concedes, he will refund us finally our confiscated gods.
There's the Battle of Burgoyne over every day. By the time that man and beast put their work away, sunset sounds majestic, but that solemn war, could you comprehend it, you would chasten stare.
While we were fearing it, it came, but came with less of fear, because that fearing it so long had almost made it fair. There is a fitting, a dismay, a fitting, a despair. 'Tis harder knowing it is due than knowing it is here. The trying on the utmost, the morning it is new, is terribler than wearing it a whole existence through.
Our little secrets slink away, besides, God shall not tell. He kept his word 1,000,000,000 years, and might we not as well? But for the niggardly delight to make each other stare, is there no sweet beneath the sun with this that may compare?
The notice that is called the spring is but a month from here. Put up, my heart, thy hoary work, and take a rosy chair. Not any house the flowers keep, the birds enamor care. Our salary the longest day is nothing but a beer.
Dear March, come in. How glad I am. I hoped for you before. Put down your hat. You must have walked. How out of breath you are. Dear March, how are you and the rest? Did you leave nature well? Oh, March, come right upstairs with me. I have so much to tell. I got your letter and the birds. The maples never knew that you were coming. I declare how red their faces grew. But March, forgive me, all those hills you left for me to hew. There was no purple suitable. You took it all with you. Who knocks? That April? Lock the door. I will not be pursued. He stayed away a year to call when I am occupied. But trifles look so trivial as soon as you have come. That blame is just as dear as praise, and praise as mere as blame.
Go slow, my soul, to feed thyself upon his rare approach. Go rapid, lest competing death befell upon the coach. Go timid, lest his final eye determine thee amiss. Go boldly, for thou paidst his price, redemption for a kiss.
The vastest earthly day is shrunken small by one defrauding face behind a pall.
Surprise is like a thrilling pungent upon a tasteless meat, alone too acrid, but combined an edible delight.
I never hear that one is dead without the chance of life, of fresh annihilating me, that mightiest belief. Too mighty for the daily mind that tilling its abyss has madness, had it once or twice, the yawning consciousness. Beliefs are bandaged like the tongue when terror were it told, in any tone commensurate would strike us instant dead. I do not know the man so bold he dare in lonely place that awful stranger consciousness deliberately face.
How many schemes may die in one short afternoon, entirely unknown to those they most concern? The man that was not lost because by accident he varied by a ribbon's width from his accustomed route. The love that would not try because beside the door some unsuspecting horse was tied, surveying his despair.
The symptom of the gale, the second of dismay, between its rumor and its face, is almost revelry. The house's firmer root, the heavens cannot be found. The upper surfaces of things take covert in the ground. The memory of the sun not any can recall, although by nature's sterling watch so scant an interval. And when the noise is caught and nature looks around, we dream it, she interrogates. Good morning, we propound.
The butterfly's assumption gown in Chrysoprase's apartments on this afternoon put on. How condescending to descend and be of buttercups the friend in a New England town.
When a lover is a beggar, abject is his knee. When a lover is an owner, different is he. What he begged is then the beggar, O disparity. Bread of heaven resents bestowal like an obloquy.
My heart ran so to thee, it would not wait for me. And I affronted grew and drew away. And whatsoe'er my pace, he first achieved thy face. How general a grace, allotted too. Not in malignity mentioned I this to thee. Had he so obliquely, soonest to share. But for the greed of him, boasting my premium, basking in Bethlehem, ere I be there.
Abraham to kill him was distinctly told. Isaac was an urchin, Abraham was old. Not a hesitation, Abraham complied. Flattered by obeisance, tyranny demurred. Isaac to his children lived to tell the tale. Moral with a mastiff, manners may prevail.
Knock with tremor. These are Caesar's. Should they be at home? Flee as if you trod unthinking on the foot of doom. These seceded from your summons centuries ago. Should they rend you with, how are you? What have they you to show?
Whether they have forgotten or are forgetting now, or never remembered, safer not to know. Miseries of conjecture are a softer woe than a fact of iron hardened with I know.
Floss won't save you from an abyss, but a rope will. Notwithstanding a rope for a souvenir is not beautiful. But I tell you, every step is a trough, and every stop a well. Now, will you have the rope or the floss? Price is reasonable.
Elizabeth told Essex that she could not forgive the clemency of deity, however might survive. That secondary succor we trust that she partook when suing like her Essex for a reproving look.
The pile of years is not so high as when you came before, but it is rising every day from recollection's floor. And while by standing on my heart I can still reach the top, efface the burden with your face and catch me ere I drop.
Time does go on. I tell it gay to those who suffer now. They shall survive. There is a sun. They don't believe it now.
From his slim palace in the dust, he relegates the realm, more loyal for the exody that has befallen him.
Without a smile, without a throw, a summer's soft assemblies go to their entrancing end unknown. For all the times we met, estranged, however intimate, what a dissembling friend.
As summer into autumn slips, and yet we sooner say, the summer than the autumn, lest we turn the sun away, and count it almost an affront, the presence to concede of one however lovely, not the one that we have loved. So we evade the charge of years, on one attempting shy, the circumvention of the shaft of life's declivity.
To flee from memory, had we the wings, many would fly. Inured to slower things, birds with dismay would scan the mighty van of men escaping from the mind of man.
The infinite a sudden guest has been assumed to be, but how can that stupendous come which never went away?
The most pathetic thing I do is play I hear from you. I make believe until my heart almost believes it too. But when I break it with the news, you knew it was not true. I wish I had not broken it. Goliath, so would you.
I send you a decrepit flower that nature sent to me. At parting, she was going south, and I designed to stay. Her motive for the souvenir, if sentiment for me, or circumstance prudential, withheld invincibly.
Wonder is not precisely knowing, and not precisely knowing not. A beautiful but bleak condition he has not lived who has not felt. Suspense is his maturer sister. Whether adult delight is pain, or of itself a new misgiving, this is the gnat that mangles men.
How soft this prison is, how sweet these sullen bars. No despot, but the king of down invented this repose. Of fate, if this is all, has he no added realm? A dungeon, but a kinsman is, incarceration, home.
His mansion in the pool the frog forsakes. He rises on a log and statements makes. His auditors 2 worlds deducting me. The orator of April is hoarse today. His mittens at his feet no hand hath he. His eloquence a bubble as fame should be. Applaud him to discover to your chagrin Demosthenes has vanished in waters green.
A little madness in the spring is wholesome, even for the king. But God be with the crown who ponders this tremendous scene, the sudden legacy of green, as if it were his own.
Pink, small and punctual, aromatic, low, covert in April, candid in May, dear to the moss, known of the knoll, next to the robin in every human soul. Bold little beauty, beduct with thee, nature forswears antiquity.
You cannot take itself from any human soul. That indestructible estate enable him to dwell, impregnable as light, that every man behold, but take away as difficult an undiscovered gold.
Luck is not chance, it's toil. Fortune's expensive smile is earned. The father of the mine is that old-fashioned coin we spurned.
Let me not mar that perfect dream by auroral stain, but so adjust my daily night that it will come again. Not when we know the power it costs, the garment of surprise was all our timid mother wore at home in paradise.
Lift it with the feathers, not alone we fly. Launch it, the aquatic, not the only sea. Advocate the azure to the lower eyes. He has obligation who has paradise.
That short potential stir that each can make but once, that bustle so illustrious 'tis almost consequence, is the eclat of death. O thou unknown renown, that not a beggar would accept, had he the power to spurn.
Escape is such a thankful word. I often, in the night, consider it unto myself, no spectacle in sight. Escape, it is the basket in which the heart is caught, when down some awful battlement the rest of life is dropped. 'Tis not to sight the Savior, it is to be the saved, and that is why I lay my head upon this trusty word.
Crisis is sweet, and yet the heart upon the hither side has dowers of perspective surrendered by the tried. Inquire of the proudest rose which rapture she preferred, and she will tell you, sighing, the transport of the bud.
I'd rather recollect a setting than own a rising sun. The one is beautiful forgetting, and true the other one. Because in going is a drama staying cannot confer. To die divinely once a twilight, then wane is easier.
An antiquated grace becomes that cherished face as well as prime, enjoying us to part, we and our plodding heart, good friends with time.
On a lilac sea to toss incessantly his plush alarm, who fleeing from the spring avenging fling, to dooms of balm.
The rat is the concisest tenant. He pays no rent, repudiates the obligation on schemes intent. Balking our wit to sound or circumvent, hate cannot harm a foe so reticent. Neither decree prohibit him, lawful as equilibrium.
Unto the whole, how add? Has all a further realm, or utmost an ulterior? O subsidy of balm!
Faithful to the end amended, from the heavenly clause, constancy with a proviso, constancy abhors. Crowns of life are servile prizes to the stately heart, given for the giving solely, no emolument.
I suppose the time will come, aid it in the coming, when the bird will crowd the tree and the bee will be booming. I suppose the time will come, hinder it a little, when the corn in silk will dress and in chintz the apple. I believe the day will be when the jay will jiggle at his new White House the earth, that too halt a little.
Those cattle smaller than a bee that herd upon the eye, whose tillage is the passing crumb, those cattle are the fly. Of barns for winter, blameless, extemporaneous stalls, they found to our objection uneligible walls, reserving the presumption to suddenly descend and gallop on the furniture, or odioser offend. Of their peculiar calling, unqualified to judge, to nature we remand them to justify or scourge.
The butterfly's Numidian gown, with spots of burnish roasted on, is proof against the sun, but prone to shut its spotted fan, and panting on a clover lean, as if it were undone.
Of his peculiar light we keep one ray, to clarify the sight, to seek him by.
How firm eternity must look to crumbling men like me, the only adamant estate in all eternity. How mighty to the insecure thy physiognomy, to whom not any face cohere, unless concealed in thee.
Gathered into the earth and out of story, gathered to that strange fame, that lonesome glory, that hath no omen here but awe.
The sun is one, and on the tear he doth as punctual call, as on the conscientious flower, and estimates them all.
The worthlessness of earthly things, the ditty, is that nature sings, and then enforces their delight till synods are inordinate.
Dreams are the subtle dower that make us rich an hour, then fling us poor out of the purple door into the precinct raw possessed before.
His heart was darker than the starless night, for that there is a morn. But in this black receptacle can be no bode of dawn, can be no bode of dawn.
Touch lightly nature's sweet guitar, unless thou knowest the tune, or every bird will point to thee because a bard too soon.
In many and reportless places we feel a joy, reportless also, but sincere as nature or deity. It comes without a consternation, dissolves the same, but leaves a sumptuous destitution without a name. Profane it by a search we cannot, it has no home, nor we who having once inhaled it, thereafter roam.
Long years apart can make no breach a second cannot fill, the absence of the which does not invalidate the spell. The embers of 1,000 years uncovered by the hand that fondled them when they were fire will gleam and understand.
Praise it, 'tis dead, it cannot glow. Warm this inclement year with the encomium it earned, since it was gathered here. Invest this alabaster zest in the delights of dust, remitted since it flitted it in recusant's August.
A saucer holds a cup in sordid human life, but in a squirrel's estimate, a saucer holds a loaf. A table of a tree demands the little king, and every breeze that run along his dining room do swing. His cutlery he keeps within his russet lips, to see it flashing when he dines, do Birmingham eclipse. Convicted could we be of our minutiae, the smallest citizen that flies is hardier than we.
The bat is done with wrinkled wings, like fallow article, and not a song pervade his lips, or none perceptible. His small umbrella quaintly halved, describing in the air an arc alike inscrutable, a late philosopher. Deputed from what firmament, of what astute abode, empowered with what malignity auspiciously withheld, to his adroit creator ascribe no less the praise, beneficent, believe me, his eccentricities.
Death warrants are supposed to be an injury of equity, a merciful mistake, a pencil in an idol's hand, a devotee has oft consigned to crucifix or block.
Summer laid her simple hat on its boundless shelf, unobserved, a ribbon slipped, fasten it yourself. Summer laid her supple glove in its sylvan drawer, wheresoever as was she, the affair of awe.
Summer we all have seen, a few of us believed, a few, the more aspiring, unquestionably loved. But summer does not care. She takes her gracious way, as eligible as the moon to the temerity, deputed to adore, the doomed to be adored, unknown as to an ecstasy, the embryo endowed.
How fits his umber coat, the tailor of the nut, combined without a seam, like raiment of a dream. Who spun the auburn cloth, computed how the girth, the chestnut aged grows in these primeval clothes. We know that we are wise, accomplished in surprise, yet by this countryman, this nature, how undone.
Wild blue sky abreast of winds that threatened it did run, and crouched behind his yellow door was the defiant sun. Some conflict with those upper friends so genial in the main, that we deplore peculiarly their arrogant campaign.
A field of stubble lying sere beneath the second sun, its toils to brindled people tossed, its triumphs to the bin. Accosted by a timid bird, irresolute of alms, is often seen but seldom felt on our New England farms.
How much the present moment means to those who've nothing more, the fop, the carp, the atheist, stake an entire store upon a moment's shallow rim, while their commuted feet, the torrents of eternity, do all but inundate.
Of paradise existence, all we know is the uncertain certainty, but its vicinity infer by its bisecting messenger.
March is the month of expectation, things we do not know. The transports of prognostication are coming now. We try to show becoming firmness, but pompous joy reports us as his first betrothal betrays the boy.
The inundation of the spring enlarges every soul. It sweeps the tenement away, but leaves the water whole, in which the soul, at first estranged, seeks faintly for its shore, but acclimated pines no more for that peninsula.
Hope is a strange invention, a patent of the heart, in unremitting action yet never wearing out. Of this electric adjunct not anything is known, but its unique momentum embellish all we own.
Bees are black with gilt surgicals, buccaneers of buzz, ride abroad in ostentation and subsist on fuzz. Fuzz ordained, not fuzz contingent, marrows of the hill, jugs a universe fracture, could not jar or spill.
Lay this laurel on the one triumphed and remained unknown. Laurel fell your feudal tree, such a victor could not be. Lay this laurel on the one too intrinsic for renown. Laurel, veil your deathless tree, him you chasten, that is he.
I shall not murmur if at last the ones I loved below permission have to understand for what I shun them so, divulging it would rest my heart, but it would ravage theirs. Why, Katie, treason has a voice, but mine dispels in tears.
We shun because we prize her face, lest sight's ineffable great disgrace, our adoration stain.
Such are the inlets of the mind. His outlets, would you see, ascend with me the eminence of immortality.
I have no life but this to lead it here, nor any death but less abased from there, nor plea for worlds to come, nor wisdoms new, except through this extent, the loving you.
What mystery pervades a well? The water lives so far, a neighbor from another world residing in a jar, whose limit none have ever seen, but just his lid of glass, like looking every time you please in an abyss's face. The grass does not appear afraid. I often wonder he can stand so close and look so bold at what is awe to me. Related somehow they may be. The sedge stands next the sea, where he is floorless and does no timidity betray. But nature is a stranger yet. The ones that sight her most have never passed her haunted house, nor simplified her ghost. To pity those that know her not is helped by the regret that those who know her less the nearer her they get.
To stanch the dust, we safe commit thee. Tongue it if it hath, inviolate to thee. Silence denote, and sanctity enforce thee, passenger of infinity.
Shame is the shawl of pink in which we wrap the soul to keep it from infesting eyes. The elemental veil which helpless nature drops when pushed upon a scene, repugnant to her probity. Shame is a tint divine.
Sweet skepticism of the heart that knows and does not know and tosses like a feet of balm affronted by the snow, invites and then retards the truth lest certainty be sear, compared with that delicious throe of transport filled with fear.
Unworthy of her breast, though by that scathing test, what soul survive? By her exacting light, how counterfeit the white we chiefly have.
How human nature dotes on what it can't detect. The moment that a plot is plumbed, its meaning is extinct. Perspective is the friend reserved for us to know when constancy is clarified of curiosity, of subjects that resist. Redoubtable blessed is this, where go we? Go we anywhere, creation after this?
How lonesome the wind must feel nights when people have put out the lights, and everything that has an inn closes the shutter and goes in. How pompous the wind must feel nights, stepping to incorporeal tunes, correcting errors of the sky and clarifying scenery. How mighty the wind must feel morns, encamping on 1,000 dawns, espousing each and spurning all, then soaring to his temple tall.
It was quite a seeming day. There was no harm in earth or sky, till with the setting sun there strayed an accidental red, a strolling hue, one would have said, to westward of the town. But when the earth begun to jar, and houses varnished with the roar, and human nature hid, we comprehended by the awe, as those that dissolution saw, the poppy in the cloud.
The fairest home I ever knew was founded in an hour by parties also that I knew, a spider and a flower, a man's of Mechlin and of Floss.
The pretty rain from those sweet eaves, her unintending eyes, took her own heart, including ours, by innocent surprise. To wrestle in her simple throat, to hold the feeling down that vanquished her defeated feet, was fervor's sudden crown.
To earn it by disdaining it is fame's consummate fee. He loves what spurns him. Look behind, he is pursuing thee. So let us gather every day, the aggregate of life's bouquet, be honor and not shame.
Water makes many beds for those averse to sleep. Its awful chamber open stands, its curtains blandly sweep. Abhorrent is the rest in undulating rooms, whose amplitude no end invades, whose axis never comes.
Who never wanted, maddest joy remains to him unknown. The banquet of abstemiousness defaces that of wine. Within its reach, though yet ungrasped, desire's perfect goal, no nearer, lest the actual should disenthrall thy soul.
With pinions of disdain, the soul can farther fly than any feather specified in ornithology. It wafts the sordid flesh beyond its dull control, and soaring its electric gale, the body is a soul, instructing by the same how little work it be to put off filaments like this for immortality.
One joy of so much anguish sweet nature has for me, I shun it as I do despair or dear iniquity. Why birds a summer morning before the quick of day should stab my ravished spirit with dirks of melody is part of an inquiry that will receive reply when flesh and spirit sunder in deaths immediately.
No passenger was known to flee that lodged a night in memory. That wily subterranean inn contrives that none go out again.
Incredible the lodging, but limited the guest.
She laid her docile crescent down, and this mechanic stone still states the dates that have forgot the news that she is gone. So constant to its stolid trust, the shaft that never knew, it shames the constancy that fled before its emblem flew.
It sounded as if the streets were running, and then the street stood still. Eclipse was all we could see at the window, and awe was all we could feel. By and by, the boldest stole out of his covert to see if time was there. Nature was in an opal apron, mixing fresher air.
Perhaps they do not go so far, as we who stay suppose, perhaps come closer for the lapse of their corporeal close. It may be, know so certainly, how short we have to fear, that comprehension antedates and estimates us there.
Could mortal lip divine the elemental freight of a delivered syllable, 'twould crumble with the weight, the prey of the unknown zones, the pillage of the sea, the tabernacle of the minds, that told the truth to me.
Summer has two beginnings, beginning once in June, beginning in October, affectingly again, without perhaps the riot, but graphicer for grace, as finer is a going than a remaining face, departing then forever, forever until May. Forever is deciduous, except to those who die.
The gentian has a parched corolla, like azure dried. 'Tis nature's buoyant juices beatified. Without avant or sheen, as casual as rain, and as benign. When most is past, it comes, nor isolate it seems, its bond, its friend, to fill its fringed career, and aid an aged year, abundant end. Its lot, were it forgot, this truth endear: fidelity is gain, creation o'er.
2 butterflies went out at noon and waltzed upon a farm, and then espied Circumference and caught a ride with him, then lost themselves and found themselves in eddies of the sun, till rapture missed Peninsula, and both were wrecked in noon. To all surveilling butterflies be this fatuity example and monition to entomology.
Upon what brittle piers our faith doth daily tread, no bridge below doth daughter so, yet none hath such a crowd. It is as old as God, indeed 'twas built by him. He sent his son to test the plank, and he pronounced it firm.
Brother of ingots, ah, Peru, empty the hearts that purchased you.
My Maker, let me be a world or two from thee, but nearer this I more should miss.
Behold this little bane, the boon of all alive. As common as it is unknown, the name of it is love. The lack of it is woe, to own of it is wound. Not elsewhere, if in paradise, its tantamount be found.
How ruthless are the gentle, how cruel are the kind. God broke his contract to his lamb to qualify the wine.
Those fevered days, to take them to the forest, where waters cool around the mosses crawl, and shade is all that devastates the stillness, seems it sometimes this would be all.
To mend each tattered faith, there is a needle fair, though no appearance indicate 'tis threaded in the air. And though it do not wear, as if it never tore, 'tis very comfortable indeed, and spacious as before.
A chilly peace infests the grass, the sun respectful lies. Not any trance of industry these shadows scrutinize, whose allies go no more astray for service or for glee, but all mankind deliver here from whatsoever see.
Death is the supple suitor that wins at last. It is a stealthy wooing, conducted first by pallid innuendos and dim approach, but brave at last with bugles and a bisected coach. It bears away in triumph to troth unknown, and kinsmen as divulgeless as throngs of down.
His mind, like fabrics of the East, display to the despair of every one but here and there an humble suit of purchaser. For though his price was not of gold, more arduous there is that one should comprehend the worth with all the price there was.
How good his lava bed to this laborious boy, who must be up to call the world and dress the sleepy day.
I thought the train would never come, how slow the whistle sang. I don't believe a peevish bird so whimpered for the spring. I taught my heart 100 times precisely what to say. Provoking lover, when you came, its treaties flew away. To hide my strategy too late, to wiser be too soon. For misery so halcyon, the happiness atone.
The road was lit with moon and star, the trees were bright and still. Descried I by the distant light, a traveler on a hill. To magic perpendiculars, ascending though terrene, unknown his shimmering ultimate, but he endorsed the sheen.
Whoever disenchants a single human soul by failure or irreverence is guilty of the whole. As guileless as a bird, as graphic as a star, till the suggestion sinister, things are not what they are.
Your thoughts don't have words every day. They come a single time, like signal esoteric sips of the communion wine, which while you taste so native seems, so easy so to be, you cannot comprehend its price, nor its infrequency.
One note from one bird is better than a million word. A scabbard has but one sword.
A little snow was here and there, disseminated in her hair. Since she and I had met and played, decade had hastened to decade. But time had added, not obtained, for impregnable the rose, for summer too indelible, too obdurate for snows.
Forbidden fruit a flavor has that lawful orchards mocks. How luscious lies within the pod the pea that duty locks.
Summer is shorter than any one. Life is shorter than summer. 70 years is spent as quick as an only dollar. Sorrow now is polite and stays. See how well we spurn him. Equally to abhor delight, equally retain him.
Bluebird, before you thought of spring except as a surmise, you see, God bless his suddenness, a fellow in the skies, of independent hues, a little weather-worn, inspiriting habiliments of indigo and brown, with specimens of song as if for you to choose, discretion in the interval. With gay delays he goes to some superior tree without a single leaf, and shouts for joy to nobody but his seraphic self.
Belshazzar had a letter. He never had but one. Belshazzar's correspondent concluded and begun, in that immortal copy the conscience of us all can read without its glasses on Revelation's wall.
One of the ones that Midas touched, who failed to touch us all, was that confiding prodigal, the reeling Oriole. So drunk he disavows it with bandage divine, so dazzling we mistake him for an alighting mind. A pleader, a dissembler, an epicure, a thief, betimes an Horatio, an ecstasy in chief. The Jesuit of orchids, he cheats as he enchants, of an entire attar for his decamping wants. The splendor of a Burma, the meteor of birds, departing like a pageant of ballads and of bards. I never thought that Jason sought for any golden fleece, but then I am a rural man with thoughts that make for peace. But if there were a Jason, tradition bear with me, behold his lost aggrandizement upon the apple tree.
A rout of evanescence with a delusive wheel, a resonance of emerald, a rush of cochineal, and every blossom of the bush adjusts its tumbled head, the mail from Tunis, probably an easy morning's ride.
Its little ether hood doth sit upon its head, the millinery supple of the sagacious god, till when it slip away a nothing at a time, and dandelion's drama expire in a stem.
To see the summer sky is poetry, though never in a book it lie. True poems flee.
Ferocious as a bee without a wing, the prince of honey and the prince of sting, so plain a flower presents her disk to thee.
Hope is a subtle glutton. He feeds upon the fair, and yet, inspected closely, what abstinence is there? His is the halcyon table that never seats but one, and whatsoever is consumed, the same amount remain.
Secrets is a daily word, yet does not exist. Muffled it remits surmise, murmured it has ceased. Dungeoned in the human breast, doubtless secrets lie, but that great inviolate comes nor goes away. Nothing with a tongue or ear, secret stapled there, will emerge but once and dumb to the sepulchre.
A winged spark doth soar above, I never met it near. For lightning it is oft mistook when nights are hot and sere. Its twinkling travels, it pursues above the haunts of men. A speck of rapture, first perceived, by feeling it is gone.
If wrecked upon the shoal of thought, how is it with the sea? The only vessel that is shunned is safe simplicity.
The sweets of pillage can be known by no one but the thief. Compassion for integrity is his divinest grief.
Their barricade against the sky, the martial trees withdraw, and with a flag at every turn, their armies are no more. What russet halts in nature's march, they indicate or cause an inference of Mexico, but faces the surmise. Recurrent to the aftermind, that massacre of air, the wound that was not wound nor scar, but holidays of war.
We talked with each other about each other, though neither of us spoke. We were listening to the seconds, races, and the hoofs of the clock. Pausing in front of our palsied faces, time compassion took. Arcs of reprieve he offered to us, Ararats we took.
Fame is the one that does not stay. Its occupant must die, or out of sight of estimate, ascend incessantly, or be that most insolvent thing a lightning in the germ, electrical the embryo, but we demand the flame.
His voice decrypt was with joy, her words did totter so. How the old news of love must be to make lips elderly, that pearled with a moment since with glee. Is it delight or woe or terror that do decrete this livid interview?
How destitute is he, whose gold is firm, who finds it every time, the same stale sum, when love with but a pence will so display, as he has no esteem for India.
The devil, had he fidelity, would be the best friend, because he has ability, but devils cannot mend. Perfidy is the virtue that would but he resign, the devil, without question, were thoroughly divine.
The fascinating chill that music leaves is earth's corroboration of ecstasy's impediment. 'Tis rapture's germination in timid and tumultuous soil, a fine, estranging creature to something upper wooing us, but not to our Creator.
The way hope builds his house, it is not with a sill, nor rafter has that edifice, but only pinnacle. Abode as supreme this superficies, as if it were of ledge smit, or mortised with the laws.
'Tis whiter than an Indian pipe, 'tis dimmer than a lace. No stature has it, like a fog, when you approach the place. Not any voice imply it near, or intimate it there. A spirit, how doth it accost? What function hath the air? This limitless hyperbole, each one of us shall be. 'Tis drama if hypothesis, it be not tragedy.
Estranged from beauty, none can be, for beauty is infinity, and power to be finite ceased before identity was creased.
One thing of thee I covet, the power to forget, the pathos of the avarice, to phrase the dross of it. One thing of thee I borrow and promise to return, the booty and the sorrow, thy sweetness to have known.
Glass was in the street. In tinsel peril, tree and traveler stood, filled with the air, with merry venture, hardy with boys the road. Shot the lithe sleds like shod vibrations, emphasized and gone. It is the past supreme italic makes the present mean.
It came his turn to beg. The begging for the life is different from another alms. 'Tis penury in chief. I scanned his narrow realm. I gave him leave to live, lest gratitude revive the snake, though smuggled my reprieve.
The face in evanescent slain is more distinct than ours, and ours surrendered for its sake, as capsules are for flowers? Or is it the confiding sheen, dissenting to be one, consenting to enamor us of detriment divine?
How soft a caterpillar steps, I find one on my hand. From such a velvet world it comes, such pluses at command. Its soundless travels, just a rest, my slow terrestrial eye, intent upon its own career. What use has it for me?
The road to paradise is plain, and holds scarce one. Not that it has not the room, but we presume a florid road is more preferred. The guests of paradise are few, not me nor you, but unsuspected things. Minds have no wings.
Her spirit rose to such a height, her countenance it did inflate, like one that fed on awe. more prudent to assault the dawn than merit the ethereal scorn that effervesced from her.
The thrill came slowly, like a boon for centuries delayed, its fitness growing like the flood in sumptuous solitude. The dissolution only messed, while rapture changed its dress, and stood arrayed before the change in ravished holiness.
All that I do is in review to his enamored mind. I know his eye, where'er I fly, is pushing close behind. Not any port, not any flight, but he doth there preside. What omnipresence lies in wait for her to be a bride?
Facts by our side are never sudden until they look around, and then they scare us like a specter protruding from the ground. The height of our portentous neighbor we never know till summoned to his recognition by an adieu. Adieu for whence the sage cannot conjecture. The bravest die as ignorant of their resumption as you or I.
I saw the wind within her, I knew it blew for me, but she must buy my shelter, I asked humility. I watched the fluttering spirit that would not intercede. Gibraltar could surrender, but not this little maid. Precisely how it ended, redemption is the one, of whom the explanation is hitherto unknown. The saved have no remembrance in our competing days, 'tis still an assistance, but theirs forget in praise.
More than the grave is close to me, the grave in that eternity to which the grave adheres. I cling to nowhere till I fall, the crash of nothing, yet of all. How similar appears.
Of whom so dear the name to hear illumines with a glow, as intimate, as fugitive, as sunset on the snow.
I do not care, why should I care? And yet I fear uncaring, to rock a fretting truth to sleep in short security. The terror it would wake, persistent as perdition, is harder than to face the frank adversity. There is an awful yes in every constitution.
She could not live upon the past, the present did not know her, and so she sought the sweet at last, and nature gently owned her, the mother that has not a knell for either duke or robin.
You cannot make remembrance grow when it has lost its root, the tightening the soil around and setting it upright deceives perhaps the universe, but not retrieves the plant. Real memory, like cedar feet, is shod with adamant, nor can you cut remembrance down. When it shall once have overgrown, its iron buds will sprout anew. However, overthrown, disperse it, slay it.
And with what body do they come? Then they do come, rejoice. What door, what hour? Run, run, my soul, illuminate the house. Body, then real, a face and eyes, to know that it is them. Paul knew the man that knew the news. He passed through Bethlehem.
The Savior must have been a docile gentleman to come so far, so cold a day for little fellow men. The road to Bethlehem, since he and I were boys, was level, but for that 'twould be a rugged billion miles.
Mine enemy is growing old. I have at last revenge. The palate of the hate departs, if any would avenge. Let him be quick, the end flits. It is a fated meat. Anger, as soon as fed, is dead. 'Tis starving makes it fat.
An antiquated tree is cherished by the crow because a junior foliage is disrespectful now to venerable birds whose corporation coat would decorate oblivion's fantastic consulate.
A pang is more conspicuous in spring in contrast with the things that sing, not birds entirely, but minds and winds, minute effulgencies. When what they sung for is undone, who cares about a bluebird's tune? Why, resurrection had to wait until they had removed a stone.
We never know we go when we are going. We jest and shut the door. Fate following behind us bolts it, and we accost no more.
His little hearse-like figure unto itself a dirge, to a delusive lilac the vanity divulge, of industry and ethics and every founded thing, for the divine perdition of idleness in spring.
A faded boy in sallow clothes who drove a lonesome cow to pastures of oblivion, a statesman's embryo. The boys that whistled are extinct. The cows that fed and thanked, remanded to a ballad's barn or Clover's retrospect.
Oh, give it motion, deck it sweet, with artery and vein. Upon its fastened lips lay words, affiance it again. To that pink stranger we call dust, acquainted more with that than with this horizontal one that will not lift its hat.
'Tis seasons since the dimpled war, in which we each were conqueror, and each of us were slain, and centuries 'twill be and more, another massacre before, so modest and so vain. Without a formula we fought, each was to each the thing we doubt.
Above oblivion's tide there is a pier, and a faceless few are lifted there. Nay, lift themselves. Fame has no arms, and but one smile, that negress balms.
From all the jails the boys and girls ecstatically leap, beloved only afternoon that prison doesn't keep. They storm the earth and stun the air, a mob of solid bliss. Alas, that frowns should lie in wait for such a foe as this.
On that specific pillow, our projects flit away, the night's tremendous morrow, and whether sleep will stay, or usher us, a stranger, to situations new. The effort to comprise it is all the soul can do.
The like that tied too tight escapes, will ever after run, with a prudential look behind, and specters of the rain. A horse that scents the living grass and sees the pasture's smile will be retaken with a shot if he is caught at all.
The bird her punctual music brings and lays it in its place. Its place is in the human heart and in the heavenly grace. What respite from her thrilling toil did beauty ever take? But work might be electric rest to those that magic make.
How fleet, how indiscreet a one, how always wrong is love. The joyful little deity we are not scourged to serve.
The blood is more showy than the breath, but cannot dance as well.
There comes a warning like a spy, a shorter breath of day, a stealing that is not a stealth, and summer is away.
His oriental heresies exhilarate the bee, and filling all the earth and air with gay apostasy. Fatigued at last, a clover plain allures his jaded eye, that lowly breast where butterflies have felt it meet to die.
The things that never can come back are several. Childhood, some forms of hope, the dead. But joys like men may sometimes make a journey and still abide. We do not mourn for traveler or sailor, their roots are fair, but think enlarged of all that they will tell us, returning here. Here there are foretold locations. The spirit does not stand, himself at whatsoever fathom his native land.
Echo has no magistrate, catch a drop of dew, and the sun will free it with a sneer at you. Follow fine Orion till you furrow your eye, dazzlingly decamping, he is still more high.
How happy is the little stone that rambles in the road alone and doesn't care about careers and exigencies never fears, whose coat of elemental brown a passing universe put on, and independent as the sun associates or basks alone, fulfilling absolute decree in casual simplicity.
He lived the life of ambush and went the way of dusk, and now against his subtle name there stands an asterisk. As confident of him as we, impregnable we are, the whole of immortality entrenched him with a star.
Show thy Durham breast to her who loves thee best, delicious robin. And if it not be me, at least within my tree do the avowing. Thy nuptial so minute perhaps is more astute than vaster suing. For so to soar away is our propensity the day ensuing.
The moon upon her fluent route, defiant of a road, the stars' Etruscan argument substantiate a god. How archly spared the heaven to come, if such perspective be, by superseding destiny and dwelling there today.
Diagnosis of the Bible by a boy. The Bible is an untold volume written by unknown men by the direction of hallowed specters. Subjects Bethlehem, Genesis, Bethlehem's ancestor, Satan, the brigadier, Judas, the first defaulter, David, the troubadour, sin, a distinguished pessimist, others. But I must desist. Boys that believe are very lonesome. Other boys are lost. Had but the tale a thrilling teller, all the boys would come. Orpheus' sermon captivated, it did not condemn.
Meeting by accident, we hovered by design. As often as a century, an error so divine is ratified by destiny. But destiny is old and economical of bliss, as Midas is of gold.
My wars are laid away in books. I have one battle more. A foe whom I have never seen, but oft has scanned me o'er, and hesitated me between and others at my side, but chose the best, neglecting me till all the rest have died. How sweet if I am not forgot by chums that passed away, since playmates at 70 are such a scarcity.
The pattern of the sun can fit but him alone, for Sheen must have a disk to be a sun.
Those dying then knew where they went. They went to God's right hand. That hand is amputated now, and God cannot be found. The abdication of belief makes the behavior small, better an ignis fatuus than no illum at all.
Within thy grave, oh no, but on some other flight, thou only camest to mankind to rend it with good night.
Bliss is the plaything of the child, the secret of the man, the sacred stealth of boy and girl. Rebuke it if we can. Rebuke it if we can.
Go tell it, what a message, to whom it specified. Not murmur, not endearment, but simply we obeyed. Obeyed a lure, a longing? O nature, none of this. To law, said sweet Thermopylae, I give my dying kiss.
I groped for him before I knew, with solemn nameless need, all other bounty sudden chaff, for this foreshadowed food, which others taste and spurn and sneer, though I within suppose that consecrated it could be the only food that grows.
Image of light, adieu. Thanks for the interview. So long, so short. Preceptor of the whole, Coval Cardinal, impart, depart.
Lives he in any other world, my faith cannot reply. Before it was imperative, 'twas all distinct to me.
Of death I try to think like this. The well in which they lay us is but the likeness of the brook that menaced not to slay us, but to invite by that dismay which is the zest of sweetness, to the same flower Hesperian, decoying but to greet us. I do remember when a child, with bolder playmates straying, to where a brook that seemed a sea withheld us by its roaring, from just a purple flower beyond, until constrained to clutch it. If doom itself were the result, the boldest leaped and clutched it.
Tried always, and condemned by thee, permit me this reprieve, that dying I may earn the look for which I cease to live.
Cosmopolites without a plea, a light in every land. The compliments of paradise from these within my hand, their dappled journey to themselves, a compensation fair. Knock and it shall be opened, is their theology.
He ate and drank the precious words. His spirit grew robust. He knew no more that he was poor, nor that his frame was dust. He danced along the dingy days, and this bequest of wings was what was but a book. What liberty a loosened spirit brings.
Pompless, no life can pass away. The lowliest career to the same pageant wends its way as that exalted here. How cordial is the mystery, the hospitable pall. This way beckons spaciously, a miracle for all.
No brigadier throughout the year, so civic as the jay, a neighbor and a warrior too, with shrill felicity, subduing winds that censure us, a January day, the brother of the universe was never blown away. The snow and he are intimate. I've often seen them play. When heaven looked upon us all with such severity, I felt apology were due to an insulted sky whose pompous frown was nutriment to their temerity. The pillow of this daring head is pungent evergreens, his larder terse and militant, unknown, refreshing things, his character a tonic, his future a dispute, unfair and immortality that leaves this neighbor out.
To see her is a picture, to hear her is a tune, to know her a disparagement of every other boon, to know her not affliction, to own her for a friend, a warmth as near as if the sun were shining in your hand.
The clock strikes one that just struck two. Some schism is the sum of vagabonds from Genesis has wrecked the pendulum.
A sloop of amber slips away upon an ester sea, and wrecks in peace a purple tar, the son of ecstasy.
Forever honored be the tree whose apple winter-worn, enticed to breakfast from the sky, to Gabriel's yester morn. They registered in nature's book as robins, sire and son, but angels have that modest way to screen them from renown.
To be forgotten by thee surpasses memory of other minds. The heart cannot forget unless it contemplate what it declines. I was regarded then, raised from oblivion, a single time to be remembered what? Worthy to be forgot, my low renown.
Not at home to callers, says the naked tree, bonnet due in April, wishing you good day.
Lad of Athens, faithful be to thyself and mystery. All the rest is perjury.
Who have not found the heaven below will fail of it above. For angels rent the house next ours, wherever we remove.
Where roses were not there to go, what heart would risk the way? So I send my crimson scouts to sound the enemy.
Witchcraft was hung in history, but history and I find all the witchcraft that we need around us every day.
The lassitudes of contemplation beget a force. They are the spirit's still vacation that him refresh. The dreams consolidate in action, what metal fair.
It would not know if it were spurned, this gallant little flower, how therefore safe to be a flower, if one would tamper there. To enter, it would not aspire, but may it not despair, that is not a cavalier, to dare and perish there.
This me that walks and works must die some fair or stormy day, adversity, if it may be, or wild prosperity. The rumor's gate was shut so tight before my mind was born, not even a prognostic's push can make a dent thereon.
To her derided home, a weed of summer came. She did not know her station low, nor ignominies name. Bestowed a summer long upon a fameless flower, then swept as lightly from disdain as lady from her bower. The dandelion's shield is valid as a star. The buttercup's escutcheon sustains him anywhere.
There came a wand, like a bugle. It quivered through the grass, and a green chill upon the heat, so ominous did pass. We barred the windows and the doors, as from an emerald ghost, the doom's electric moccasin that very instant passed. On a strange mob of panting trees and fences fled away, and rivers where the houses ran, those looked that lived that day. The bell within the steeple wild, the flying tidings told, how much can come and much can go, and yet abide the world.
The bobolink is gone, the rowdy of the meadow, and no one swaggers now but me. The Presbyterian birds can now resume the meeting. He gaily interrupted that overflowing day, when opening the Sabbath in their afflictive way. He bowed to heaven instead of earth and shouted, "Let us pray."
The summer that we did not prize, her treasures were so easy, instructs us by departures now, and recognition lazy. Bestirs itself, puts on its coat, and scans with fatal promptness for trains that moment out of sight, unconscious of his smartness.
To try to speak and miss the way and ask it of the tears is gratitude's sweet poverty, the tatters that he wears. A better coat, if he possessed, would help him to conceal, not subjugate the mutineer, discreetly called the soul.
A drunkard cannot meet a cork or out of revelry. And so, encountering a fly this January day, Jamaica's of remembrance stir that send me reeling in. The moderate drinker of delight does not deserve the spring of juleps. Part are in the jug, and more are in the joy. Your connoisseur of liquors consults the bumblebee.
'Tis not the swaying frame we miss, it is the steadfast heart, that had it beat 1,000 years, with love alone had bent. Its fervor the electric oar that bore it through the tomb, ourselves denied the privilege, consolelessly presume.
Arrows enamored of his heart forgot to rankle there, and venoms he mistook for bombs, disdained to rankle there.
Circumference, thou bride of awe, possessing, thou shalt be possessed by every hallowed night that dares to covet thee.
Reclaiming waters none may dread, but waters that are still are so for that most mighty cause in nature they are full.
Few, yet enough. Enough is one. To that ethereal throng, have not each one of us the right to stealthily belong?
Though the great waters sleep, that they are still the deep, we cannot doubt no vacillating God ignited this abode to put it out.
A world made penniless by that departure of minor fabrics begs, but sustenance is of the spirit, the God but dregs.
We send the wave to find the wave, an errand so divine, the messenger enamored too, forgetting to return. We make the wise distinction still, so ever made in vain. The sage's time to dam the sea is when the sea is gone.
Sunset that screens reveals, retarding what we see by obstacles of swarthy gold and amber mystery.
Not knowing when the dawn will come, I open every door. Or has it feathers like a bird, or billows like a shore?
A flower will not trouble her, it has so small a foot, and yet, if you compare the lasts, hers is the smallest boot.
Back from the cordial grave I drag thee, he shall not take thy hand, nor put his spacious arm around thee that none can understand.
The pedigree of honey does not concern the bee, nor lineage of ecstasy delay the butterfly. On spangled journeys to the peak of some perceiveless thing, the right of way to Tripoli, a more essential thing.
As from the earth the light bloom asks nothing but release. Ascension, that for which it was, is soaring residence. The spirit looks upon the dust that fastened it so long, with indignation as a bird defrauded of its song.
O future, thou secreted peace or subterranean woe, is there no wandering route of grace that leads away from thee? No circuit sage of all the course described by cunning men to balk thee of thy sacred prey, advancing to thy den?
So give me back to death, the death I never feared, except that it deprived of thee. And now, by life deprived, in my own grave I breathe and estimate its size. Its size is all that hell can guess, and all that heaven was.
Still own thee, still thou art what surgeons call alive, though slipping, I perceive to thy reportless grave. Which question shall I clutch? What answer wrest from thee, before thou dost exude away in the recallless sea?
Talk not to me of summer trees. The foliage of the mind a tabernacle is for birds of no corporeal kind. And winds do go that way at noon to their ethereal homes, whose bugles called the least of us to undepicted realms.
The sun is raining to the west, makes not as much of sound as cart of man in road below, adroitly turning around that whiffle tree of amethyst.
Betrothed to righteousness might be an ecstasy discreet, but nature relishes the pinks which she was taught to eat.
I held it so tight that I lost it, said the child of the butterfly, of many a vaster capture, that is the elegy.
But that defeated accent is louder now than him. Eternity may imitate the affluence of time.
Upon his saddle sprung the bird and crossed 1,000 trees. Before a fence without a fair his fantasy did please. And then he lifted up his throat and squandered such a note, a universe that overheard is stricken by it yet.
The farthest thunder that I heard was nearer than the sky, and rumbles still, though torrid noons have lain their missiles by.
The lightning that preceded it struck no one but myself, but I would not exchange the bolt for all the rest of life. Indebtedness to oxygen the happy may repay, but not the obligation to electricity. It founds the homes and decks the days in every clamor bright, is but the gleam concomitant of that waylaying light. The thought is quiet as a flake, a crash without a sound, how life's reverberation its explanation found.
Apparently with no surprise to any happy flower, the frost beheads it at its play in accidental power. The blonde assassin passes on, the sun proceeds unmoved to measure off another day for an approving God.
The jay his castanet has struck. Put on your muff for winter. The tippet that ignores his voice is impudent to nature. The swarthy days he is the close, his lotus is a chestnut. The cricket drops a sable line. No more from yours at present.
Take all away from me, but leave me ecstasy. And I am richer then than all my fellow men. Is it becoming me to dwell so wealthily, when at my very door are those possessing more in abject poverty?
Of God we ask one favor, that we may be forgiven. For what he is presumed to know, the crime from us is hidden. Immured the whole of life within a magic prison, we reprimand the happiness that too competes with heaven.
Someone prepared this mighty show, to which without a ticket go the nations and the days, displayed before the simplest door, that all may examine them and more.
The ditch is dear to the drunken man, for is it not his bed, his advocate, his edifice? How safe his fallen head in her disheveled sanctity. Above him is the sky, oblivion bending over him, and honor leagues away.
The ecstasy to guess were receded bliss if grace could talk.
Red Sea indeed, talk not to me of purple Pharaoh. I have a navy in the west, would pierce his columns through. Guileless, yet of such glory fine, that all along the line, is it or is it not marine? Is it or not divine? The eye inquires with a sigh that earth should be so big. What exaltation in the woe, what wine in the fatigue.
Extol thee, could I, then I will, by saying nothing new, but just the fair averring that thou art heavenly. Perceiving thee is evidence that we are of the sky, partaking thee a guarantee of immortality.
Why should we hurry? Why indeed, when every way we fly, we are molested equally by mortality. No respite from the inference that this which is begun, though where its labors lie, a bland uncertainty besets the sight this mighty night.
The immortality she gave, we borrowed at her grave, for just one plotted famishing the might of human love.
No man saw awe, nor to his house admitted he a man, though by his awful residence has human nature been, not deeming of his dread abode, till laboring to flee, a grasp on comprehension laid, detain vitality. Returning is a different route the spirit could not show, for breathing is the only work to be enacted now. Am not consumed, old Moses wrote, yet saw him face to face. That very physiognomy, I am convinced, was this.
What tenements of clover are fitting for the bee? What edifices azure for butterflies and me? What residences nimble arise and evanesce, without a bright suspicion or an assaulting guess.
My country need not change her gown, her triple suit as sweet as when 'twas cut at Lexington and first pronounced a fit. Great Britain disapproves the stars' disparagement discreet. There's something in their attitude that taunts her bayonet.
Drowning is not so pitiful as the attempt to rise. 3 times, 'tis said, a sinking man comes up to face the skies, and then declines forever to that abhorred abode where hope and he part company, for he is grasped of God. The Maker's cordial visage, however good to see, is shunned, we must admit it, like in adversity.
The gleam of a heroic act, such strange illumination. The possible slow fuse is lit by the imagination.
Beauty crowds me till I die. Beauty, mercy have on me. But if I expire today, let it be in sight of thee.
Endanger it, and the demand of tickets for a sigh amazes the humility of credibility. Recover it to nature, and that dejected fleet find consternation's carnival divested of its meat.
To tell the beauty would decrease, to state the spell demean. There is a syllableless sea, of which it is the sign. My will endeavors for its word and fails, but entertains a rapture as of legacies of introspective minds.
The blunder is in the estimate. Eternity is there, we say, as if a station. Meanwhile, he is so near, he joins me in my ramble, divides abode with me. No friend have I that so persists as this eternity.
Volcanoes be in Sicily and South America, I judge from my geography. Volcano nearer here, a lava step at any time. Am I inclined to climb a crater I may contemplate, Vesuvius at home?
Okay, that is the end. Of this is day composed, a morning and a noon, a revelry unspeakable, and then a gay unknown, whose pomps allure and spurn, and dower and deprive, and penury for glory remediously leave.
Summer begins to have the look, peruser of enchanting book, reluctantly but sure perceives a gain upon the backward leaves. Autumn begins to be inferred by millinery of the cloud, or deeper color in the shawl that wraps the everlasting hill. The eye begins its avarice, a meditation chastens speech. Some dyer of a distant tree resumes his gaudy industry. Conclusion is the course of all, almost to be perennial, and then eludes stability, recalls to immortality.
Speech is one symptom of affection, and silence one. The perfectest communication is heard of none. Exists, and its endorsement is had within. Behold, said the apostle, yet had not seen.
I see thee clearer for the grave that took thy face between. No mirror could illumine thee like that impassive stone. I know thee better for the act that made thee first unknown. The statue of the empty nest attests the birds that's gone. Attests the birds that's gone.
There's a solitude of space, a solitude of sea, a solitude of death, but these society shall be, compared with that profounder sight, that polar privacy, a soul admitted to itself.
The ones that disappeared are back, the phoebe and the crow, precisely as in March is heard the curtness of the jay. Be this an autumn or spring, my wisdom loses way. One side of me the nuts are ripe, the other side is May.
Lightly step the yellow star to its lofty place. Loose the moon her silver hat from her lustral face. All of evening softly lit as an astral hall. Father, I observe to heaven, you are punctual.
Peril as a possession 'tis good to bear. Danger disintegrates satiety. There's basis there, begets an awe that searches human nature's creases as clean as fire.
Glory is that bright tragic thing that for an instant means dominion, warms some poor name that never felt the sun, gently replacing in oblivion.
The butterfly obtains but little sympathy, though favorably mentioned in entomology. Because he travels freely and wears a proper coat, the circumspect are certain that he is dissolute. Had he the homely scutcheon of modest industry, 'twere fitter certifying for immortality.
Fame is a fickle food upon the shifting plate, whose table once a guest, but not the second time is set, whose crumbs the crows inspect, and with ironic caw, flap past it to the farmer's corn. Men eat of it and die.
The wind drew off like hungry dogs, defeated of a bone. Through fissures in volcanic cloud, the yellow lightning shone. The trees held up their mangled limbs like animals in pain. When nature falls upon herself, beware an Austrian.
I know of people in the grave who would be very glad to know the news I know tonight, if they the chance had, 'tis this expands the least event and swells the scantest deed, my right to walk upon the earth, if they this moment had.
These are the days that reindeer love and pranks the northern star. This is the sun's objective and Finland of the year.
Today or this noon, she dwelt so close I almost touched her. Tonight she lies past neighborhood, and bough and steeple, now past surmise.
Judgment is justice. When the judged, his actions laid away, divested is of every disc, but his sincerity. Honor is then the safest hue in a posthumous sun. Not any color will endure, the scrutiny can burn.
I did not reach thee, but my feet slip nearer every day. 3 rivers and a hill to cross, 1 desert and a sea. I shall not count the journey won when I am telling thee. 2 deserts, but the year is cold, so that will help the sand. 1 desert crossed, the second one will feel as cool as land. Sahara is too little price to pay for thy right hand. The sea comes last. Step, merry feet, so short we have to go. To play together we are prone, but we must labor now. The last shall be the lightest load that we have had to draw. The sun grows crooked, that is night. Before he makes the bend, we must have passed the middle sea. Almost we wish the end. We're further off, too great it seems, so near the hole to stand. We step like plush, we stand like snow, the water murmur new. 3 rivers and the hill are past, 2 deserts and the sea. Now death usurps my premium and gets the look at thee.
The sun retired to a cloud, a woman's shawl as big, and then he sulked in Mercury upon a scarlet log. The drops on nature's forehead stood, home flew the loaded bees. The south unrolled a purple fan and handed to the trees.
I watched her face to see which way she took the awful news, whether she died before she heard, or in protracted bruise remained a few slow years with us, each heavier than the last. A further afternoon to fail, as flower at fall or frost.
He went by sleep that drowsy route to the surmising end, at daybreak to begin his race, or ever to remain.
Witchcraft has not a pedigree. 'Tis early as our breath, and mourners meet it going out the moment of our death.
With sweetness unabated, informed the hour had come, with no remiss of triumph the autumn started home. Her home to be with nature as competition done, by influential kinsmen invited to return, in supplements of purple and adequate repast, the heavenly reviewing her residue be past.
In snow thou comest, thou shalt go with the resuming ground, the sweet derision of the crow and glee's advancing sound. In fear thou comest, thou shalt go at such a gait of joy, that men anew embark to live upon the depth of thee.
A word made flesh is seldom and tremblingly partook, nor then perhaps reported, but I have not mistook. Each one of us has tasted with ecstasies of stealth the very food debated to our specific strength. A word that breathes distinctly has not the power to die. Cohesive as the spirit, it may expire if he, made flesh and dwelt among us, could condescension be, like this consent of language, this loved philology.
That she forgot me was the least. I felt its second pain. That I was worthy to forget was most I thought upon. Faithful was all that I could boast, but constancy became to her by her innominate a something like a shame.
Guest am I to have, light my northern room, why cordiality so averse to come, other friends adjourn, other bonds decay, why avoid so narrowly my fidelity?
Rather arid to delight, if contentment accrue, make an abstemious ecstasy, not so good as joy. But rapture's expense must not be incurred, with a tomorrow knocking and the rent unpaid.
'Tis easier to pity those when dead, that which pity previous would have saved a tragedy enacted, secures applause that tragedy enacting too seldom does.
Winter under cultivation is as arable as spring.
Down time's quaint stream, without an oar, we are enforced to sail, our port a secret, our perchance a gale. What skipper would incur the risk? What buccaneer would ride without a surety from the wind or schedule of the tide?
Nature can do no more. She has fulfilled her dyes. Whatever flower fail to come of other summer days, her crescent reimburse, if other summers be. Nature's imposing negative nulls opportunity.
As we pass houses musing slow, if they be occupied, so minds pass minds, if they be occupied.
The event was directly behind him, yet he did not guess, fitted itself to himself like a robe, relished his ignorance, motioned itself to drill, loaded and leveled, and let his flesh centuries from his soul.
If I could tell how glad I was, I should not be so glad. But when I cannot make the force nor mold it into word, I know it is a sign that new dilemma be from mathematics further off than from eternity.
The right to perish might be thought an undisputed right, attempted, and the universe, upon the opposite, will concentrate its officers. You cannot even die, but nature and mankind must pause to pay you scrutiny.
Sometimes with the heart, seldom with the soul, scarcer once with the might, few love it all.
The hills erect their purple heads, the rivers lean to sea, yet man has not of all the throng a curiosity.
To do a magnanimous thing and take oneself by surprise, if oneself is not in the habit of him, is precisely the finest of joys. Not to do a magnanimous thing, notwithstanding it never be known, notwithstanding it cost an existence once, is rapture herself spurn.
His mind of man a secret makes, I meet him with a start. He carries a circumference in which I have no part. Or even if I deem I do, he otherwise may know, impregnable to inquest, however neighborly.
The look of thee, what it is like, hast thou a hand or foot, or mansion of identity, and what is thy pursuit? Thy fellows are the realms or themes. Hast thou delight or fear, or longing, and is that for us, or values more severe? Let change transfuse all other traits, and act all other blame, but deem thy least certificate, that thou shalt beat the same.
They talk as slow as legends grow, no mushroom is their mind, but foliage of sterilities too stolid for the wind. They laugh as wise as plots of wit, predestined to unfold, the point with bland precision, portentously untold.
Of yellow was the outer sky, in yellower yellow hewn, till saffron in vermilion slid, whose seam could not be shown.
Eden is that old-fashioned house we dwell in every day, without suspecting our abode until we drive away. How fair on looking back the day we sauntered from the door, unconscious our returning, but discover it no more.
A cap of lead across the sky, with tight and surly drawn. We could not find the mighty face, the figure was withdrawn. A chill came up as from a shaft, our noon became a well. A thunderstorm combines the charms of winter and of hell.
Advance is life's condition, the grave but a relay, supposed to be a terminus. That makes it hated so. The tunnel is not lighted, existence with a wall is better we consider than not exist at all.
When we have ceased to care, the gift is given for which we gave the earth and mortgaged heaven, but so declined in worth, 'tis ignominy now to look upon.
Not any sunny tone from any fervent zone find entrance there. Better a grave of balm toward human nature's home, and robins near, than a stupendous tomb proclaiming to the gloom how dead we are.
Conferring with myself, my stranger disappeared. Though first upon a berry fat miraculously fared, how paltry looked my cares, my practice how absurd, superfluous my whole career, beside this traveling bird.
'Twas comfort in her dying room to hear the living clock, a short relief to have the wind walk boldly up and knock, diversion from the dying theme to hear the children play, but wrong the more that these could live and this of ours must die.
A lane of yellow led the eye unto a purple wood, whose soft inhabitants to be surpasses solitude. If bird the silence contradict, or flower presume to show, in that low summer of the West, impossible to know.
In winter and Maroon, it came upon Orm, deep, late, and warm. But as he was a worm, and worms presume, not quite with him at home, secured him by a string to something neighboring. and went along. A trifle afterward, a thing occurred. I'd not believe it if I'd heard, but state with creeping blood, a snake with mottles rare, surveyed my chamber floor, in feature as the worm before, but ringed with power the very string that which I tied him to. When he was mean and knew that string was there, I shrank. How fair you are! Propitation's claw. Afraid, he hissed, of me? No, cordiality. He fathomed me. Then to a rhythm slim, secreted in his form, as patterned swim, projected him. That time I flew both eyes his way, lest he pursue, nor ever cease to run, till in a distant towns on from mine, I set him down. This was a dream.
On my volcano grows the grass, a meditative spot. An acre for a bird to choose would be the general thought. How red the fire rocks below, how insecure the sod, did I disclose, would populate with awe my solitude.
To their apartment deep, no rivaldi may creep, untumbled this abode by any man but God.
Unto a broken heart no other one may go, without the high prerogative itself hath suffered too.
As subtle as tomorrow that never came, a warrant, a conviction, yet but a name.
By a departing light, we see acuter quite, and by a wick that stays, there's something in the flight that clarifies the sight and decks the rays.
Consulting summer's clock, but half the hours remain. I ascertain it with a shock, I shall not look again. The second half of joy is shorter than the first. The truth I do not dare to know, I muffle with a jest.
Did life's penurious length italicize its sweetness, the men that daily live would stand so deep in joy that it would clog the cogs of that revolving reason whose esoteric belt protects our sanity.
God is indeed a jealous God. He cannot bear to see that we had rather not with him, but with each other play.
Had I known that the first was the last, I should have kept it longer. Had I known that the last was the first, I should have mixed it stronger. Cup, it was your fault. Lip was not the liar. No, lip, it was yours. Bliss was most to blame.
He was my host. He was my guest. I never to this day, if I invited him, could tell, or he invited me. So infinite our intercourse, so intimate. Indeed, analysis as capsules seem to keeper of the seed.
Her face was in a bed of hair, like flowers in a plot. Her hand was whiter than the sperm that feeds the sacred light, her tongue more tender than the tune that totters in the leaves. Who hears may be incredulous, who witnesses believes.
If all the griefs I am to have would only come today, I am so happy I believe they'd laugh and run away. If all the joys I am to have would only come today, they could not be so big as this that happens to me now.
Is immortality a bane that men are so oppressed?
Love can do all but raise the dead. I doubt if even that from such a giant were withheld, were flesh equivalent. But love is tired and must sleep, and hungry and must graze, and so abets the shining fleet till it is out of gaze.
One crown that no one seeks, and yet the highest had, is insulation coveted, its stigma defied, while Pontius Pilate lives in whatsoever hell that coronation pierces him, he recollects it well.
Proud of my broken heart, since thou didst break it, proud of the pain I did not feel till thee, proud of my night, since thou with moons dost slake it, not to partake thy passion, my humility. Thou canst not boast, like Jesus, drunken without companion. Was the strong cup of anguish brewed for the Nazarene? Thou canst not pierce tradition with the peerless puncture. See, I usurped thy crucifix to honor mine.
That it will never come again is what makes life so sweet. Believing what we don't believe does not exhilarate. That if it be at best an ablative estate. This instigates an appetite precisely opposite.
The joy that has no stem or core, nor seed that we can sow, is eligible to longing, but ablative to show. By fundamental palates, those products are preferred, impregnable to transit, and patented by pod.
The mob within the heart, police cannot suppress. The riot given at the first is authorized as peace, uncertified of scene or signified of sound, but growing like a hurricane in a congenial ground.
The most important population unnoticed dwell. They have a heaven each instant, not any hell. Their names, unless you know them, 'twere useless tell. Of bumblebees and other nations, the grass is full.
The parasol is the umbrella's daughter and associates with a fan, while her father abuts the tempest and abridges the rain. The former assists the siren in her serene display, but her father is born and honored and borrowed to this day.
The waters chased him as he fled, not daring look behind. A billow whispered in his ear, "Come home with me, my friend. My parlor is of shriven glass. My pantry has a fish for every palate in the year." To this revolting bliss, the object floating at his side made no distinct reply.
The words the happy say are paltry melody, but those the silent feel are beautiful.
There comes an hour when begging stops, when the long interceding lips perceive their prayer in vain. Thou shalt not is a kinder sword than from a disappointing God, disciple, call again.
This docile one inter, while we who dare to live, arraign the sunny brevity that sparkled to the grave. Of her departing span, no wilderness remain, as dauntless in the house of death as if it were her own.
Through those old grounds of memory, the sauntering alone is a divine intemperance. A prudent man would shun. Of liquors that are vended, 'tis easy to beware, but statues do not meddle with the internal bar. Pernicious as the sunset, permitting to pursue, but impotent to gather, the tranquil perfidy allows our firmer moments with that severus gold, convenient to the longing, but otherwise withheld.
'Twas here my summer paused, what ripeness after then, to other scene or other soul my sentence had begun. To winter to remove, with winter to abide, go manacle your icicle against your tropic bride.
Softened by time's consummate flush, how sleek the woe appears that threaten the childhood's citadel, and undetermined the years, undermine the years. Bisected now by bleaker griefs, we envy the despair that devastated childhood's realm, so easy to repair.
My life closed twice before its close, it yet remains to see if immortality unveil a third event to me, so huge, so hopeless to conceive, as these that twice befell. Parting is all we know of heaven, and all we need of hell.
A face devoid of love or grace, a hateful, hard, successful face, a face with which a stone would feel as thoroughly at ease as were they old acquaintances, first time together thrown.
Upon the gallows hung a wretch too sullied for the hell to which the law entitled him. As nature's curtain fell, the one who bore him tottered in, for this was woman's son. 'Twas all I had, the stricken gasped. Oh, what a livid boom!
The reticent volcano keeps his never slumbering plan. Confided are his projects pink to no precarious man. If nature will not tell the tale Jehovah told to her, can human nature not proceed without a listener? Admonished by her buckled lips, let every prater be, the only secret neighbors keep is immortality.
To lose thee, sweeter than to gain all other hearts I knew. 'Tis true the drought is destitute, but then I had the dew. The Caspian has its realms of sand, its other realm of sea. Without the sterile perquisite, no Caspian could be.
High from the earth I heard a bird. He trod upon the trees as he esteemed them trifles, and then he spied a breeze, and situated softly upon a pile of wind, which in a perturbation nature had left behind. A joyous going fellow I gathered from his talk, which both of benediction and badinage partook. Without apparent burden, I subsequently learned he was the faithful father of a dependent brood, and this untoward transport his remedy for care, a contrast to our respites, how different we are.
To make a prairie, it takes a clover and one bee, one clover and a bee, and reverie. The reverie alone will do if bees are few.
Sweet is the swamp with its secrets until we meet a snake. 'Tis then we sigh for houses and our departure take at that enthralling gallop that only childhood knows. A snake is nature's treason, and awe is where it goes.
The distance that the dead have gone does not at first appear. Their coming back seems possible for many an ardent year. And then that we have followed them, we more than half suspect, so intimate have we become with their dear retrospect. How dare the robins sing when men and women hear, who since they went to their account have settled with the year, paid all that life that earned in one consummate bill, and now what life or death can do is immaterial. Insulting is the sun to him whose mortal light, beguiled of immortality, bequeath him to the night. Extinct be every hum in deference to him whose garden rustled with the dew as daybreak overcome.
Death is like the insect menacing the tree, competent to kill it, but decoyed may be. Bait it with the balsam, seek it with the saw, baffle if it cost you everything you are. Then if it hath burrowed out of reach of skill, wring the tree and leave it, 'tis the vermin's will.
The grave my little cottage is, where keeping house for thee, I make my parlor orderly and lay the marble tea. For two divided, briefly, a cycle it may be, till everlasting life unite in strong society.
Sweet hours have perished here. This is a timid room. Within its precincts hopes have played, now fallow in the tomb.
Where nature, mortal lady, who has so little time to pack her trunk in order to the great exchange of clime. How rapid, how momentous, what exigencies were, but nature will be ready and have an hour to spare to make some trifle fairer that was too fair before, enchanting by remaining and by departure more.
Fame is a bee. It has a song. It has a sting. Ah, too, it has a wing.
The saddest noise, the sweetest noise, the maddest noise that grows. The birds, they make it in the spring, at night's delicious close. Between the March and April line, that magical frontier, beyond which summer hesitates, almost too heavenly near. It makes us think of all the dead that sauntered with us here, by separation's sorcery, made cruelly more dear. It makes us think of what we had and what we now deplore. We almost wish those siren throats would go and sing no more. An ear can break a human heart as quickly as a spear. We wish the ear had not a heart so dangerously near.
Oh boy.
You need some wine.
Awake, ye muses mine, sing me a strain divine, unwind the solemn twine, and tie my valentine. Oh, the earth was made for lovers, for damsel and hopeless swain, for sighing and gentle whispering, and unity made of twain. All things do go according, in earth or sea or air. God had made nothing single, but thee in his world so fair. The bride and then the bridegroom, the two and then the one. Adam and Eve, his consort, the moon and then the sun. The life doth prove the precept, who obey shall happy be. Who will not serve the sovereign, be hanged on fatal tree. The high do seek the lonely, the great do seek the small. None cannot find who seeketh on this terrestrial ball. The bee that doth court the flower his suit receives, and they make a merry wedding, whose guests are 100 leaves. The wind doth woo the branches they are one, and the father fond demandeth the maiden for his son. The storm doth walk the seashore, humming a mournful tune. The wave with eye so pensive looketh to see the moon. Their spirits meet together, they make them solemn vows. No more he singeth mournful, her sadness she doth lose. The worm doth woo the mortal, death claims a living bride. Night unto day is married, morn unto eventide. Earth is a merry damsel, and heaven a knight so true. And earth is quite coquettish, and he seemeth in vain to sue. Now to the application, to the reading of the roll, to bringing thee to justice and marshalling thy soul. Thou art a human solo, being cold and lone. Wilt have no companion, thou reapest what thou hast sown. Hast never sullen hours and minutes all too long, and a deal of sad reflection and wailing instead of song. There's Sarah and Eliza and Emmeline so fair, and Harriet and Susan, and she with the curling hair. Thine eyes are sadly blinded, but yet thou mayest see 6 true and comely maidens sitting upon the tree. Approach that tree with caution, then up it boldly climb, and seize the one thou lovest, nor care for space or time. Then bear her to the greenwood, and build for her a bower, and give her what she asketh, jewel or bird or flower, and bring the fife and trumpet, and beat upon the drum, and bid the world good morrow, and go to glory home.
Sic transit gloria mundi, how doth the busy bee? Dum vivamus, I stay, mine enemy. O veni vidi vici, O caput capipi, and O memento mori, when I am far from thee. Hurrah for Peter Parley, hurrah for Daniel Boone. 3 cheers, sir, for the gentleman who first observed the moon. Peter, put up the sunshine. Patty, arrange the stars. Tell Luna tea is waiting, and call your brother Mars.
Put down the apple, Adam, and come away with me. So shalt thou have a pippin from off my father's tree. I climb the hill of science. I view the landscape o'er. Such transcendental prospect I ne'er beheld before. Unto the legislature my country bids me go. I'll take my India rubbers in case the wind should blow. During my education, it was announced to me that gravitation stumbling fell from an apple tree. The earth upon its axis was once supposed to turn by way of a gymnastic in honor to the sun. It was the brave Columbus, a sailing o'er the tide, who notified the nations of where I would reside. Mortality is fatal, gentility is fine, rascality heroic, insolvency sublime. Our fathers, being weary, lay down on Bunker Hill, and though full many a morning, yet they are sleeping still. The trumpet, sir, shall wake them. In streams I see them rise, each with a solemn musket, a-marching to the skies. A coward will remain, sir, until the fight is done, but an immortal hero will take his hat and run. Goodbye, sir, I am going, my country calleth me. Allow me, sir, at parting to wipe my weeping ee. In token of our friendship, accept this bonny dune, and when the hand that plucked it hath passed beyond the moon, the memory of my ashes will consolation be. Then farewell, Tuscarora, and farewell, sir, to thee.
I have a bird in spring which for myself doth sing. The spring decoys, and as the summer nears and as the rose appears, robin is gone. Yet I do not repine, yet do I not repine, knowing that bird of mine, though flown, learneth beyond the sea melody new for me, and will return. Fast in the safer hand, held in a truer land are mine, and though they now depart, tell my doubting heart they're thine. In a serener bright, in a more golden light, I see each little doubt and fear, each little discord here removed. Then I will not repine, knowing that bird of mine, though flown, shall in a distant tree bright melody for me return.
Whose cheek is this? What rosy face has lost a blush today? I found her, Pleiad, in the woods and bore her safe away. Robins, in the tradition, did cover such with leaves, but which the cheek and which the pall, my scrutiny deceives.
When Katie walks, this simple pair accompany her side. When Katie runs, unwearied, they follow on the road. When Katie kneels, their loving hands still clasp her pious knee. Ah, Katie, smile at fortune, with two so knit to thee.
Mama never forgets her birds, though in another tree. She looks down just as often and just as tenderly as when her little mortal nest with cunning care she wove. If either of her sparrows fall, she notices above.
Juggler's hat her country is, the mountain gorse the bees.
Could I then shut the door, lest my beseeching face at last rejected be of her?
Is it true, dear Sue? Are there two? I shouldn't like to come for fear of joggling him. If you could shut him up in a coffee cup or tie him to a pen till I got in, or make him fast to Toby's fist, hiss, whist, I'd come.
Speech is a prank of Parliament, tears a trick of the nerve, but the heart with the heaviest freight on doesn't always move.
Title divine is mine, the wife without the sign, acute degree conferred on me, empress of cavalry, royal all but the crown, betrothed without the swoon. God sends us women when you hold garnet to garnet, gold to gold, born, bridled, shrouded in a day. My husband, women say, stroking the melody. Is this the way?
I send the feather from my hat. Who knows but at the sight of that my sovereign will resent. His trinket worn by faded child, confronting eyes long comforted, blisters the adamant.
Baby, teach him when he makes names, such an one to say, on his babbling, very lips, as should sound to me, were my ear as near as his nest, as my thought today, as should sound, forbid us not, some my Gimli.
Would you like summer, taste of ours, spices by here? Ill, we have berries for the parching, weary furloughs of down. Perplexed, estates of violet, trouble ne'er looked on. Captive, we bring reprieve of roses, fainting, flasks of air, even for death a fairy medicine. But which is it, sir?
Should you but fail at sea, in sight of me, or doomed lie, next son to die, or rap at paradise unheard, I'd harass God until he let you in.
A word is dead when it is said, some say. I say it just begins to live that day.
Let others show this Surrey's grace, myself assist his cross.
Best gains must have the losses test to constitute them gains.
Not revelation 'tis that waits, but our unfurnished eyes.
Life is death, we're lengthy at. Death, the hinge to life.
The lovely flowers embarrass me. They make me regret I am not a bee.
Her sovereign people, nature knows us well, and is as fond of signifying as of fallible.
An hour is a sea between a few and me, with them would harbor be.
Count not that far that can be had, though sunset lie between, nor that adjacent that beside is further than the sun.
Distance is not the realm of fox, or by relay of bird. Abated distance is until thyself, beloved.
A full-fed rose on meals of tint, a dinner for a bee. In process of the noon became each bright mortality. The forfeit is of creature fair, itself adored before, submitting for our unknown sake to be esteemed no more.
The longest day that God appoints will finish with the sun. Anguish can travel to its stake, and then it must return.
The work of her that went, the toil of fellows done, in ovens green our mother bakes by fires of the sun.
When Etna basks and purrs, Naples is more afraid than when she shows her garnet tooth. Security is loud.
Mine there is no man would own, but must it be conferred, demeaning by exclusive wealth a universe beside. Potosi never to be spent, but hoarded in the mind. What misers wring their hands tonight for Indies in the ground.
A spider sewed at night without a light upon an ark of white. If rough it was of dame or shroud of gnome, himself in form of immortality, his strategy was physiognomy.
Were it to be the last, how infinite would be what we did not suspect was marked our final interview.
I bet with every wind that blew, to nature in chagrin, employed a fact to me, and scuttle my balloon.
My God, he sees thee. Shine thy best. Fling up thy balls of gold, till every cubit play with thee, and every crescent hold. Elate the acre at his feet, upon his atom swim. O sun, but just a second's right in thy long race with him.
He is alive this morning. He is alive and awake. Birds are resuming for him, blossoms dress for his sake, bees to their loaves of honey, add an amber crumb. Him to regale, me only, motion, and am done.
Trust adjusts her peradventure, phantoms entered, and not you.
The life we have is very great. The life that we shall see surpasses it, we know, because it is infinity. But when all space has been beheld and all dominion shown, the smallest human heart's extent reduces it to none.
Lest any doubt that we are glad that they were born today, whose having lived is held by us in noble holiday, without the day, like consciousness or immortality.
God made no act without a cause, nor heart without an aim. Our inference is premature, our premises to blame.
White as an Indian pipe, red as a cardinal flower, fabulous as a moon at noon, February hour.
Of so divine a loss we enter but the gain, indemnity for loneliness that such a bliss has been.
Like brooms of steel, the snow and wind had swept the winter street. The house was hooked, the sun sent out faint deputies of heat. Where rode the bird, the silence tide, his ample plodding steed, the apple in the cellar snug was all the one that played.
The stars are old that stood for me, the west a little worn, yet newer glows the only gold I ever care to earn, presuming on that lone result her infinite disdain, but vanquished her with my defeat, 'twas victory was slain.
It is the meek that valor wear, too mighty for the bold.
It is the meek that valor wear, too mighty for the bold.
Our own possessions, though our own, 'tis well to hoard anew, remembering the dimensions of possibility.
I cannot see my soul, but know 'tis there, nor ever saw his house, nor furniture. Who has invited me with him to dwell, but a confiding guest consult as well? What raiment honor him the most, that I be adequately dressed? For he ensures to none, lest men specifical adorn, procuring him perpetual dressed, by dating it a sudden feast.
Had this one day not been, or could it cease to be, how smitten, how superfluous were every other day. Lest love should value less, what loss would value more, had it the stricken privilege it cherishes before.
This is the place they hoped before, where I am hoping now. The seed of disappointment grew within a capsule gay, too distant to arrest the feet that walked this plank of balm. Before them lies escapeless sea. The way is closed, they came.
The face we choose to miss, be it but for a day, as absent as 100 years when it has rode away.
Dominion lasts until obtained, possession just as long, but these endowing as they flit eternally belong. How everlasting are the lips known only to the dew. These are the brides of permanence, supplanting me and you.
Silence is all we dread. There's ransom in a voice, but silence is infinity. Himself have not a face.
When memory is full, put on the perfect lid. This morning's finest syllable, presumptuous evening said.
Confirming all who analyze in the opinion fair that eloquence is when the heart has not a voice to spare.
I saw that the flake was on it, but plotted with time to dispute. Unchanged, I urged with a candor, that cost me my honest heart. But you, she returned with valor, sagacious of my mistake, have altered, except the pillage, for the progress' sake.
Yes, waylaying, not the sharpest of the thefts of time. There Murad's a sore robber, silence is his name. No assault nor any menace doth betoken him, but from light's consummate cluster he supplements the balm.
When continents expire, the giants they discarded are promoted to endure. Of life to own, from life to draw, but never touch the reservoir.
To pile like thunder to its close, then crumble grand away, while everything created hid, this would be poetry. Or love, the two coeval come, we both and neither prove, experience either and consume, for none see God and live.
2 links has every day its absolute extent and area superior by hope or horror lent. Eternity will be velocity or pause at fundamental signals from fundamental laws. To die is not to go on doom's consummate chart. No territory new is staked. Remain thou as thou art.
Nature assigns the sun. That is astronomy. Nature cannot enact a friend. That is astrology.
To his simplicity to die was little fate, if duty live contented but her confederate.
The treason of an accent might ecstasy transfer. Of her effacing fathom is no recoverer.
Take all away. The only thing worth larceny is left, the immortality.
I sued the news, yet feared the news, that such a realm could be. The house not made with hands, it was thrown open wide to me.
Love stricken why is all that love can speak, built of but just a syllable, the hugest hearts that break.
The long sigh of the frog upon a summer's day enacts intoxication upon the passerby, but his receding swell substantiates a pace that makes the air inordinate for corporal release.
The flake the wind exasperate more eloquently lie than if escorted to its down by arm of chivalry.
How know it from a summer's day? Its fervors are as firm, and nothing in the countenance but scintillates the same. Yet birds examine it and flee, and vans without a name inspect the admonition, and sunder as they came.
Trusty as the stars who quit their shining working, prompt as when I lit them in Genesis' new house, durable as dawn, whose antiquated blossom makes a world's suspense perish and rejoice.
These held their wick above the west, till when the red declined, or how the amber aided it, defied to be defined. Then waned without disparagement in a dissembling hue, that would not let the eye decide, did it abide or no?
Tomorrow, whose location the wise deceives, though its hallucination is last that leaves. Tomorrow, thou retriever of every tear, of alibi art thou, our ownest where.
They might not need me, yet they might. I'll let my heart be just in sight. A smile so small as mine might be precisely their necessity.
Whose pink career may have a close, portentous as our own, who knows? To intimate these neighbors fleet, in awe and innocence were meet.
The fact that earth is heaven, whether heaven is heaven or not, if not an affidavit of that specific spot, not only must confirm us that it is not for us, but that it would affront us to dwell in such a place.
To own a Susan of my own is of itself a bliss. Whatever realm I forfeit, Lord, continue me in this.
Ourselves we do inter with sweet derision the channel of the dust, who once achieves and validates the balm of that religion that doubts as fervently as it believes.
Then heaven more remote, for heaven is the root. But these the flitted seed, more flown indeed, than ones that never were, or those that hide and are. What madness by their side, a vision to provide, a future days they cannot praise. My soul to find them come, they cannot call, they're done, nor prove, nor woo, but that they have abode is absolute as God, and instant too.
Not that he goes, we love him more who led us while he stayed, beyond earth's trafficking frontier, for what he moved he made.
The healed heart shows its shallow scar with confidential moan, not mended by mortality, are fabrics truly torn. To go its convalescent way, so shameless is to see, more genuine were perfidy than such fidelity.
Though not too near a house of rose, the depredation of a breeze, or inundation of a dew, alarm its walls away. Nor try to tie the butterfly, nor climb the bars of ecstasy. In insecurity to lie is joy's ensuring quality.
We knew not that we were to live, nor when we are to die. Our ignorance our cuirass is, we wear mortality, as lightly as an option gown, till asked to take it off. By his intrusion, God is known. It is the same with life.
Spurn the temerity, rashness of Calvary. Gay were Gethsemane, knew we of thee.
Those not live yet, who doubt to live again. Again is of a twice, but this is one. The ship beneath the draw, aground is he. Death, so the hyphen of the sea. Deep is the schedule of the disk to be. Costumeless consciousness, that is he.
Opinion is a flitting thing, but truth outlasts the sun. If then we cannot own them both, possess the oldest one.
So gay a flower bereaves the mind as if it were a woe. Is beauty an affliction then? Tradition ought to know.
It stole along so stealthy, suspicion it was done, was dim as to the wealthy, beginning not to own.
Time's wily chargers will not wait at any gate but woes, but they're so glow to hesitate, they will not stir for blows.
His cheek is his biographer, as long as he can blush. Perdition is opprobrium, past that he sins in peace.
Heavenly Father, take to thee the supreme iniquity, fashioned by thy candid hand, in a moment contraband, though to trust us seem to us more respectful, we are dust. We apologize to thee for thine own duplicity.
A little overflowing word that any hearing had inferred for ardor or for tears. Though generations pass away, traditions ripen and decay, as eloquent appears.
A counterfeit, a plated person, I would not be. Whatever strata of iniquity my nature underlie, truth is good health and safety and the sky. How meager what an exile is a lie, and vocal when we die.
We shall find the cube of the rainbow, of that there is no doubt, but the arc of a lover's conjecture eludes the finding out.
The robin is a Gabriel, in humble circumstances. His dress denotes him socially, of transport's working classes. He has the punctuality of the New England farmer, the same oblique integrity, a vista vastly warmer, a small but sturdy residence, a self-denying household. The guests of perspicacity are all that cross his threshold. As covert as a fugitive, cajoling consternation by ditties to the enemy and sylvan punctuation.
A dimple in the tomb makes that ferocious room a home.
Could that sweet darkness where they dwell be once disclosed to us, the clamor for their loveliness would burst the loneliness.
Love is done when love's begun, sages say. But have sages known? Truth adjourn your boon without day.
Birthday of but a single pang, that there are less to come. Afflictive is the adjective, but affluent the doom.
The stem of a departed flower has still a silent rank, the bearer from an emerald court of a dispatch of pink.
All things swept soul away, this is immensity.
The butterfly upon the sky that doesn't know its name and hasn't any tax to pay and hasn't any home is just as high as you and I, and higher, I believe. So soar away and never sigh, and that's the way to grieve.
Go traveling with us. Her travels daily be, by routes of ecstasy to evening's sea.
No autumn's intercepting chill appalls this topic breast, but African exuberance and Asiatic rest.
The dandelion's pallid tube astonishes the grass, and winter instantly becomes an infinite alas. The tube uplifts a signal bud, and then a shouting flower, the proclamation of the suns that sepulture is o'er.
Not seeing till still we know, not knowing guess, not guessing smile and hide and half caress, and quake and turn away, seraphic fear, is Eden's innuendo, if you dare?
How much of source escapes with thee, how chief thy sessions be, for thou hast borne a universe entirely away.
Sweet pirate of the heart, not pirate of the sea, what recketh thee? Some spice's mutiny, some attar's perfidy? Confide in me.
Obtaining but our own extent, in whatsoever realm, 'twas Christ's own personal expanse that bore him from the tomb.
Now I lay thee down to sleep. I pray the Lord thy dust to keep. And if thou live before thou wake, I pray the Lord thy soul to make.
No matter where the saints abide, they make their circuit fair. Behold how great a firmament accompanies a star.
Elysium is as far as to the very nearest room, if in that room a friend await felicity or doom. What fortitude the soul contains that it can so endure, the accent of a coming foot, the opening of a door.
We shun it ere it comes, afraid of joy, then sue it to delay and lest it fly. Beguile it more and more. May not this be old suitor heaven, like our dismay at thee?
Her losses make our gains ashamed. She bore life's empty pack as gallantly as if the east were swinging at her back. Life's empty pack is heaviest, as every porter knows. In vain to punish honey, it only sweeter grows.
To the bright east she flies, brothers of paradise, remit her home without a change of wings or love's convenient things enticed to come.
Fashioning what she is, fathoming what she is, we deem, and that dissolves the days through which existence strays, homeless at home.
No ladder needs the bird but skies to situate its wings, nor any leader's grim baton arraigns it as it sings. The implements of bliss are few, as Jesus says of him, "Come unto me, the moiety that wafts the cherubim."
Candor, my tepid friend, come not to play with me. The myrrhs and mochas of the mind are its iniquity.
By homely gifts and hindered words, the human heart is told nothing. Nothing is the force that renovates the world.
Blossoms will run away, cakes rain but a day, but memory, like melody, is pink eternally.
We wear our sober dresses when we die, but summer, frilled as for a holiday, adjourns her sigh.
Morning is due to all, to some the night, to an imperial few the auroral light.
The heart has many doors, I can but knock. For any sweet come in, impelled to hark, not saddened by repulse, repass to me that somewhere there exists supremacy.
Pass to thy rendezvous of light, pangless except for us, who slowly ford the mystery which thou hast leaped across.
Expanse cannot be lost, not joy, but a decree, his deity, his seen infinity, whose rumor's gate was shut so tight, before my being was sown, not even a prognostic's push could make a dent thereon. The world that thou hast opened shuts for thee, but not alone. We all have followed thee, escape more slowly to thy tracks of sheen. The tent is listening, but the troops are gone.
Climbing to reach the costly hearts to which he gave the worth, he broke them, fearing punishment. He ran away from earth.
The spirit lasts, but in what mode? Below the body speaks. But as the spirit furnishes, apart, it never talks. The music in the violin does not emerge alone, but arm in arm with touch, yet touch alone is not a tune. The spirit lurks within the flesh, like tides within the sea, that make the water live, estranged. What would they either be? Does that know now, or does it cease, that which to this is done, resuming at a mutual date with every future one? Instinct pursues the adamant, exacting this reply, adversity if it may be, or wild prosperity. The rumor's gate was shut so tight before my mind was sown, not even a prognostic's push could make a dent thereon.
Immured in heaven, what a cell! Let every bondage be, thou sweetest of the universe, like that which ravished thee.
Quite empty, quite at rest, the robin locks her nest and tries her wings. She does not know a route, but puts her craft about for rumored springs. She does not ask for noon, she does not ask for boon, crumbless and homeless, of but one request, the birds she lost.
Within that little hive, such hints of honey lay, as made reality a dream, and dreams reality.
Each that we lose takes part of us. A crescent still abides, which, like the moon, some turbid night is summoned by the tides.
There are 2 mays and then a must, and after that, a shall. How infinite the compromise that indicates I will.
Who is it seeks my pillow nights with plain inspecting face? Did you or did you not, to ask? 'Tis conscience, childhood's nurse. With martial hand she strokes the hair upon my wincing head. All rogues shall have their part in what? The phosphorus of God.
Morning that comes but once, considers coming twice. Two dawns upon a single morn make life a sudden price.
The auctioneer parting, his going, gone, shouts even from the crucifix and brings his hammer down. He only sells the wilderness. The prices of despair range from a single human heart to two. Not anymore.
Show me eternity, and I will show you memory, both in one package lane and lifted back again. Be Sue while I am Emily. Be next what you have ever been, infinity.
Not sickness stains the brave, nor any dart, nor doubt of seen to come, but an adjourning heart.
The going from a world we know to one a wonder still is like the child's adversity, whose vista is a hill. Beyond the hill is sorcery and everything unknown. But will the secret compensate for climbing it alone?
Another boast of other myths your repetition will be. The prism never held the hues, it only heard them play.
Some arrows slay but whom they strike, but this slew all but him, who so apparelled his escape, too trackless for a tomb.
Parting with thee reluctantly, that we have never met, a heart sometimes a foreigner remembers it forgot.
Oh, what a grace is this, what majesty's of peace, that having breathed the fine ensuing right, without diminuet proceed.
A letter is a joy of earth. It is denied the gods.
Go thy great way. The stars thou meet'st are even as thyself. For what are stars but asterisks to point a human life?
Is it too late to touch you, dear? We this moment knew love marine and love terrene, love celestial too.
A chastened grace is twice a grace. Nay, 'tis a holiness.
Their dappled importunity disparage or dismiss the obloquies of etiquette are obsolete to bliss.
Of glory not a beam is left, but her eternal home. The asterisk is for the dead, the living for the stars.
Those final creatures, who are they, that faithful to the close, administer her ecstasy, but just the summer knows.
That love is all there is all we know of love. It is enough, the fright should be, proportioned to the groove. Which misses most the hand that tends, or a heart so gently born. 'Tis twice as heavy as it was, because the hand is gone. Which blesses most the lip that can, or that went to sleep, with if I could, endeavoring, without the strength to shape.
The marathon was organized and led by Professor Kristan Miller of the State University of New York at Buffalo. The sponsors of the marathon include the English Department at SUNY Buffalo, Just Buffalo Literary Center, Talking Leaves Books, and Security Credit Systems. The marathon was conducted at the Westminster Presbyterian Church in Buffalo, New York. Reverend Thomas Yorty was our host. The readers and observers were, for the most part, members of the community of Western New York. Video by Jeff Mace Maciejewski. Audio by Benjamin Jura. Editing and captioning by John Padgett. Voiceover by Robin Padgett. Funding for the marathon video was provided by Adele and George DeTita. All poems by Emily Dickinson, as collected by Kristan Miller in Emily Dickinson's Poems as She Preserved Them.